Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
And my name is Quentin, and let's have a chit chat.
All right, we got it. Thanks, Quentin.
Cool. No problem.
Before we get started here, I just want to break the fourth wall a little bit and say that this is our second time recording this because
Yes, it
I was
is.
stupid the first time and didn't notice that my audio wasn't picking up until about 10 minutes in. So that's fun. Anyway, how are you doing today, Quentin?
I'm doing perfect.
That's good.
Amazing.
So normally, for those of you watching, you know that normally Brennan is here with me and he's like my co-host for these episodes. But, today I just told him, I was like, hey, I don't like you. I don't really want you to be in this episode. And, honestly, I don't know if I want you in any future episodes. So I kind of just pushed him away and Quentin was there. He saw me
I
do it.
was. Yeah, it did not go well. Brennan was in
It was
tears.
pretty ugly. Yeah. But it is what it is. That's just how we do things in the business.
It's business. That's just how it works.
Yep. That's how mafia works. Anyway, yeah. So we got Quentin here today for a very special episode where just doing it. It's just me and Quentin. Quentin.
Mm-hmm.
So for those of you who don't know, for the past year, we've been playing the game Dungeons and Dragons.
That is correct.
For a while. Quentin has been our esteemed dungeon master in these games.
Esteemed, thank you.
Yeah. Would you say you're pretty well equipped with the game of Dungeons and Dragons, Quentin?
Yeah. This was my first campaign being the dungeon master, and I think a lot of people in the Dungeons and Dragons business, the Dungeons and Dragons community, would say that it's very difficult to be the dungeon master, especially if it's your first campaign and your first time just doing Dungeons and Dragons at all. But I think I had sort of a rough start, but I think I really got used to it, and I think I can do my job pretty well.
Yeah,
and it's really fun for me.
I'd say so. I'd say you've done a pretty good job considering you didn't have any background playing before we started last year. I think you've done a really good job. I think you've kind of I can see your growth from when we first started.
Thank you.
Till now. And even back then, I think that, considering I had never played Dungeons and Dragons either, I had no frame of reference of what it was like. I thought the games went pretty smoothly. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But today, I thought it would be fun if I sat down with you and did a little interview about your experience being a dungeon master and playing Dungeons and Dragons in general. So without further
Sounds good to me.
Let's get this thing started again.
Let's have a chit chat.
Yeah, let's have a chit chat. Exactly. There you go. Okay, so Quentin.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, you're answering this for the first time, so you can repeat
for the first time.
What got you interested in Dungeons and Dragons in the first place?
So originally, it was sort of an idea. Because I had some friends come from Canada to visit me and a group of friends. And one of the Canadians actually frequently does D&D and would like to talk about it a lot. And the friend group from Oregon, we were talking about it and we were like, yeah, this sounds fun. But like I said earlier, it was originally an idea. We're just like, if it were to happen, that sounds really cool. We don't even know who would be the dungeon master. We don't know who would even be in it. Mm-hmm. But it was originally just an idea. I think about a year later, though, we sort of just started committing. We're like, actually, let's do this. We don't really have anything to do. We were really bored of all the video games that we had. A lot of COVID, pandemic, a lot of the movie theaters were closed. We just wanted to find something to do. Mm-hmm. So we decided to get together and try some Dungeons and Dragons. I decided to be the dungeon master because I think I was the most willing to do it out of the group. I'm not saying a lot of people were forcing me up to it, but I sort of wanted to do it and it didn't seem like anyone really wanted to do it. So I sort of just decided to be the dungeon master. Right. And that's how it all really started.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I remember when you guys originally approached me to be a part of it. To me it was kind of completely out of the blue because I'm not really like I don't know the friends from Canada as well.
Yeah,
So I wasn't there for the original discussion. But when it just like I had known what D&D was, and when you guys were just like, "Hey, we want to play D&D. Do you want to join?" I was just like, "Screw it, yeah, sure." I think it
yeah.
was just something that I wanted to try. That I was like, I want to try this out and see how it is. And as a player, I think it's been really fun. Like I said, I think that I've enjoyed the scenarios that you've presented for us as the dungeon master. Um,
Thank
and
you.
I think everyone else has too. I think. Would you say like you've gotten pretty good feedback about it from me and everyone else since we've started?
Yeah, I think the feedback was very helpful.
Mhm.
Um, of course, since we're all starting D&D and we're not really sure what to expect, I think it's very hard for myself and the rest of the party to sort of come up with some criteria, or not some criteria, but some things to work on because we're really not sure um, what the dungeon master, what an average dungeon master does that I don't.
Mhm.
I think one of the things I could work on would be the role playing aspect, but besides that, um, I think I think I do a pretty well job as the dungeon master, and I've heard a lot of feedback from the party saying that I'm doing just fine, which makes me happy.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think considering like this is our really only frame of reference, like I don't really have any complaints. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um,
I was worried that my I wouldn't have enough creativity to do it, but seems like it's working out so far.
Yeah, no, I think I actually I'll notice when we play how you'll present a scenario because I know that obviously there's a lot of pre-written material
Mhm.
in Dungeons and Masters or Dungeons and Masters Dungeons and Dragons.
Mhm.
And so there's a lot of that kind of pre-written conceptualized stuff for you to work off of.
Yeah.
But well I like we'll play a session and then after the session is over, we'll like talk about it and we'll be like, man, I really liked when we fought these really cool like shark monsters, for example, in the last session I remember. And then you'll just say like, yeah, that was completely like I came up with that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And then I'll be like, wow, that was really cool. Like I really felt like that was something that was pre-written for you that you just presented to us. But that shows like how natural it felt. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
think it's
Originally, when we first started, when like I said earlier, it was a little rocky. I was reading straight from a book. It
Mhm.
was called like Dragon of Icespire Peak, which
Right.
was a starter dungeon master book for people who are first starting Dungeons and Dragons. And I was just reading straight from it, completely linear. I didn't add anything. I didn't homebrew anything, and it was really boring. Like,
Mhm.
I think that was the intention of the book, so you could add on to it. But I wasn't very comfortable with adding on to it, so I just read straight from the book, and that's just how it worked. But I think starting from like session 3 or 4, I started adding my own stuff, and I noticed that um, the adventures start becoming more alive and not just linear and boring. And
Definitely.
I found that very fun. So I started just straight up homebrewing a lot of stuff from now on.
Hmm. And
And yeah,
you think I think it's worked out pretty well. Like I don't feel like you've homebrewed anything that like you would come across, or at least as a player, it doesn't seem like anything that you homebrew. We really run into a problem where it doesn't seem to work. You know what I mean? I mean,
yeah,
and that's coming from a player. At least nothing comes to mind.
yeah.
Like you might
I think,
disagree, but
yeah, I think the funniest thing that the party seemed to complain about, this just came to mind. I didn't even homebrew it. It was a part of the book, but the funniest thing was there was this ice dungeon temple area that was sort of the end of um, the first like campaign, and the doors didn't have any handles, so it was sort of like a push system,
yeah.
and everyone
It's,
just freaked out. They're like, "Why is there no handles on this door? This is stupid. It's a dungeon." And I'm like, I'm sorry. I guess I should have homebrewed some
the
better
handles on the
architecture or
door.
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
my bad.
Well, when that's like the one, like complaint that you can think of, I think that that means that it's gone pretty
Yeah,
well. You
and
know
I
what
didn't
I
even
mean?
homebrew that. That was just a part of the book.
Like it literally said like, because I remember this, it literally said like the doors do not have handles, something like
Yeah.
that. They clarified that.
When Yeah, for every dungeon, there's like a brief description in the book. That is, there's a brief description of like what, like the how lit the dungeon is, how tall the ceiling is, and stuff like that. And
Mhm.
it specifically stated that none of the doors have handles; they were all push.
Mhm. And that did not fly with
Yeah,
Dark
no,
Souls.
that did.
That's not
I
okay.
was just like, okay, I'll remember that. I don't see how this will be important at all. But apparently, to the party, they're like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, no. That was
Yeah,
that was the bottom line, dude. Like,
yeah,
could not handle that.
but it was still
Well,
fun.
yeah, no, I still think it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So what would you say is like your favorite like aspect of being a dungeon master?
Uh oh,
If
geez.
you could pick any aspect of it.
Yeah, no. I think just seeing people play your story, just in a very unique way, like seeing people enjoy what you created for them, what scenarios you brought to them, saying, "Oh, this is cool. Oh, I like this part." I think that's the coolest part, is because I'm making this story of what I think would be a very cool scenario for the party,
Hmm.
and having the party reciprocate those feelings by saying, "Yeah, this is really cool." I think that's my favorite part.
Hmm. Yeah, I think, and I feel like we probably could give you more feedback than we do. I mean, I feel like we obviously are like, hey, that was really fun, and we say that, but I
Mhm.
feel like I guess we're not as like, you know, um, we don't really give you like constructive criticism, I guess, as
Mhm.
much, but like, yeah, I think that's just mainly because we don't really have like any, you know, criticism to give. You know what I mean? Like mostly it's
Yeah.
been like it's been a positive experience, so I feel like that it just ends up us just like mainly expressing positive
Mhm.
reactions to it, you know.
And although constructive criticism is nice, I don't think we should really stress out about it so much right now, because I think right now I'm still improving every session on
Right.
being a dungeon master. So I still think I know where my weaknesses are, and I'm still or trying to strengthen them right now.
Hmm.
So I think if there were to be constructive criticism, it would be nice, but I don't think we should really be in a rush. I don't think we
Right.
should really force anyone for it. Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. I think it's like as long as we're progressing at a good pace and we're all kind of like improving together, like
Hmm.
I think that that's the best way to go about things. Um so what would you say is the hardest aspect of being a dungeon master?
So far, role playing, getting into the characters that I've created, and because I've given a lot of the characters a personality, and trying to act out that personality has been difficult for me. I think most of it is just an embarrassment. I'm trying to overcome that, because I think I can, when I create these personalities, I sort of already know what they're going to say and stuff like that. But
Hmm.
having voices, acting out as their character, being asked questions that I didn't even think would happen,
Hmm.
or I didn't think they'd be asked. I think it makes it very difficult trying to, like, improvising a scenario where like there's two paths ahead of you,
Hmm.
and it's like left or right, but instead the party decides to climb the walls. I think I can improvise with that pretty well.
Hmm.
But like if you're at a merchant and you ask to buy their shop, I think it would take a little bit more thinking time for me to think of what the appropriate reaction for that merchant would be.
Yeah.
Um, because sometimes a merchant would be like, "No, this is my legacy of my family. I'm not selling this." But other times they'd be like, "How much?" You know,
Hmm.
and what happens to the party if they did buy a random merchant's shop or
Hmm.
whatever?
Definitely. Like
Yeah.
you can like I feel like you can create like a million scenarios in your head of what you think we would say, but at the end
uh,
of the day, we could just completely pull something out of left field.
I know.
You know what I mean?
It happens a lot, but I
Mhm.
think I'm getting better and better with the whole role playing aspect.
Definitely,
I
yeah.
think that's something we could improve just as a group, is the whole role playing thing, because it seems
Right.
I don't think a lot of us really act as our character.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if that's not what we want to do, that's fine. But I
I
think
do
it could
think
make the Senate or the campaign a little bit more fun.
No, I agree. I feel like that's something that I've never like fully considered. You know what I mean? Like whenever
Hmm.
we play D&D, I'm more or less just, going along and just kind of like, being myself, but like, still kind of
Hmm.
like trying to involve myself in the scenarios. But I think like acting more as like your actual character. For me, it's like I guess I just sometimes forget that like I'm playing as a character and not just myself with like these powers and these
Yeah,
weapons and stuff. So I think like adding that aspect into it would make it a lot more immersive and thus I think more fun. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So yeah, no, I think that definitely something to consider for a lot of people because I'd say I'm not the only person who's like kind of had that
yeah.
sort of experience. Um,
I agree.
so how do you prepare for a Dungeons and Dragons session? Like before we play, like what kinds of things do you do to kind of like get it ready for us?
I create very, very general notes. Sometimes with if if then situations, like if the party does this, then do this. If the party decides to do this instead, then do that. But otherwise, I try to create very, very general notes,
Hmm.
because, like I said, if the party decides not to do something, and I created this entire path that just like goes from beginning to start, but if they don't choose that option, then I have nothing else to work with.
And
So
then
I
you
try to
wrote
create
you wrote
very,
all of that stuff for nothing,
yeah,
essentially, right? Yeah.
yeah. I There
Well, not
have
for
been
nothing, but like
moments.
you know,
Yeah,
like
there
it's
have
like
been moments. Oh, sorry. Continue.
no. I'm sorry. I no. I was just like I feel like even if you do write like a whole scenario and we don't end up like
Uh,
necessarily going down that path, that doesn't necessarily mean it's useless. Like you could still
yeah.
try to incorporate it somehow, but I could see how it would still be like, well, I did all this work to then not be have it be fully realized. So I could see how that would be frustrating. So I think doing
Uh-huh.
general notes is a good way to go about things.
Yeah. I tried doing very linear notes at the beginning because, like I said, I just wrote down what the book told me. And the
Hmm.
books are strangely linear, even though they're like the authors are Dungeons and Dragons professionals, but they are very, very linear.
Hmm.
So it's been a hassle trying to sort of make my own homebrew off of what they're giving me, since it wants the party to go in a certain path, but I'm trying to make that path more general and
Right.
more forgiving. Like, just because I can still design a beginning to end path where I just want this party to do all that stuff,
Hmm.
but it doesn't mean that one option will stray them off. Like just because they didn't talk to the merchant doesn't mean that they still won't end up finding the path, or like they hear a scream from the path or something like that.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, preparing general notes is what I mostly do. Creating visuals. I think a lot of dungeon masters don't actually like have visuals for the party.
Hmm.
Besides, like, so I've seen some dungeon masters have like figurines,
Right.
which is cool. I mean, that's their preference, but I sort of do like a slideshow thing with a TV. Um, Sometimes I show a map. I've been showing a map for most of the sessions, but sometimes I
Hmm.
don't show a map, showing how the enemies look, which can block some imagination because you're being presented what the enemy looks like. You don't get to imagine what like a bipedal shark monster pirate would look like,
Right.
because I'm sort of showing you this photo. This is what I want you to see,
Hmm.
which can block the imagination, but I still find it very, very helpful, to sort of show the party what they're going against. And sometimes I do want to show you something to how it looks in a specific way.
Hmm. I think there's value to that. Like as much as I think, and it's like sort of like playing a video game. Like you know, even if you are being presented with what the creatures that you're fighting against look like right in front of you, like I still feel it kind of like it grounds the experience a little bit to a point that I don't think takes away from the experience. You know what I mean? Like you're still
Mm-hmm.
feeling immersed in it, and I do think there is value to like imagining that sort of stuff on your own, but I have no problem with the slideshows. I think that you can have a lot of fun with them. actually. And I see that you do, definitely.
The gummy bear event, the
Yeah.
gummy bear encounter.
Oh, the gummy bear encounter. Yeah.
That was a April Fool's encounter. It was very fun to do.
Yeah. That one was fun because that was not only it was April Fool's encounter, but that was like the encounter right before like the big boss. I think. I think it was like
Yes,
right before we fought the dragon that we had been leading up to in our campaign. Um,
yes.
so like that kind of stuff, like that's just fun to see that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because it's one
Mm.
thing for you to just say like, "Oh, a gummy bear attacks you," but then when
Yeah.
when then we turn our heads to the screen and we just see like this monstrous gummy bear, I think that just like it just adds to the experience so much. So
I also think at the beginning of the animation, the original encounter was like something else, but then the gummy bear like launched it off a bridge or something, and
that's
then
right. I remember that.
yeah,
Like it was like a fake out.
yeah,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly. But
And
yeah, I had a lot of fun making that.
yeah, and I think that's like the value of doing slideshows in particular is that you can like oh shit knocked over my leg. You can incorporate like animations like that and stuff.
Yeah,
Um, so I've enjoyed that aspect of it too. Um, yeah. So would you say like notes and slideshows like that's like your main sort of way to get ready?
yeah, I think that's really all there is to it. Just
Mhm.
having the notes for the story that you're trying to portray, and just having a slideshow.
And I feel like that alone is like a good amount of work like to prepare. You know what I mean?
And
Like I see the amount of notes that you've taken, and it's like straight up like a class, dude. Like you're taking notes for a
yeah,
class, which is like it's admirable, like that you put that much work.
thank
Because I
you.
feel like if you didn't put as much work, or I feel like if you did put less work and like kind of like more bare bones stuff, we would notice
Mm,
that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's very much appreciated.
cool.
Um, so kind of straying away from like specifically how it is to be a dungeon master in the grand scheme of D&D, what would you say your favorite class is and why?
My favorite class. Oh man, I really when it comes to classes, I don't really like the class as a whole. I like
Mm,
what you can do with the class because with the
gotcha.
fighter, a fighter is a very broad term for like anyone who really uses a weapon that isn't necessarily a barbarian.
Hmm.
Um, because a barbarian rages, they're angry, but a fighter is basically anything but that. I mean, sure, they still can be angry, which makes me think why wouldn't you just be a barbarian if like your character does get angry? But it's up to the player.
Hmm.
But like I said, fighter is such a broad umbrella term that I don't really even think I could say I like fighter. I like because as a fighter, you could be like a samurai, or you could be a knight, or you can be a lot of other things. But I think my favorite class route that you can really go down is I think the one I've been enjoying the most is a wizard.
Mm,
Right now, I've even though I'm a dungeon master, I've been making a lot of like character sheets for these
hmm.
characters that I don't know, I just felt like
Just
making
for
them. I was
fun.
like, I want to make this character, yeah, just for fun.
Hmm.
And I think one of my favorite ones is named Daichi Keen Dreamer, who is a wizard who invents like magical artifacts, and he's sort of trying to discover new elements, minerals to make new magical artifacts. And he's a wizard who uses a enchanted lever action rifle to as his magic focus to cast spells.
Hmm.
And yeah, his class is wizard, but I think what I've taken from him and sort of shifted him into because he's in the school of evocation uh, is like my favorite part of D&D is that because just the class is such a broad term that you can do basically anything with them and also multi-classing.
Yeah.
Um,
I
so I'm
forget
not
that
even
that's an
sure what
aspect
my
of it.
favorite class is.
So you don't really. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think my least favorite class is probably I have a least favorite.
All
It's
right.
probably rogue.
Rogue, yeah.
Yeah,
What
I
about the
think rogue
rogue?
is my least favorite.
What about
Yeah.
the rogue do you is not that you're not too fond of?
I think just the whole sneaking around and sneak attack, surprise attacks things, I just find that very boring just
Hmm.
as a play style in any scenario. So I think I think it'd be very weird to see a rogue who doesn't do sneak attacks or sneaking
Mhm.
around, because that's sort of what their class is based
It wouldn't
around.
really feel like the rogue at that point.
Yeah, regardless of what route you take as a rogue, it would be very weird to see you not sneak around.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the rogue is my least favorite.
Gotcha. Okay. And so right now you're enjoying the wizard, so that's good.
I am enjoying the wizard. I was thinking about making. I also made a ranger who
Mhm.
is a celestial beast hunter, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking about making funny enough, a rogue class um, who is a court jester,
Okay.
sort of. Yeah. So I'm sort of brainstorming that
I feel
character
like
right now, but I think that'd be kind of cool.
I feel like that's indicative of your feeling of the rogue is just
Yeah,
like
no, I don't like rogues, but I'm
seem
like,
like a
I want to
clown.
make this character.
Yeah. Well, I think that that's cool that you're even if you don't like the rogue, you're still exploring them because you might end up
Yeah,
getting more of an enjoyment out of it than you might think.
maybe so. I
Um,
doubt it, but maybe so.
maybe we'll see.
Because
Um,
I don't really plan on using any of these characters I make, so they're sort
right.
of just like characters that I think would be cool.
Yeah. Well, and on that topic, like, because throughout this whole time that we played D&D, you've always been the dungeon master, or at least from what I've seen. I like, have you done like other campaigns with other people where you've been a player?
I've been offered multiple times, which I'm really sad about, but a lot of scheduling issues with my work has caused me to not do that. And also, yeah, no, actually, that's really it. But I've been offered a lot, which I really wanted to do,
Hmm.
but no, this is the only campaign I've really done, and I've only been
Gotcha.
the dungeon master so far.
Gotcha. Well, you know, do you think you would prefer being a party member if you were a party member, or do you think you find being a dungeon master more enjoyable, and you still would even after being a party member? I know that you might not have
Oh,
much of a frame of reference, but
yeah. Well, I'm just thinking of the whole aspect of like, would I rather make a story for other people to play or experience someone else's story?
mhm,
Uh, I really like the idea of both. I think I would really enjoy seeing someone's creativity and seeing what story they made. But I also really like being able to create my own world with my own rules and my own stuff
mhm,
as well.
for sure.
Yeah, so I really can't pick a choice. Maybe my decision will change or my opinions will change it once I actually get to play a player. Maybe I'll be like, wow, this is actually really lame. I
Yeah.
feel like I have no
Well,
control over the story whatsoever,
I think it
which
depends on
shouldn't be
like
the case.
who's the dungeon master and like what story they're telling too, because I think that that definitely has an
Very
impact on
true.
whether or not you enjoy being a player or not. So,
Hmm.
yes, but if you were in like, a really cool story with really cool elements to it, I think you would enjoy being a
I
player.
think I would really enjoy it.
Yeah. Hey, someday I think it'll happen.
I hope so.
So, going back to our personal campaign,
Yeah.
what do you think as the dungeon master, what was like your favorite quest that we went on, or favorite like thing that we've done over the course of our sessions playing, whether that be to just watch or come up with or any of those elements?
Oh,
It was the gummy bear, wasn't
no, it was not the
it?
gummy bear. I think it'd have to be the Thunderbore fight that I homebrewed, where the party was to go to a shrine where they were trying to summon this humongous Thunderbore, which is in the dungeon or the Dungeons and Dragons compendium.
Mhm.
Gorthok the Thunderbore was not a character I made, but the way he was summoned and the environment around him I made, and it was very fun having the players enter the shrine where they were led to by a centaur. Yes,
Yeah,
centaur,
I
not a
remember
minotaur,
that. Mhm.
centaur. Yeah, and seeing like these inscriptions on the wall showing a thunder or showing a giant boar like electrocuting these stick figures and stuff like that, and
Mhm.
being able to explore it to eventually going up to um, the top of the cliff where there's like these huge stone monuments and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Um, and eventually like being able to fight the boar. I also homebrewed like because one of the I also homebrewed one of the party member Cody's, who is a dwarf who is worshiping this god called Kuranos,
Hmm.
which is the god of storms or something like that.
Hmm.
And I homebrewed the fact that like since there was this whole like lightning and thunder themed area, he was given like grace by the god and was given some like lightning powers.
Hmm.
Um,
That was dope.
and yeah, he was the champ. He was then declared like the champion of Kuranos. And then during the Thunderbore fight, there was another champion, not of Kuranos, but it was like a different thunder god where Cody and the other champion had to dish it out while the rest of the party fought a boar.
Hmm.
And as I was imagining the situation, I was sort of imagining like as a little kid where you have those little action figures that are sort of like bumping against each other. That's
Yeah,
how I was imagining the whole champions fight, dish it out, seeing who was like the better thunder champion and stuff like that.
yeah,
That was probably my favorite quest and scenario so
yeah.
far.
That was fun to be a part of, to see that all go down. Because I think I could speak for all of us when I was saying like we didn't expect that to go down in that way. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because at that
I
point,
think it was a big surprise when Cody got the powers.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was. Yeah, no, and but that kind of stuff is like I think the thing that like brings me keeps me pulled into playing D&D is like seeing that kind of
Yeah,
stuff
and
happen.
that's like one of the main rules as being a dungeon master. It's called like the rule of cool, where every once in a while you shower your party in like something really cool and to look forward to use, and that's what sort of keeps the party like still motivated to continue.
Hmm. Yeah, no, and I can say that it definitely kept us motivated to continue. So
Cool.
that was fun. Yeah, no,
I also really enjoy seeing like the party members' reactions, seeing like this magical artifact or powers being bestowed upon them, and like, whoa,
yeah.
this is cool.
It's like all of a sudden now Cody has like these powers to just like take off his arm and like
Yeah.
reuse that in various scenarios. Like
He
that
can
kind of
also
stuff is
fly now.
he
It's
can
also
fly.
very funny to imagine like a dwarf being able to fly and just like be up in the air and just
Yeah,
completely like electrocute things. And
this tiny little
yeah,
thing just flying and just like yeah,
yeah.
that kind of stuff. That's fun. So
Hmm.
that's cool. Um, so I think we are getting to the end of this interview.
Oh
Sadly,
man,
I know. It was just getting good. I know.
thank
But
you.
now that we're coming to a close, I just one last question I would like to ask you is for anyone watching who's interested in playing D&D or becoming a dungeon master or starting a campaign of their own, what advice would you have to give them that maybe you wish that someone told you before you started or just in general?
Oh,
What would you want to tell them?
don't be afraid to um, don't be afraid to make your own rules. There's the dungeon master's handbook as well as the player's handbook, which sort of give you a huge list of rules. But don't be afraid to like sort of shift them, make your own, or like completely change them or get rid of rules because
Mhm.
some rules can be a drag to your party, and keeping them around can demotivate the party and can make the can or the sessions a lot more boring.
Right.
And also, don't be afraid to homebrew.
Hmm. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of value in home brewing.
Yeah,
So, yeah, no, I think that's good advice. I think that
thank you.
inspires me even to,
Cool.
yeah, maybe someday I'll be a dungeon master and you'll be a player. And
Dungeon
hopefully,
Master Antonio.
yeah,
Yeah,
that'll happen someday.
cool.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, I think that's going to conclude this interview. Um, Thanks for being a part of it, Quentin.
That was a nice chit chat.
Thank you. I'm glad you thought so. Did you have a good chit chat?
Yeah, that
'Cause I had
concludes
a good.
episode 34.
Yeah, 34, I
Okay,
believe. Yes.
cool.
Yeah. So, thank you guys for watching. You know, go start your own D&D campaign. That's the moral of this episode, because each
And then
episode has
invite me to it because I really wanna try.
yeah, exactly, and then invite Quentin
Yeah.
too. Yeah, although he's a celebrity, so he might not be available, but maybe.
Yeah. My
Maybe.
schedule's pretty tight. I definitely would have to squeeze in some things. So
Yeah, but if you're lucky, he'll join you.
yeah, you better make it worthwhile.
Yeah, you better. So,
Yeah.
with that, see you guys in the next episode. Peace. Bye.
Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
And I am Donovan, the subject of this chit chat. And let's have a chit chat.
Yes, indeed. Let us have a chit chat, indeed.
I am the main character of
You
this
are the
chit-chat.
main character, yes. So welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. So yeah, today is going to be a little bit different of an episode than we typically do. For a number of reasons. First of all, well, this is actually the second episode that I'm not just hosting on YouTube, but hosting on Spotify. So that's exciting. So that means that we may very well have some new listeners or viewers of this episode that we don't typically have, potentially, you know. So if you're tuning in and this is one of your first episodes, welcome. This is Chit Chats.
This chit chats with me adjusting my headset.
Yes.
Get used to it, bitch.
No, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, no. So it's a special occasion for that reason, but also we have Donovan here, as you can see. Welcome, Donovan. Donovan, this is not your first episode of Chit Chats. You have been a frequent guest. But today, like I said, we're gonna be doing something a little bit different. Today, I'm going to be talking to Donovan about something that maybe some of you didn't know about him. Donovan, simply because we don't really bring it up all the time, at least in videos. But Donovan, and anyone watching, I don't know if I was about to say Donovan. I don't know if you're aware of this.
I had no idea.
Yeah. But Donovan is one of, at least for the viewers, Donovan is one of the few people that I know that is, you know, someone who is prevalent in my life who has diabetes.
You know other diabetics?
I do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say, Donovan.
I'm not the only one.
You are not the only one. Yeah. I mean, I said sorry
them.
because I thought you wanted that to be unique to you, but no, but
I'll
you're not
them.
alone. You're not alone.
I'll kill them.
They will all be
I'm
eliminated.
gonna kill them.
You will be.
They will be
one.
eliminated.
But yeah. So yeah. And so today I just want we're gonna be having a little bit more of a grounded episode because normally we're very goofy and silly in these videos. And we like to make, crack some jokes. And I don't think this is necessarily going to be, I mean, as we've proven so far, this is not going to be a somber, just stone-faced episode of Chit Chats by any means. But it's going to be a little bit more serious than normal, just because it's going over a topic that's, can be a little bit more touchy for some people or serious for some people. But, we're here today, we're here today to shed some light on it, maybe, inform a few people, just talk about it because it's something that, I think is worthy of some discussion. And so Donovan, thank you for being here to do that with me.
No, I thank you for giving me the platform and the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm merely the vessel.
You are merely the vessel. Yes. I'm the main character.
You are the main, yes, as we've established, you are the main character of this video and just like your life in general. So
yeah.
So yeah, this is just me presenting that to the public,
Sure thing.
But yeah, so Donovan, just to introduce the topic, so pretend for a second that you're just meeting me and I have no idea what diabetes is. I've never heard of it. Somehow just been living under a rock. Don't know what it is. How would you explain what diabetes is to me or to anyone?
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's like a diabetes elevator pitch almost.
Yes. Sure. Yeah. If you want to call it that.
Yeah. Okay. I have had to explain what diabetes is. I have type 1, by the way. There's 2 types.
Right.
That's important to know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not exactly educated in like all of the specifics of the differences between type 1 and type 2. I've never taken a class. I know that there are classes to like learn about that stuff.
Well, you can just present what you know personally, you know.
Right. Yeah. But I'm just saying I don't really have like a scientific knowledge about it. I just have like my experiential knowledge
for sure,
of the condition.
Good to clarify.
And so basically what diabetes is it's where the cells in your body kind of reject the part of the pancreas that produces insulin. And what insulin does, for people who may not know, is it kind of is the counter to sugar. So when you eat like literally anything, I mean, some stuff has like not that much sugar, like a lot of vegetables don't have sugar. But when you eat stuff, your body breaks down that sugar and turns it into energy. But then you also need insulin to kind of like counteract all that sugar. And there are other ways to counteract the sugar, for example, exercise. But insulin is the main way that your body regulates your blood sugar, which is the amount of sugar in your blood. I think it's like milligrams per milliliter or something like that. I think that's how they measure it. But yeah, basically it's like they're like opposite. And, you know, I think a lot of people assume like, oh, well, you could just exercise and you'll be fine. But like, it's not, I always say to people, like, it's not that simple because, you know, there's a lot of factors that influence your blood sugar besides just food. I mean, I'm simplifying it into just food because that's the main factor that influences it. But it's also, you know, exercise and your mood, even like if you're stressed out, like your body does things from that stress that will either make your blood sugar go up or down. It can be so many different factors. Like literally just me here talking is probably like using sugar, using that energy to make me talk. And so, you know, the normal person's body, they produce insulin on their own because their pancreas still has that function. But mine, unfortunately, does not, because my body hates me and decided it hated me when I was 2 years old. It was like, hey, you're gonna die unless unless you take artificial insulin.
Right.
So.
Well, and luckily there is, you know, ways to help you counteract the fact that that your body doesn't naturally produce insulin.
Yeah. For sure.
And I don't know if you just want to just discuss like how you deal with that and like what you've had to do.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different ways that diabetics can deal with that. Can go about getting insulin into their body. It's all artificially made, by the way, which is, I mean, I want to talk about this later, but like the price of insulin specifically is like through the roof. And so people have different ways of getting insulin. There are cheaper options and there are more expensive options. And I am fortunate enough to where I can benefit from some of the more expensive options because luckily my parents throughout my life have given me the honor of owning an insulin pump. And so this is how I get my insulin. And basically what it is a little box that has a cartridge and a tube that actually goes into my stomach. And it pumps artificial insulin into me, depending on, number one, what my blood sugar is at the moment, and number two, what I just ate. And I have to calculate the amount of carbohydrates from what I ate, and that will determine the amount of insulin that it gives me. So that's basically how it works. There are other options too. There's, you know, a lot of people do insulin shots, where it's kind of the cheaper option. You know, hopefully our friend Tycho doesn't mind if I call him out. Oh, that's the other diabetic that you know. That's right. It's Tycho. Tycho takes insulin shots in his arm. I'm pretty sure he does in his arm. But like basically after he eats, or if I think he I'll talk about this too. But I think he has this thing called a continuous glucose monitor, which is basically a device that you put on your body that continuously monitors the amount of sugar or the amount of glucose in your blood, and it does that. At least the one I have, it tells me what my blood sugar is every 5 minutes. I think Tycho has that too. And so if his blood sugar is too high, he's going to want more insulin to counteract all that sugar in his blood.
So it varies. Also, it's another thing. Like there's not like we already discussed the fact that there is more than one type. But even within people that have, well, and I don't know. I mean, like off the top of my head, I don't know if Tycho has type 1 or type 2.
He has type 1.
Type 1, yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah. But even within people that have the same type, like they can differ in, you know, how it affects them or what they do to help themselves with that.
Yeah. And I mean, also in just like the ways that diabetes affects them, you know, like some people deal with it like a lot more rigidly. Some people are a little bit more lax about it. Or like maybe they don't try to micromanage every little detail. But you know, I think it depends on like the type of lifestyle you want to live with diabetes. You know, like the more hands-on approach. Like if you're really worried about all the time, I don't know. I'm not able to speak from the point of view of somebody who takes a more laid-back approach.
Right. No, I get you.
Which I am thankful for, because I'm glad that I'm not like willy-nilly about it. But
no, it's a serious thing. You know what I mean? Like it's not anything to take lightly, from how I understand it. And so you know, like it's something that like you've had to deal with for most of your life. You know, almost your entire life, right?
I mean, yeah, since I was 2, so that's as long as I can remember.
Right. Yeah.
I don't remember living without diabetes.
You don't remember. There was a brief period of time when you did, but
there was, yeah.
Yeah, but that is lost time. But I don't know if like you were you were 2 when you found out that you had it, or when I don't know if like everyone found out that you had it, like your whole family. But like when you were at least like conscious enough to like understand what it was, like what was that like? Like what was your like reaction, and kind of like how did you deal with that?
Yeah. Huh. Okay. I feel like I mean, I've always been conscious of my diabetes. When I was really young, like my parents would take care of it. Like they were the ones who had to teach me how to take care of it, basically. So like I took up the responsibility of taking care of my own condition, obviously. But like, I don't know if there was ever a moment where, you know, I really like, or at least I can't remember a moment where I was just like, oh shit, I have diabetes. What the fuck?
So
like,
yeah.
The closest thing that I can think that's like close to that, where I was like, wow, this is really serious. I mean, I've always known it was serious, but like, you know, it's just a part of my life. Like, I take it seriously, but it's just everyday shit for me. So it's not like I think about it that hard, but I think if I had to like choose a moment that's like closest to what you're describing, and this is kind of, I guess it's kind of dark, but I remember I was in like freshman year of high school or something, and I don't even remember like how I like got the idea to like look it up, but I started thinking about like, well, how does like the lifespan of like a diabetic compare to like a person without diabetes? And I looked it up, and I think I haven't looked it up in a while, but
it was shorter.
It's like it was shorter. Yeah. It was like it was like multiple years shorter, and I had like a realization where I was like, oh shit, I really have to take this seriously, because like this could determine like literally the amount of years that I live.
Yeah.
It's kind of a scary thought.
It is.
It's like nobody wants to think about their own mortality, but
No, yeah. Well, and it's especially, I'm sure for you, like, it's troubling. It was troubling to, kind of discover that, just because it's something that you can only control to a certain extent, right?
Right.
Um, and
Yeah.
thankfully you can, like, do things to help yourself, but it's like, it's still, it's like a burden that it's just part of your life. And, like, you, like,
Yeah.
you know,
I mean,
you
I
just have to
try
come to
not to
terms
think
with
of
it.
it.
Hmm.
I try not to think of it that way, but it does feel like a burden, definitely
Well, yeah.
sometimes. Like there, there's a lot of frustration
Hmm.
that comes along with like, because like controlling your blood sugar is like, it can be such an unpredictable process. Like
Yeah.
it's not ever gonna go exactly the way you want it to go,
Hmm.
no matter how hard you try to fine tune it. And so it can be frustrating and can make you angry. And like, there's times where you just want to be like, fuck this. I'm just not going to deal with it right now. And I'm just going to let
Hmm.
my body do what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Um,
No. Well, and I don't mean to say it's like a burden, like it's just completely ruins your life. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Because, like,
No, I know.
yeah, no, because obviously, like, I've known you for a long time, and, you know, I never, like, I've obviously seen how it's affected you, but
Mhm.
it's never, from my perspective, gotten to the point where it's prevented you entirely from just living your life, like,
Mhm.
as, like,
Yeah.
normal as you can and as you want to. You know what I mean? Like, you've still definitely been able to do what you want, and you just have it's just something that you have to handle sometimes.
Yeah. And
Hmm.
that's a code that I try to live by and that my doctor encourages. Like diabetics can do all the same things that people without diabetes can do. It's
Hmm.
just a little harder sometimes. And like, yeah, I definitely understand like where, like why you said like it's like a burden because it
Yeah.
definitely is at
Well,
times.
cuz
But
and
like,
yeah.
it's also like a unique thing about myself that I feel like I can be proud of because
Yeah,
it's something that I deal with and have to take responsibility for.
for sure, yeah.
And I think there's a certain pride in that. Like I have diabetes and I can do this,
Yeah.
even though it's hard
Well,
sometimes, even though you have your ups and downs.
yeah, well, and I think, from an outside perspective, it comes across like it's a huge burden, just because whenever it comes up, it's like
Mm.
in the context of, in a moment when it is a burden, when it's something that
When
you
it's
have to deal, when
inconvenient.
it's inconvenient, exactly.
Yeah.
But that really is just like a surface level impression of it at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot more
Yeah.
to it, and it does not define your life by any means.
Well,
Um,
I mean, you are right in that there are a lot more moments where it's an inconvenience than something to be proud of.
well, but like I said, it's from an outside
But yeah,
perspective. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, it's from someone
yeah.
who doesn't have it, that is looking at someone else who does, and seeing, like, how they're reacting, and like, oh, that doesn't seem like it's, a positive experience all the time. But that's
Sure.
a very small portion of your entire life at the end of the day. Um, and, I wanted to ask you, because, like, at the end of the day, like, it is something that you have to deal with, that can sometimes be not, it can be inconvenient, and it can kind of, like, it can affect your life, sort of, in a way that you might not want it to. So, like, what has been, like, your toughest experience that you've had to deal with regarding your diabetes, and how did you get through that? Because obviously you've gotten through it, but.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Uh, I think probably the process of taking full control and ownership over it is,
Mhm.
and that's like that's something that I'm still working on.
Mhm.
Like my parents are pretty hands off at this point. They don't do much. I have to buy all my own supplies and I take care of basically everything unless I ask for help, unless I'm like, Mom, my blood sugar is low. I need you to like be checking my blood sugar for me because I can't do it for myself right now or something like that. Like they're very hands off.
Mhm.
And which is a good thing, because
Yeah.
I should, at the end of the day, it is my health condition and I have to take responsibility for it myself. But, you know, like,
Well,
I remember having like multiple conversations with my parents over like elementary school and middle school and into high school and even into now, where, you know, they tell me like, you know, you have to take control of this part of it now.
Mm-hmm.
And more recently, it's been like the financial part, where it's like, you know, they'll still help me out, of course, like if I had like issues paying for it, but they're like, you know, this is something you're gonna have to pay for your whole life. And so you kind of, unfortunately, you just have to get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that, alongside taking control of like the lifestyle changes that I have to make as a diabetic,
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like checking my own blood sugar, changing out my own insulin cartridge every 3 days, changing out my continuous glucose monitor every 10 days, stuff like that. And then also just like, I think something that a lot of people don't think about is that like it constantly has to be in the back of your head. Like you constantly have to be thinking about it in one way or another, because like you can't just ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise like things can go south really quickly. So, you know, like I'm sure you've seen me like check it while I've been out with you guys, but like I'll like check my phone really quickly just to make sure it's like on the right track.
Yeah.
But
like it's almost become like you've needed to make it like sort of second nature for yourself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's like a mindset thing. That's like habitual, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that takes time, and it's something that I've struggled with and I've talked to my doctor about, because unfortunately I am like a very forgetful person, and so I forget to do those things sometimes. But you know, I like really hammer it into myself to like make sure I'm on top of it.
Yeah, well, and I mean, like obviously you're still here, so like you're figuring it out, you know what I mean? You've had some level of success, you know what I mean, to say the least.
Yeah.
But yeah, sure. So overall, like that's just been like that's been a transitional period for you, is like just making sure that you can handle it on your own and you don't necessarily have to rely on.
Yeah. And I think I'm coming out of that transitional period, like at this point in my life, where like I feel confident handling it, and you know, I don't really have to worry about it unless I can't pay for my supply. But hopefully I never get to that point.
Yeah. And so that you said you mentioned earlier that is something that you wanted to bring up, is just like how much of a inconvenience, like the fact that it's not cheap to pay for insulin.
Well, I think this is probably one of the aspects of diabetes that I think about the most. It's honestly like more of a political issue,
right?
Unfortunately, than it is like a health related issue or like a life issue. But just like the cost of paying for diabetes supply, like it's ridiculous.
You've told me about it, like, and
I think I told you like some of the costs.
Only some of it. I'm sure. Like I haven't even heard the half of it, but it's brutal.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, I have the privilege to own a continuous glucose monitor, which is very nice to have. It's like very new technology, like within the past 10 years that a lot of diabetics before me didn't have access to. But you know, like that, I don't think that means that like I don't take it for granted, obviously.
Yeah.
Like I have to accept that, you know, it's something that I have a privilege to that like a lot of others don't, but I don't feel like that justifies the cost of it, because you know, like people who have diabetes, it's not like they asked to have it.
Yeah.
It's something that was put on them.
And now it's
And
like
so,
on top of
and
that.
now it's like they just make it harder on you by making you pay for a ridiculous amount of money for all this new technology that like makes your life easier, but it's expensive.
Yeah. We could honestly fill a whole episode about thoughts about about stuff like that, man.
I could personally.
Yeah.
This is gonna sound like maybe kind of funny, but I watched a TED talk one time that was like from the point of view of a diabetic who was my age at the time, and she was talking about like her struggles just purchasing insulin because she came from a poor family and her parents didn't really have the means to pay for the supplies, and so she struggled with paying for insulin. And she talked about like having to basically ration her insulin, so so that it would last until she could buy more. And like that was like honestly a really emotional video for me to watch, because I was like this stuff is real. Like this affects people in like real tangible ways.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like it, so it's not like a small percentage of people that have it, from my understanding. Like that, like there's a good amount of people that have it, and obviously so many different people come from so many different backgrounds and families and like levels of wealth, and it's like it can really affect, it can really be, you can struggle, like people struggle with it.
Bottom line, I believe that diabetes is an indiscriminatory disease, and so I don't think that the way that we handle it in our healthcare system should be discriminate.
Let this be a message. You know what I mean?
This is a message. If you're listening, healthcare insurance companies, heed my word.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Let this be a warning. We got our eye on you.
Me and Antonio are coming after you personally.
Yeah. No, man. I mean, like we can only hope that we only improve upon that aspect, like, and hopefully make things easier for future generations. But we'll see. Like only time will tell. But I wanted to maybe because we've gotten to a point where we're a little in heavy conversation right now.
We can step back from.
Well, I just wanted to, because I had I wanted to maybe, because obviously, like we've discussed, diabetes can be something that it's not always a positive aspect. Like there it can be a burden, for lack of a better way to put it. It can be a burden, but I wanted to shed a little light about it and ask you a question that I don't know how easy this is going to be to answer. If you have had one, like what is like a positive experience that you've had as a result of the fact that you have diabetes? And this, I don't know, this might require a little bit of thought. And it might be a stretch, but I just thought, try to look at it in a more, like, I mean, you've already kind of talked a little bit about maybe some like aspects of it that you're proud of, right? But like, is there a specific like thing that you've gone through that you might have not gone through if you didn't have diabetes, that you walked out of it like, oh, that was actually kind of cool, even if it was just like meeting someone who also had it, or I don't want to speak for you, but
that's it. I mean, I've already talked about like how you can feel a sense of pride for taking ownership over your own health and stuff, and so
that alone,
I definitely think that alone is something to be proud of. A lot of people, a lot of diabetics meet other diabetics just by way of having diabetes. Like they'll join like a diabetes club or something like that. Unfortunately, I've never really had an experience like that. That doesn't mean I don't want to. I mean,
Right.
it'd be nice to know other diabetics, and I know a few, the Tycho being one of them. And that's always cool because it immediately feels like, we share the same, for lack of a better term, like you said, burden
or struggle,
and
right? Or experience,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Where like there's an immediate like connection there,
Yeah.
Which I think it's always really cool when I meet somebody else who has diabetes because it just feels, it's like, you're not in this alone.
Yeah, it reminds you like, yeah, you're not alone. There's other people that share your struggle and you can help each other out or,
For sure.
Because I remember even like when you found out that Tycho had it, like you wanted to talk to him about like his
oh my
experience.
God, I remember that phone call.
Yeah. We don't need to, for confidential reasons, we don't need to go into details about the phone call, but like I remember specifically you wanted to talk to him, and so I thought I thought that was just, it's neat that you were able to connect with him like instantly about that sort of aspect. You know what I mean? That not everyone would be able to. But yeah, and like we've been discussing, like it's not easy, but it does show like a level of strength that you have. You know what I mean? And I think it actually is.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it can be, and I'm sure I speak for a lot of people when I say like I think it's admirable when you really look at it and like you see like what people with diabetes, what they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, and in comparison to people that don't have it, like it takes willpower. It takes willpower. It takes strength. It takes persistence. You know what I mean? It takes motivation. Yeah. So I think that it definitely is like, I see that positive in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think, there's a lot of other diseases out there, where people go through the same, maybe not exactly the same struggle, but they carry the same emotional baggage over their condition, and it's always cool to connect with somebody who like shares that same baggage, I guess.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't know if, and so we're gonna wrap things up here, just because I think that we've come to a logical conclusion. But I wanted to just ask really quick, like if you have any specific stories or experiences that you wanted to talk about or discuss before we wrap things up.
Man, I'm trying to think.
Because otherwise,
there's like stories that I find funny,
right? But it's like
in hindsight, but like they don't sound funny,
right?
And they mostly have to do with like having a low blood sugar.
Well, and I guess as someone who,
guess,
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, as someone who does like to, like when I'm in a tough scenario, I like to try to see positive aspects or aspects of scenarios that I can sort of look at and maybe laugh, right? I admire that you're able to look at some of your, like struggles in life and you've been able to laugh at them or look at them in a more of a lighthearted way, because that's not always easy for people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
yeah. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to take like a more lighthearted approach sometimes, because it's you can't let it be all doom and gloom all the time.
Yeah, no, you got to take it seriously, but don't let it just keep you down. At the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure.
And I can tell that you like, regardless if it works for everyone, you know ways for yourself to cope with it and still go about your life. You know what I mean? So I think that that's good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I did have one more question before we finish things off here. Let's like imagine this scenario. Someone that you really care about just got diagnosed with diabetes. what advice would you give them on how to handle that? Like overall.
Yeah, that's another great question. I think the advice that I would give them is basically just to, it sounds like kind of basic, but like just hang in there. Like you're gonna have your ups and your downs, and there's gonna be times where you're like, hell yeah, my blood sugar is good, it's been good all day and I feel great. And there's gonna be days where you're just like, I hate this and I wish that I never had to deal with this. I wish I was never diagnosed with diabetes. And you just gotta hang in there. You just gotta take it in stride, because, you know, at the end of the day, that's part of your life. It's a responsibility. You can call it a burden. You can call it whatever you want, but you know,
it's part of your life, but it does not control your life.
It does not control your life. That is true.
Yes.
Heart attack. Hi, Keaton.
And then we got a Keaton cameo in there. All right.
To wrap it off.
Yeah, to wrap things off. All right. Well, I think that's going to conclude this episode. So, Donovan, thank you again so much for doing this, and you know, just talking about it and discussing it and discussing your experiences. It was great to hear.
Yeah, it was. Thank you for giving me that platform.
Yeah, no,
it was great. I always appreciate the opportunity to talk about it and educate other people with this. If you feel educated, then drop a like on this video or stream it again on Chit Chat. Or on Spotify.
Yeah, or tell your friends, you know what I mean? Like, regardless of how educational this is, I think it's just good to hear people's perspective. You know what I mean? I think it definitely like it could resonate with people. You never know. And so I hope that someone watching out there, if you have diabetes or you know someone does, you know, I hope this could potentially be something positive to look at or to listen to or anything like that. But anyway, regardless of that, that's going to end off this episode of Chit Chat. So thank you guys for watching, and we will see you guys in the next episode of Chit Chats. Peace out. And we'll do maybe not first, but standing up Chit Chat stance. It's definitely one of the first.
Oh, you're standing up.
I'm standing up.
Show the audience your mic really quick before you go.
Check out my cool mic. I probably showed it in the previous episode, but there you go. All right, see ya. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
And my name is Cody. And let's have a chit chat.
There we go. I was just like, oh shit, is he gonna say it?
I wasn't sure if you're gonna say it or whatever.
No, I always let the guest say it, you know what I mean? Or
thank God.
The special guest even. Because Cody, welcome to the show, first of all. Thank you for being here.
I know. Crowd, please calm down.
Yeah, I know. This is a big deal. We have the Cody Worrell here today, guys. You know what I mean? Like, this is a rare.
Don't say my last name. Don't say my last name.
Cody Redacted. We have Cody Redacted on the show for the first time in a first solo episode in a long time that me and Cody have done together. So this is a special one. So, Cody.
So much so that you now have a new mic and a new background.
Yeah. A new background. Well, I mean, yes. Since then, yes, yeah. That's very true. Yeah, no, we've come a long way in this this Chit Chats world, I guess. You know,
the lore.
Yeah, the Chit Chats lore. Yes, of course. So Cody, I wanted to specifically talk to you today because I wanted to talk to you about a little thing that you might know about. It's called Wolverine Pageant. I don't know, like, if you've heard of that or if you really know what that is.
I do know what that is.
Oh crap. Okay. Shoot. All right. Well, that bodes well for you because I was going to talk to you about that. For me and you. But yeah. Yeah. So Cody, you're a part of Wolverine Pageant, but you know, for anyone who doesn't know what that is, I wanted to talk to you about it today and discuss, like, you know, why you're a part of it, what do you do as being a part of it, and all that fun stuff. So I hope you're ready because we're gonna get a little serious. I'm just kidding. This is gonna be This is gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time.
No, it'll be serious.
It'll be very serious, and if you laugh at any point during this episode, you will owe me a lot of money, specifically.
Mhm.
And I'm not just talking about you, Cody. I'm talking about the audience too.
PayPal is in the description.
Yes. Anyway, let's actually talk about what I wanted to talk about now, or what? Yeah. So Cody, what is Wolverine pageant exactly? Because like I know what it is, but you know, for any of the dummies out there that don't know, like what is it? You know?
Well, Antonio and everybody else watching, Wolverine pageant was a fundraiser, sort of. It was mainly a fundraiser at our high school, Willamette High School, and our mascot is a Wolverine, so thus Wolverine pageant.
Go Wolverines.
It used to be called Mr. Wolverine, and then they were just like gross.
We got to get rid of that hard. You know,
it did used to be that only guys could be contestants.
Right. Yeah, I do.
So
I do remember
up until I think 2016. 2016 was the first year that they let girls be contestants.
Mm-hmm. I do remember like the Mr. Wolverine pageant like coming to our middle school and like performing. And it was almost always just guys that were in it, and then they shifted.
Anyways, but the Wolverine pageant is essentially a 4 to 5 month fundraiser for high schooler, or like people at Willamette High School, to help raise money for Children's Miracle Network. And 100% of the proceeds from the Wolverine pageant go to Children's Miracle Network, and in turn help support Riverbend Hospital in Springfield, Eugene, Oregon, and it specifically helps fund for equipment and supplies in the NICU, the neonatal intensive care unit, which is where premature babies are like taken care of. It also, a big emphasis that we've been trying to put on this year is that anybody from ages like 1 to 26, if they go to Riverbend Hospital, they are sent to the children's wing. And also all of the money helps support expenses and equipment in the children's wing as well. So 100% of the money goes to help support premature babies and anybody in the child wing.
So it benefits a lot of people. It's for a very good cause overall.
Definitely.
So it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
And how long have you been involved with the Wolverine pageant specifically?
I'm so glad you asked.
You have
the Wolverine pageant / Mr. Wolverine has been like a big part of my family for a while. My older brother and older sister were in it. That my same older brother was a director for like 8 years, and is in turn like just had a huge impact on it. I myself I should also preface that when you are a part of the Wolverine pageant, there's a contestant and a coordinator. The contestant are high school seniors that are that they have buckets, like bigger like paint buckets. And they're the ones who are like the face of the pageant.
Right.
The coordinators help with decorations, signs, getting the word out about stuff and other events. But essentially I was a contestant for the 2020 pageant, which was a grand old time. And I am now a director for the 2023 pageant.
You've moved up.
So I have.
You've
I came
evolved.
back.
Yeah. So it was enjoyable then, like, or it
Yes.
like you wanted to continue being in it past just when you were in high school. So
Oh yeah.
So it's been a part of your life for a while. And I guess like in general, did you like what made you want to join yourself, like past just the knowledge that your family was a part of it?
I think that was the main incentive.
Like
honestly,
yeah, okay.
At first, like when I first got into high school, my older brother was just like, "Oh, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it?" And I was like, "Nah, that's weird."
You're a little hesitant.
And then it came to the time that applications were sent out, or that like applications came in, and he was like, "You know what? I should, but I don't want to be a contestant because that's scary." And so I almost was going to be a coordinator, and then some other like classmates were like literally essentially peer pressured me into being a contestant. So I submitted a contestant application, and then they were like, yeah, congrats. And I was like, oh, okay, this is happening.
So peer pressure is a good thing overall. That's the takeaway.
No.
I mean, hey, if it was your sort of final push to get you to join or like, you know, really commit to it, in that sense, I guess it was a good thing in this specific case, maybe.
Yes.
Because now, obviously, like you've been a part of it for a while. You know, you've helped in a lot of different ways, and it's been for a good cause. So, so when you first did join, when you were a contestant in Wolverine Pageant, like what was that experience? Like how did that go? How did you feel about it at first, and like did your feelings kind of like change or evolve over time?
I remember the first day so like well. I remember because it was because everybody who was there like loosely knew of each other,
right?
Like mostly like acquaintances, but like we didn't really like know each other like at all. So it was all of us just kind of like sitting in the auditorium, just kind of like, hello.
Like a little awkward.
Yeah, just a little bit awkward. And then slowly but surely, we got to know each other more. We started raising money. And it just got to the point where we were all emotionally like there for everybody. We would take 2 days out of our week for 3 hours and just only focus on doing this thing for a good cause, and that in turn brought all of us together. So
for sure, yeah. And you guys like, so you said, so how many times a week did you guys get together?
So it would be 2 days a week, 3 hours each. We would so I guess I should. So the reason it's called the Wolverine Pageant is because at the end of like the 4 to 5 months, it's our biggest fundraiser. We put on a show,
right,
where all of us contestants dance and do skits and do other various things, all to help, like all just to raise money. And so for practice, it would be dance practice. So we would practice dances essentially. Yeah,
good dances.
And then
too.
Just talking about like other fundraisers, skits, and stuff.
And how were these like dances and skits like coordinated? Like, was it kind of like a collective process, or did you have like specific people that were in charge of it?
Yeah. So at the time we had not at the time, we still do. We have directors who are like in charge of us. It's not just 10 seniors like just putting all this together. I think that would be impossible.
Dear God, thank God for that.
Yeah, honestly. But yeah, we had about like 3 to 5 directors who were in charge of teaching us the dances, like in charge of just keeping track of us.
Right.
And making sure that we were on the right track to do, and like giving us motivation and all that stuff, which is what I'm doing now.
Right. Yeah.
So it's fun.
Yeah.
It's very fun.
Well, and that, you know, that's actually what I was going to ask you next is like, what is it like being a director, and like how is that experience in comparison to being a contestant?
It's definitely
Just in
different.
general?
It's also different now because, so fun fact, the 2020 pageant, it happened on March 7th of 2020.
Right.
And then exactly a week to 2 weeks later, lockdown happened.
Yeah, I do remember that.
So
yeah.
we were very lucky that that happened.
No kidding. Yeah.
But they didn't end up doing a pageant for all of 2021. And then I actually came back to help with the 2022 pageant.
Right.
But
I remember that.
I didn't really have much of a role. I was just kind of there. But yeah, directing, it's hard. It's just kind of hard for me to compare how it was compared like now to back then, because it's now been like 3 years. Almost.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it's still very nice. A couple of my fellow contestants from that year are now directors, or like helping out with it a lot more. So it's good to see them. Yeah, I mean, the mission, I don't want to say the mission, that sounded weird, but essentially like our goal is to help raise money for this organization to help support people, and that itself has not changed, which I'm very happy about. Like there's no, yeah.
I think it's cool that you guys have stayed, you know, a part of this you know, production, this cause, just because it's meant a lot to you. And I think that's I admire that it, like, you know, brought so many people together. You know, I think that alone, you know, is a really cool thing about it. And the fact that it's all for charity, like that's like the, you know,
yeah, it's
makes it even better.
So like the biggest thing, so we're actually really lucky in the fact that so this whole like pageant thing is like a Oregon wide like thing.
It's not just
so
Wolverine
like
pageant.
It is not. No, it's like 8 to 10 different schools who all do this.
Right.
And all of us are able to, but we have the best reputation because I mean we're the best.
Wolverine
but
pageant. Yeah. Just has a nice ring to it,
being,
you know?
yeah, honestly it does. As we are, just because that we're in this pageant, we're actually the contestants and the directors were able to visit the NICU.
Right. Yeah. And you were there recently, at least from the time of recording this, right?
We had to do it virtually, so.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you were there in spirit,
but that's genuinely like such like a huge deal. Most of like the nurses and doctors who work at Riverbend don't go in there.
Right.
And they're like, it's so the fact that us, a bunch of high school students.
Yeah. Cause you did go there, for 2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We went there for 2020. We dressed up. It's like it's a very high honor.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We have to wear gowns, a mask, have to like wash your hands after you touch anything. We were able to meet a family and actually like see their premature child, being in like it's essentially like a high-tech crib, but it monitors everything. But that is like a huge turning point for basically any contestant, and it was for me as well. You like see where you're working, like what you're working for.
Yeah.
And the families that it helps support.
Kind of brings you sort of like more of an emotion, gives you more of an emotional attachment to like this thing that you're working for, right? Yeah. Yeah.
That crib thing, I think it's called an isopod. I could be wrong about that. But essentially it's like it's a crib. It monitors everything. It is essentially where the baby like lives.
Mm-hmm.
That in and of itself is $40,000.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of equipment there, like in the NICU and in the child's wing, that has like a gold plate at the bottom saying that this was funded by Children's Miracle Network and like pageant.
Right. Yeah.
Stuff. So
yeah. So
it was very cool to just see.
And so I'm assuming that was like like you said, that was like a big point for you in your experience with pageant, was to be there for the first time. So yeah,
lots of tears were shed that one day that we went.
I can imagine, man. Like that's intense stuff.
Yeah. And then the virtual version is slightly different. It's just like essentially like a Microsoft Teams meeting.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Except one person has on their phone, but they send us like boxes of some of the equipment that they have.
Oh, okay.
To like help give us an example.
Yeah. Like physically, like you get.
Do we have time? I do have some things.
If you want, I mean, hey, if you want to show, like, go ahead. I'm not going to object to that.
So this is the box.
Oh yeah, there it is. We get an exclusive look.
Oh yeah.
This was not planned. I was not expecting this, but I am more than happy to encourage it.
So this right here. And Sonny, you know that thing that they put around your arm when you go to the doctor's office to check your blood pressure?
Yes.
That's what this is.
I see. Okay, yeah.
So to give you an idea of how tiny a kid's arm is, like this is my thumb, and it is like.
Yeah. Wow.
And it's this is a diaper. I think this is one of the smallest ones that they gave us. It's the size of the palm of my hand.
Yeah.
And then this is probably the coolest thing. So this right here is a little mask that they put on the baby if it has a hard time breathing. They literally they help physically help it breathe or help them breathe.
Wow.
It's also for I think that's the main purpose, but yeah, it's very tiny.
It is, yeah. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool that they set. So did each individual person get or a box like that? That's
each I think each contestant and each coordinator was supposed to get one, but we had extras, so I was like, I'll take one.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
And then they're all numbered, and then while they're doing the virtual tour, they are just like, okay, open envelope number whatever.
I see. Okay.
And
yeah.
So
that's
and then fun fact on the virtual tour this year, on Martin Luther on MLK Day, while we were on our tour, I think triplets were born.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
Huh. How about that? Like live or not live, but you guys were doing.
We were somewhere else, but then there's a chime that plays whenever a baby is born.
Wow.
And then that went off.
It was three chimes.
I think so.
Yeah. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Anyways, just to give you an idea of how tiny these babies are.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, no. It's I generally knew what Wolverine pageant was like, but this is the first time that I'm kind of hearing more depth about it. So this is not only is this cool for this video, but this is cool for me personally. So okay, well, I kind of circling back to the Wolverine pageant show that you guys are going to be putting on, because this video, fun fact, is going to be coming out a week before, I believe, your guys' show. Do you want to when is your guys' show supposed to be?
Our show, the 2023 show, is going to be coming out, or is going to be happening on March 18th of 2023. I think it's going to be at 4 to 5.
Okay.
I don't know like what time it'll be at, but it'll be somewhat like earlier in the evening.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. And I wanted to bring that up because this video is going to be coming out a week before, and it's also going to be coming out on March 10th, which is kind of stylized by like Nintendo fans as Mario Day. Like Mar 10, yeah, you see that? And the reason why that's relevant to bring up is you want to talk about like, you know, what the show is going to be kind of about, or the theme. Because I know what it is, but
yeah, calendars are out.
Or is that like
I thought it was, but
okay.
it's fine.
Okay.
Our theme for this year is Mario. It all
connects.
it comes full circle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was like kind of like proud when I discovered that was going to be true, because I was like, no way, March 10th. Like it just so happened to be that way. But anyway,
the stars aligned.
They really did. You know what I mean? Yeah. So.
But yeah, our theme is going to be Mario. We will be doing a dance around, like the Mario theme song.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There will be decorations all involved.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot happening.
Yeah. And a lot of skits and dances, and
I'll be there.
Yeah,
I'll be
Cody will
emceeing.
be there. There's your incentive alone to go.
Are you going to be there, Antonio?
Am I going to be there? Do you even have to ask that question, Cody?
I guess
yeah, kind of. I guess you do. Yeah, yes, I will be there. Yes. I'm planning on it.
Okay.
I'm quite excited, actually. But yeah, and then like I wanted to bring this up somehow, but like that the Cody cat decoration that you have in the back.
Yeah,
that was from the first year you were in it, right?
Year.
Yeah, and that was like tying into the theme of that show, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Going back to that, so my year, not to like, we'll come back to it.
Your 2014 will be my year. No.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
2012.
Yeah.
My year. But anyways, for the 2020 pageant, our theme was Willy Wonka. So we had like a dance, and as on top of that, everybody had to pick like a candy bar,
right?
And the coordinators like somehow fit their name into that candy.
Yeah, I like
that. I can move my camera for a better view.
Yeah. Oh shoot.
That would help.
Getting a closer look. Yeah, I like that Cody cat. That looks legit too. I mean, like
it does. You know, it looks very nice.
Yeah, it does. Very, very well made. So you said Kit Kat, and that was like, did you know that they were gonna do that, or did you just pick Kit Kat just cause?
I thought I knew, like, because they originally were just like, okay, the contestants are going to do this. And I was like, I guess.
Yeah.
So I originally was going to do like Cody with a K and then Cat.
Right.
So just the Cat part would just be Odie.
Yeah.
But then the coordinators stepped in and were just like, no, we got it. And then made that.
Yeah.
It looks really good.
No, it does. Yeah. No, I like it a lot. And that's cool that they like did that for all the contestants. Cause I remember seeing like, because you know, we went to the one for your year, like me and Donovan and Dean and a couple other people, and I remember like seeing all the contestants' names like on the candy as decorations. I thought that was neat. I like that. I like when there's like themed stuff like that.
That same year, if you can't tell, I got a sash. There.
Yeah, the sash too.
This one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you want to talk about that.
So, just like as being a contestant, they like just paint your name on a sash, and then you get that. That's what that one is. It just says Cody on it.
Right.
And then this one right here. So for pageant, there's like a winner, essentially.
Yeah, that's-
and then there's also there is a congeniality winner, which
Right.
is essentially the nice guy award. But I don't care. I still got it.
It was made for you, Cody. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I won Mr. Congeniality that year.
Yeah. That was exciting.
Yeah. I was not expecting it at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So that made your year a little more special, more memorable.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then also I never really said, but our year for 2020, we made $20,000, which is half of one of those like care things, like one of those pods.
Yeah.
For a child.
Mm-hmm. And when you take into consideration that like all of these different pageants from all over Oregon are doing it, it's like it's a lot of money raised.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then we didn't have one for 2021, but when I was helping out for the 2022 pageant, that year they made about, I think, 10,000.
That's pretty good for like, you know, considering, you know, I feel like as like, you know, especially recently, it's maybe been a little bit harder to get the word out for it just because of the pandemic.
It definitely has been.
So that's still pretty that's pretty good that they were still able to raise that much, I'd say.
Yeah, it was also they threw it together like at the beginning of the year, so they had 3 months, so half the time that they normally had.
Okay.
And they still raised that much.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That is really cool. That is really good. Okay, well, so yeah, we've talked about, I mean, like, I don't know if you had generally anything major that you wanted to talk about, but I have just like one more general question to kind of like close out this interview. Why? So like, let's say like, you know, you're talking to some incoming high schoolers who have heard of Wolverine pageant, or like they, you know, they've seen this video, they kind of generally know what it is. Why should they join Wolverine pageant?
Well, they should join because it helps support premature babies.
I think that's incentive enough right there. So,
honestly, yeah. But no, genuinely it's a great cause. It's been going on for forever. You'd be a part of something that has literally changed like people's lives and also the community, on top of doing something like so much bigger than yourself.
Yeah.
Which is like, I don't know. I generally don't know what like I would not like be like. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I would be if I didn't do it. Like the thought of me not doing it sounds crazy.
Right.
Now that I've done it.
Yeah. It's just become such a big part of your life.
It's very huge. It also is like, also not gonna lie, I hate to say this, but like it's kind of true. You can like brag. Like whenever I get the chance, I'm just like, oh yeah, I helped raise $20,000 for charity.
So if that's your cup of tea, if you know, like, there you go. Like there's your incentive. It's for a good cause overall. No matter why you decide to join, like it's for charity. It's for a good. It's going somewhere good. You know what I mean?
You will also make friends and connections that last for a very long time. Like the other directors, a couple of other contestants, and we still communicate to this day. And also, they're very nice. Everybody who has done it has also been like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's just something else that other people in the community can relate to.
Yeah, brings people together.
So it does. Yes, there we go. I'm bad with words.
Well, you know, if you're having a hard time making friends, that's another incentive. You know what I mean? If you're kind of a little antisocial bitch.
Yes.
No, I'm kidding. Cut that out, editor. Cut that out. Yeah, no.
Antonio, you are the editor.
Oh shit! I mean, editor, cut that out. No, but yeah, no. Overall, no. Wolverine pageant sounds like it's a great time. Like it's been a really good thing for you and a lot of other people. And yeah, consider me to be even bigger of a supporter of it than I was before. Now that I've got to kind of hear more of an inside scoop about it. So Cody, thank you for
you,
doing this
Antonio.
interview. It's been a pleasure having you on the show, as it always is, talking about Wolverine pageant and the ins and outs of it. And for anyone watching or listening, Wolverine pageant is going to be on March 18th. This video is coming out on YouTube. I should have mentioned this earlier. It's coming out on YouTube on March 10th. On Spotify, it'll come out a week before then. But overall, it'll come out before Wolverine pageant. So if you're interested in going,
it'll be at Willamette High School. But
Yes.
also, recently, I think last year, we now have a QR code that people can scan and donate money.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
I think I'll send you the link, but if you could put the link in the description,
Yes,
for people
I would
if
be
they want
happy
to donate. There's like a drop down menu to select which school you want to support, and it just pick Willamette.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you can pick one of the other stinky schools, but like
but they're all stinky.
But they're all stinky. They all smell bad. So if you want to pick a good smelling school, Willamette's your choice.
It is. It's the only choice.
It's the only choice. Yes, I will definitely do that. So there you go. There's your information. It's in the description. And if you want to donate, it's down there as well. Cody, do you have any final parting words?
Thank you for having me. You're the best.
Thank you. That's what I was waiting for. Yes. Continue praising me. Yes.
And yeah, that's it.
Damn. All right.
Thanks for watching.
It's okay. Cody will praise me more off camera, so it's fine. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next episode of Chit Chats. Peace. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
And my name is Aiden Redenius.
Yep.
Oh, wait, what did you say after that?
Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
My name is Aiden Redenius, and let's have a chit chat.
Let's have a chit chat indeed. Welcome, everybody. Aiden Redenius, welcome to the show.
Mm-hmm.
This is your first episode.
This would be it.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's good to have you on.
This is exhilarating.
Yeah, I can tell you feel exhilarated right now. You're just emanating just like this raw, like chaotic energy, you know?
Yep. Yeah. I tend to.
Yeah, that's why I want to have you on the show. You know what I mean? Because that's just we need Aiden Redenius energy on this show. That's what this show's been missing.
Jeez.
But so Aiden, you haven't been on the episode yet, but this is your first one. I thought it would be nice to kind of introduce the audience to kind of like who you are. I mean, you've been in videos before, like you've been on my main channel a couple times, but this is your first chit chat. And in this show, we like to get a little bit more personal and kind of like, just kind of, it's very raw, like just talking to the camera or talking to each other about whatever we want. And I hear, you could say you're a little bit of a metalhead.
Oh. Do the posters give it away?
I didn't even notice the posters. I just had a feeling,
Okay. Well, I would describe myself as such, yes.
Yeah. And I mean, like, see, I have like a list of questions. Basically, I wanted to talk to you today about like your interest in music, because I know that that's like a big part. Spoiler, it's a big part of like how I sort of like think what I think of you. When I think of you, like I know that you really enjoy music and metal and and all that. So I wanted to ask you. So I have a list of questions here, and my first question was, "What's your favorite genre of music?" So.
Okay. I mean that's simple. I could get into like the different genres of metal though.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you had, like, because, like, metal is sort of a broad sort of term, I guess, right? I mean, like, like, is there, like, a more specific sort of subgenre of metal that you would say is, like, your favorite?
I I find that I get into a new genre every, I'll call it like 6 months or
Oh, really?
so. Yes, it's like it's not really my taste that changes. I just get tired of listening to that genre that I was on for that
Okay.
6 months at a time. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
just sort of naturally like dive deeper and deeper, and like my taste has definitely gotten heavier and heavier over the last few years.
Right.
So I, if you asked me that question 2 years ago, I would have told you thrash metal was my favorite metal genre.
So like
And
what? So like what is thrash metal? Because like how it like more specifically like what does that mean? Because I'm kind of uneducated.
okay, so um, to be quite honest with you, genres are funky, especially in metal, and
Mm.
I know from personal experience because I wasn't always a metalhead. All of the genres sound exactly the same when you get
Okay,
metal. Every
gotcha.
song sounds exactly the same. But with that out of the way, I would say thrash is like it's fast. You know, it's like the
Okay.
name, like
Yeah.
it's thrashy, makes you want to thrash around.
Okay.
And
Yeah, that
uh,
makes sense. That's kind of what I should have figured. Yeah.
sure, Metallica, that's like the number one thrash metal band. Like 80s Metallica, like I mean one. You know what I mean? The fast
Yeah.
section of one. That's like pure thrash. It's fast, it's they're like aggressive, it's sharp, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Uh, like pretty heavy guitar tones, really fast, like the that like 1 2 1 2 1 2 drum beat, like
Yeah.
um, a lot of like for those that play guitar, there's a lot of like open E palm mutes that are like really fast. Like there's a lot of down picking. Master of Puppets is I'm gonna nerd out for a second. Master of Puppets
Please.
all picked, and it's all palm mutes too. Like from the moment the song starts, it's literally like and it's literally just down picking the entire time, and that's like pinnacle of thrash metal.
So what I'm kind of gathering is that like, to kind of like an outsider, I feel like all different sort of subgenres of metal can kind of sound the same, but if you kind of listen to a lot of it and you kind of know more about it, there's like subtle differences, right? Or like in the way that like the instruments are sort of like handled and like little nuances like that.
Yeah, so I would like when you get into it, there are glaring differences between
Okay.
each genre. They're very
Yeah.
separate, but um, to an outsider, like my general perception of metal before I got into it was like it's all like screamo, like guts, I'm gonna kill you, like stuff.
Yeah. Um, no, I can definitely recognize a screamo song when I hear one. um,
Definitely, but
and
like
like
that,
the
I
differences.
feel like that's what a lot of people kind of generalize it as, or
Yeah.
at least that's what I used to generalize it as.
Right. Yeah.
And whereas like screaming, like Metallica doesn't scream. Like there are all sorts of bands who don't scream like that, and that's something that's reserved for like extreme metal,
Yeah.
which is crushingly heavy, almost like unlistenable. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think like the really heavy like don't get me wrong, I actually enjoy metal like the like Metallica. I've heard like I've heard like you or Quentin like play some of their songs and I actually like think it sounds I think they sound good. Uh
Mhm.
but I will say like I've heard some screamo songs. I can't get into them as well.
It's
um
hard. It's really
personally, but
hard.
I feel like it's more like, at least to my understanding, I feel like the energy of the screamo songs is sort of like the appeal. You know what I mean? And maybe like to an extent, like that's sort of the same case with metal. Like it's like very quick, very like exhilarating feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and um, to give a straight answer to what you originally asked me about what my favorite genre is,
Yeah.
I have been getting into the screaming stuff,
Oh, really?
and
Okay.
like I would call it death metal,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
that's been my favorite genre for some months now, like
Okay.
probably last summer or so. But I when it comes to the energy and vibe, I think thrash captures that more than death metal does. I think uh, death metal is much better at capturing atmosphere,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
um, I think the screaming is for that atmosphere. It captures the intensity, and so the the screams that the vocalists will do fit that intensity on a
Right.
deeper level, and just like Metallica going yeah yeah yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
It, they're like screaming, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. I can see that. Um. So, like kind of, we could assume here, but I wanted to ask, like, what is your favorite band slash artist? But I feel like I might already know the answer, but I'm still gonna leave it out there.
Okay, this is gonna shock you. Um, so again, if you asked me like 2 years ago, it would be Metallica for sure, hands down. But I mean, late like the last year or so, it's been Death. The band is just called Death,
Oh, okay.
and they like low key pioneered death metal in the '90s.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on this. This might be complete misinformation, but I'm pretty sure the genre death metal is named after that band.
I mean,
But
I would believe it. But
I'm gonna Google it after this
yeah.
for
uh,
sure.
yeah. No, see, that's why you don't judge a book by its cover because I I could have assumed that it was Metallica, but I was interested to see if you had a different answer. And yeah, I don't think I've heard of that band, but like it sounds like they're pretty well known. If they sort of like, at least in that sort of like fandom of like that genre of music,
Yeah, among the metal scene, they're really popular, but I mean, metal itself is pretty niche, so they're very far from mainstream,
Right?
basically.
Yeah, but
But yeah,
they have yeah. I mean, like I feel like I mean obviously they have their fans. You know what I mean? Like
oh yeah, 100%. And they're honestly, I think if they didn't if they weren't death metal, I think they would be considered like one of the most unique and influential bands of all time. Seriously, because they're the talent of their lead singer, or I'll call him vocalist because he doesn't really sing ever, but um, he does guitars and vocals, and he writes his riffs. He writes his guitar music with the most like personalized scales and sound. Like you hear a death song and you know that it's a death song.
that's
Whereas
cool.
like Metallica's albums, outsiders wouldn't like people who don't listen to metal wouldn't be able to pick them out anyway. But Metallica's albums kind of blend in to the scene
Right.
that
Okay.
they're from for sure. Whereas like Death stands out
They have like a very
intensely.
specific sort of sound.
Yeah, and they have a really big emphasis on uh I'll say not theatrics because they don't like it's that like artsy ish. There's a word somewhere out there that I can't put my finger on, but it's
Like
dude.
it's like it's like artsy. It's like saying artsy, but it's not.
Yeah, like it's stylized, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
It's
Sure.
definitely it's atmospheric.
Yeah.
Like 100%. It's super atmospheric and super like their songs aren't about like dying and stuff like that. Like their lyrics are very philosophical
Okay.
and very like in essence heavy, but they're
Right.
not vulgar. Like their lyrics aren't vulgar or
Right.
gross
Okay.
like
Yeah.
that.
Whereas I feel like to maybe like, I'm not speaking for myself, but like to maybe like an outsider, they might assume that the lyrics would be vulgar, right? You
Mhm.
know, based on like the
Yeah,
tone of the song.
right. But the tone, the tones of their songs, especially on their later albums, are it's really not even um, aggressive.
Oh,
Like
okay. Yeah.
it's more, it's like it's you're gonna have to bear with me on this description, but I would say it's mystically twisted.
Okay.
That's the tone of their music on their later albums,
Yeah,
which is
I can kind of understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I'll have to like next time I'm up there, I'll show you a song or two from them, and I'll
Okay.
point
Yeah.
out some skills they use, and like they use they're a very technical band too.
Yeah.
They have a lot of like breakdowns and like tempo switches and time signatures, and they experiment with a lot of harmonies. Like the lead guitarist does harmonies all the time,
Yeah.
and like it's super. That's where the atmosphere comes from,
No,
I
I like
think.
that.
Yeah, it's really cool. Their songs are all really long, and their lyrics are great too.
Yeah. No, I'll have to check them out because they sound like they got some good material under their belt. Um.
I would.
Uh. So I don't know how else to introduce this. So you play guitar, and I guess like so. Okay. Well, maybe yeah. Like how did that kind of happen? Like how did you learn? Like how did you learn? What sort of like inspired you to want to learn?
Well, that's okay. That's a funny question because I never really wanted to learn
Oh,
when I was
really?
a kid. Yeah, I to be honest with you, um I'll start from the beginning. When
All
I
right,
was
goes
a
back to the
kid,
beginning. Hmm.
here we go.
Here we go.
When
Yeah.
I was, this is an Aiden Redenius certified story moment. Anything with a guitar in it, any sort of rock and roll or heavy metal, I was afraid of. I hated it. I didn't want to listen to it. I wasn't even a religious kid, but I just dismissed it all as like satanic. You know what I mean? I was like,
Yeah.
get it away from me. Like
Uh
Crazy by Ozzy Osbourne. Didn't I wanted nothing to do with it.
huh.
And my dad was he was a big rock and roll fan, big metalhead, and he played guitar growing up, and he was trying to pass that on to me, and I completely deflected it. I wanted nothing to do with it, and come middle school ish, I started listening to some rock and roll songs. Like I think I heard a song in a Call of Duty trailer, and it really piqued my interest. I was like, that sounds good.
Yeah.
So I decided to listen to it, and that led me to the White Stripes, which is like garage rock band, and they get pretty heavy on some of their songs. But do you know the White Stripes?
I do not,
You
but
know
I'm
Seven
following your
Nation.
story. Huh?
Do you know Seven Nation Army?
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yes. Yes. I do. I know
That's
that. Yes.
so I got into the White Stripes pretty heavy by about eighth grade, and my freshman year, or rather our freshman year,
Thank you.
I just got a little. I something. I was like, I want a guitar. Why not? You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
had no ends of really committing to it, but I liked listening to music with guitars in it
Uh-huh.
at that time.
Yeah.
And so I asked for one for Christmas, and I got some. I mean, it wasn't a piece of crap, but it's pretty low quality
It was a
starter.
beginner guitar, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I just started learning stuff, and I mean, my taste got heavier, and like I found Metallica during our sophomore year. Like I heard some of their stuff our freshman year, but I got into them our sophomore year.
Okay, gotcha.
Over time, honestly, it was Metallica that got me into guitar because I fell in love with all their songs, and Justice for All, the title track of this album
Uh-huh.
right there. That, like, hearing the tone, the guitar tone that they had on that track when when the verse riff is laid down for the first time, I was awestruck. And that it was moments like those where I would realize I wanted to learn to play those riffs myself. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
And so I kept learning riffs, and I would hear a riff, I was like that sounds badass. I want to learn that. So I'd go and learn it. And that's really that's my guitar experience. I mean, that's how I play. That's all I really do. I hear a riff that I think is cool, and I go learn it. You know what I mean?
I yeah, no. I like that. I mean, like, so would you say you're like would you say that you've kind of gotten to the point where you can identify certain notes by ear pretty well?
Yeah.
I think that's impressive. Like I anytime that's like a musician is able to do that, I'm like wildly impressed because I
Well, I
just think that's really
appreciate.
cool.
Well, yeah, it's really fun to be able to do that. When
Yeah.
you if you're able to listen to a song and pick up your guitar and try and figure out how to like play it,
Yeah.
and like that process is so much fun, especially if you do it successfully. Like what I
Yeah.
do is I'll learn a song by ear, and then I'll go and read the tab for it. And for those who don't know, tab is like a it's similar to sheet music, but it's specifically for a guitar neck
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've heard
strings.
of that.
And so I'll go and read the tab for that riff and see how close I got to playing it correctly. And that is so much fun.
Yeah. It's kind of like I feel like it's like kind of like a puzzle almost, but it's like satisfying to solve, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And you got another riff under your belt.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, no. And I feel like you've been playing since middle school around or like early high
Yeah,
school, yeah.
since we were like 15,
Yeah.
probably. Yeah.
Uh and so you've probably like probably like played a lot, right? Like since then like you probably well, I know that you can like play like I feel like you can play like full songs or at least pretty long parts of songs, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, it depends on which songs, obviously, duh.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, um, I can play I can play a lot of Metallica songs all the way
Yeah.
through. The rhythm section anyway. I don't really care much to learn solos, and so I can't play any solos.
But you
But
learn like the I feel like you learn like the important parts or like the parts that like people know. You know what I mean? Um
I learned the parts that I really care
that
about
you
learning.
care about, right? Yeah. Which is yeah, that's good. And like and those are hard. Like I mean like I've seen like or at least like I don't know, from like an out or from a bystander it's like they're very intricate in like your the way that you have to finger the strings and I'm like trying to use terminology that's like you know official and I'm kind of failing so but you get what I mean. Right.
Well, yeah, I'm quite unofficial with it too. Like I don't even the notes of each string
Plucking the
memorized.
string. Like there's only so you know, you get what I mean. As long as I'm getting the point across, right? Yeah.
But yeah, it definitely, like, they are super intricate, and it is pretty tricky. Like Master of Puppets, I can only play sometimes. Like, I have good days and bad days of guitar playing,
Right.
and on my days I can't make it through 30 seconds of Master of Puppets. On my good days, I can play it all the way through.
Well,
But
it's a lot of like hand-eye coordination and like sort of, you know, like I feel like that's like something that like takes a lot of practice is like being able to like sort of individually move your fingers in like the way that you need to, right?
yeah, that double hand connection, like being able to pick at the right time that
Yeah,
you're at the same time that you're hitting a note too.
that's
That's
tough.
really key. That was
Yeah.
one of the biggest boundaries to knock down when I started. But
I
it comes with practice. And each
for
I
sure.
found that new riff I learned, I picked up a new little trick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
And
cool.
so, like, yeah, like they're just like tools. And so now, like, having practiced all those tools for so long, like, it's much easier to look at a riff and get through it because I've got all those tools down.
Right. And then I feel yeah, and then you can kind of like yeah, you can like apply that to like continue like continuously like to like future
Right.
riffs and future songs and stuff. That's cool.
Yeah.
Um so like I don't know, I guess like for someone that was try cuz like I personally I've sort of on and off tried to learn guitar. I have one off camera. Like what sort of advice like I speaking from experience, it's hard to like force yourself to learn. At least for me. Maybe it's just cuz I'm not as like motivated to like try to learn stuff, but I want to be. So like I don't know, like what would you say to kind of like someone that's trying to learn guitar like what like tips would you give them or like advice?
Well, first of all, I think you would have to figure out if it's for you or not. And
That's
I
fair.
think you can do that with a passion check.
Okay.
If you've got some sort of passion for playing guitar, it's probably for you.
Yeah.
On the inverse of that, it, by passion, I mean, like, if you want to learn how to, like, play a song, or for me, it was hearing that guitar tone on Injustice for All for the first time.
Yeah.
I wanted so badly to sound like that song. Like, when I
Yeah.
played, I wanted to be able to play that song. I wanted to sound like that song. I wanted to be able to, like, hit those heavy chords. I wanted to build up to that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Uh-huh.
And so that was my passion with guitar. And if you don't have a passion like that, then you're not really gonna do it. There's no reason for you to really learn.
It's going to be
It's
harder to get into it.
it becomes a
Yeah.
chore at that point
Yeah.
if you don't have a passion for it. And so I think the first tip I would give is, like, ask yourself why you're learning guitar. Is it because you want to be more interesting? Is it because you love music with guitars in in it? Or, like, maybe you want to impress girls or guys or
Yeah. People.
people in
Yeah.
general?
Uh-huh.
Whatever it may be, ask yourself if it's something, like, ask yourself if you really want to. If you really want to learn guitar, I think you will. I mean, the same could be applied to anything, really.
Yeah.
You know, like, if you want to learn guitar, final statement, if you want to learn guitar, you got to have a passion for it, I
Right.
think.
Yeah, I got you.
Yes. I would
Okay.
say that's the only tip I can really give, because I think from there, if you have that passion, the rest is laid out for you. I think you'll consistently practice.
Yeah.
You'll find stuff that you want to play. Um, Otherwise, I don't think there's much point in learning.
Right. Cause then cause if it kind of becomes a chore, then it's kind of like you're just not really, you're kind of doing it for the sake of like, you're like forcing yourself, and then it's like I feel like the results are probably not going to be. They're not gonna like you might like not really be as good as you could be if you were interested, right? Because you're kind of just I don't
Right.
know.
Like you look at schools in other countries and they force the students to learn an instrument. And like what are they going to use it for? You know, and it, like
Yeah,
do they learn that instrument? And they force those students to learn specific songs on that instrument. And it happened to me. It might have happened to you too, but in music class when I was in elementary school, we had to learn the recorder.
right. Oh, I remember.
What was the deal with that? You
Yeah.
know, recorder. I had no passion for that. I didn't care. I truly did not care about the recorder.
I wonder if there's anyone out there that walked out of walked out of music class in elementary school like, yeah, I'm gonna keep practicing this and I'm gonna get really good at the recorder. I wonder if
I
there's someone out there.
There very well might be, but it sure as heck wasn't me. And
Yeah.
but
I
that flipped when I found guitar. So
So I feel like in one aspect, I feel like something like that, like kind of like forcing people to like partake in something like that. I feel like that could almost it's almost like a little push to see if you are because you're never going to know if you are interested unless you try it in some way, right? I feel to an extent, right? So like I feel like maybe that was the kind of goal there. That being said, I don't feel like we needed to practice it as long as we did, but what do I know?
I and the recorder too.
And the recorder
What
of all instruments.
what
Yeah.
recorder? Yeah, you're gonna play hot cross
I
buns
can
with your grandpa.
it's like as we talk about it, I can like hear the just like the ear piercing sound of it like in my head, like played hot cross buns. It's like
The
uh
squeak,
it's
the
like
squeal.
repressed. Like I repressed those memories and now they're just flooding back. Oh my gosh.
Again,
Do you still have
unfortunate.
your recorder or like do you know
It's
if you
some
because I feel like
like
I think I like found mine like while I was cleaning my room like a couple months ago.
it, it's like I haven't seen it since then, and it now that you bring it up, I honestly don't remember if we gave ours back or
Oh,
not.
really? I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure they let. Yeah, no, I mean I know that they let us keep ours because we had like these blue bags with them
Mhm.
in it, and then like I found that blue bag, but like I thought that was kind of weird that they let us keep them because I feel like that's like kind of spendy
Mhm.
for the schools to like buy
Yeah,
new recorders for every class, you know?
for 30. Oh God, no. Because it wasn't just one class, it was like three or four different classes of
Yeah,
students
yeah. By class, I just meant like the entirety of like that year of students, right? Like that's gotta rack up.
of recorders at least.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, not very cost efficient there.
Yeah, no, not really. Yeah, like I don't know, because I feel like there's some people, kind of like in sort of the topic of like I don't know, people that are forced to play music. Like I feel like some people will like like people that are like forced to like learn piano when they're little.
Mhm.
Um, like I feel like like some of those people will like walk out like knowing the piano really well and like they can play it really well, but I question if like they're happy about that, like if it like really sort of brings them joy to know that like they can play the piano well, or just like I guess in general like any instrument if they're forced to play it, right?
Mhm.
So I think you're right. I feel like having a passion for it is a very important sort of first thing to figure out first. You know what I mean? Um, or at least like why you want to learn, right? Yeah.
And I would say to build on that, even if you don't really have a musical passion for it, like if you don't really have a reason to learn to play, like you said, I think you don't truly know until you've tried it. And
Right.
I like definitely try it. If you're questioning playing playing guitar at all, try it. Give it a shot. Get a guitar in your hands. You can go to Guitar Center and they'll let you try out any guitar in the shop
Yeah.
and give it a shot. See how it feels. See if it's something that you might spark a passion for if you don't have one already. And some people might just enjoy the technical aspect of it, the musical theory aspect of it. With
Yeah.
me, it was raw music, and I like to play cool metal riffs that I've heard before.
Right. Yeah.
For others, it might be they want to learn music and they want to study music theory. They want to write their own like intricate music pieces. That might there's all kinds of different passions for it too.
Yeah. And I feel like if you like, if you even if you just kind of like dip your toes into like looking at any one of those sort of aspects, you could find out if you really are like interested in going down any of those routes, right? Because music theory, like I don't know how much knowledge you have of it, but it's complicated shit. I don't have a lot at all,
No,
but like just from like an outsider perspective, it gets very in depth, right?
oh yeah, definitely.
It's probably not anything like impossible to learn, obviously, but like it's
No,
you have
it's
to
like
be
English.
passionate about it. But what?
It's like math. It's like a secondary,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
yeah, it's like math. It's like another language to learn,
Yeah,
and that can be
it's like
tough.
with emotions.
Yeah,
It's a language that
but
isn't spoken that still provokes emotion.
yeah. I will say though that like the thing that I really enjoy about music, at least like just like as just someone who just casually just listens to it, I like that it's very universal. Like even if you don't understand like the lyrics to a song, just hearing like that melody, like it could convey so much to a person, just simply like any from like any culture, any place in the world. I just think that's really cool.
Yeah, like chord progressions are fascinating like that.
Yeah,
It's a sequence in which you play like four different chords. It could convey any like the sequence and speed at which you play those chords could convey any emotion you choose.
yeah. Have you? I'm curious. Like you kind of brought up, like if you wanted like people that might be interested in like writing a song or like that aspect. Have you ever like tried to write one before? I'm just curious.
I haven't tried to write a whole song, but I've written like plenty. When I say write, and I think this goes for a lot of guitarists, but when I say write a riff, I mean like I just fuck around and make my own.
Yeah, it's not necessarily like literally writing, right? Yeah.
There's, I'll tell you, I've written one riff down in my entire experience of playing guitar, and I did that last week.
Oh, really? No kidding.
Yeah, all 6 years playing guitar, I've written that single riff down, and um, I was felt like I was on to something with it, and I still like I play it like daily
Yeah.
almost. Yeah, because I just want to keep it steady for if I ever do get around to writing. I definitely like an offshot goal of mine is to write an album for sure. I would love to write my own album. I'm
Dude.
not I'm capable of it, I'm sure, but I lack some equipment that I need, and I need to gather inspiration
Right. That's it. Yeah,
for
that's definitely a big part of it. Well, I think like that's cool that you wrote that down because that one riff could turn into a whole song, or
right.
even like multiple songs potentially. Like you never know. I think it's cool to just kind of like have that in your back pocket.
Yeah, that's exactly why I wrote it down. And
Yeah, that'd
I
be
have
really cool to see an Aiden Redidius album, dude.
that
Like,
would be. I'm thinking of titles
yeah.
like title for myself, a musician title. We'll see someday.
You
Someday,
ready to tell me that Aiden Redidius isn't good enough?
well, it is good enough. That's one of the titles I've considered.
Okay, okay, phew. Okay, cool. Okay, as long as it's being considered.
Of course.
Cool. Well, I'm excited to see where your where your future music endeavors take you. You know?
Probably nowhere, as with most people who write music on their computers.
Hey,
But
you know, it doesn't have to be like in like the mainstream. You know what I mean? Like that's not necessary. All right. As long
no,
as you're content with where you are in music, that's what matters the most. And I think where you are right now is I think it's pretty cool after hearing you kind of like talk about your experience and your just what you like about music and learning and playing it. I think I respect it more now that we've talked about it. I didn't respect it before. I actually hated it before, but now that we've talked about it, now I respect it.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So
I appreciate that.
yeah.
I appreciate that. And what I
course.
would say is that writing an album, especially nowadays when like I'll hear a band that is so talented and so airtight in their production quality.
Right.
They're pulling like under 1,000 listeners a month on Spotify.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's just the sad reality of it nowadays. I think most of the time, if you're coming out and making good music, it's like starving. It's that starving artist thing, you know. Like artists aren't famous until after they're gone, generally. And so, if I were to write an album, it would be just pure passion, you know. Like I really want that medium to like pour my ideas and my thoughts and my aesthetics into, you know.
For sure. I feel like that can be very therapeutic, right?
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
and I don't feel like, you know, I think you have a point. Like, you know, I do feel like, you know, a lot of artists probably, they don't get as much recognition as they should. Should, right? Or like they could if more people knew about them. But I feel like, recognition is like, it's nice, but like, I feel like it doesn't justify how good you are. You know what I mean? Like, or how, like, I think what matters most is that you're enjoying it and like you're enjoying what you're making, you're enjoying what you're playing, and like like you said, it's just out of pure passion, right?
That's true.
I think that matters the most.
I
Yeah.
I
So
think
I
it's
hope
with that you win.
what I win.
As long as you're having fun with it, you win.
Oh, I thought you said like I win. Like I was like, what do I win?
As long as one person has fun playing music, Antonio Sakai wins.
Antonio Sakai wins. Yes, that's the moral. That's the moral of the story. I like it.
Me too.
Cool. Well, on that note, I think we are going to conclude this episode of Chit Chats and this interview about music and everything. But thank you, Aiden, so much for sitting down and talking to me today. This was awesome.
Of course, yeah, I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
Did
I
you
hope
catch
to.
the you made just a second ago?
What's up?
On that note,
That was intentional. That was definitely intentional. It was a
Good.
pun. I've been waiting the past like half hour to say that because I was like, this is gonna go hard. This joke.
it went heavy.
It did. Yeah.
When you dropped it, there was no like sign that it was a pun at all.
Yeah.
So
That's how good I am. That's
it
how
was.
that's how good I've gotten in my comedic timing, is I can just do it just with no attention drawn to it at all. Even though
Very
we're
nice.
drawing attention to it now, but it's fine.
Right there.
Anyway, well, Aiden, I hope to see you on the show again. This has been fun. Yeah, I keep on smacking my lips, which means it's time to end the show. So, thank you guys for watching, and we will see you guys in the next episode of Chit Chats. Peace. Rock on.
It's this one.
Oh, oops.
Put your thumbs up.
Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
How's it going, guys? My name is Chugga Conroy, and welcome back to another episode of Let's Have a Chit Chat.
Damn, I was not expecting that. But thank you. You also, yeah, cool. That I don't know why I wasn't expecting that, because normally that's what you do, but you added a little bit more flair to it this time, to your fake intro.
Yeah, it's because I'm slowly wasting away waiting for Chico to come back from throwing controllers.
Yeah,
So we can post
true.
more black and
Me
white
too.
too.
Yeah, I want to see more of that. I want to see what he's gonna evolve his Eevee into.
I know.
I want to see it. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Umbreon, but I don't know if this video, like come if no, I was gonna say if this video comes out after he evolves it and we're wrong, then we're gonna look dumb, or I'm gonna look dumb. But I don't know when this video is gonna come out yet. So
Well, I mean, I think
who
it's going to be
knows?
an Umbreon.
I think it's gonna be Umbreon. People probably don't even know what we're talking about, so we should
No, they
move
have
on.
no idea.
Anyway, so welcome to Chit Chats. So yeah, so this episode, we got Brennan today. We got the OG. So welcome, Brennan.
Whoa.
Brennan, and I guess everyone watching, something regarding, or a big thing that happened pretty recently is Brennan, you got your official certified welding license, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
For a process. I got certified for a process of welding.
Right. Okay, and you can kind of explain that later, but yeah, so that's a big thing. So round of applause to you on that, Brennan. I mean, it's a pretty big deal, and you're almost done with school for that.
I have Associates of Applied Science in Fabrication of Welding.
And I mean, like if anyone wasn't already aware, Brendan has been going to school for welding, and he is pretty well versed in the process of welding as a profession and the ins and outs of it. And I am not, and I want to learn more about this world of welding that I am not as well versed in. And I'm surprised I don't already know, or I feel like I know some because we've talked about it before. But I want to know more. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to be interviewing you, Brennan, in regards to your that side of you, that side that I don't feel it comes up as much on Chit Chat. So we're gonna explore that today. So buckle up, people, and Brennan. I said that as to imply that you're not a person, but I didn't mean it that way. All right, so Brennan. So I guess first off, why don't you kind of explain what welding is? Like for someone who's literally never heard of it, what does that mean?
Okay, well, first off, if you've never heard of it, you have to be probably under 8 years old.
Yeah, probably. But pretend I'm an 8-year-old and I don't, and I'm like, Brennan, what is welding?
So you take two things.
Pretty please. Yeah.
So pretty much welding is the action of taking two pieces of metal, commonly known as either base or parent metals, and conjoining them by the usage of filler material and heat. So there's a lot of different ways that people do that. There's stick welding, which is where a solid metal rod coated in a protective flux is contacted with the base metal, and then it heats up to extreme temperatures and it will liquefy the base metal and liquefy the rod on the inside, put a protective coating on the outside to protect it from air or anything to get inside, and then when you move the rod across the metal, it will lay down what's known as a weld bead. One of the most common two really are wire welding and TIG welding. Wire's one of the easiest ones to do, and it's where you have a constant feed of wire that once it comes in contact with the metal, it pretty much combusts and heats up the parent metal again to where it's hot enough, and then heats the wire up hot enough to where they can join and causes a liquid pool of metal. And then you constantly sometimes you do circle, sometimes you do a fluent motion, and it will connect two pieces of metal together by causing pretty much the whole area to become liquefied and then solidifies. TIG is a really, really pretty version of welding, but it's a lot more manual, and it's where you're holding a torch and you're holding the added material in your hand. You're using the torch to heat up the metal itself, and then you're manually feeding the filler material into the weld to cause it to combine. So, like I said, long story short, is just the use of heat and filler metal to join two pieces of base metal or parent metal together to create a solid structure.
And so, what purpose does this serve? In the grand scheme of things, why would you want to do that?
So welding is used for a lot of stuff everywhere. stick welding, like I was talking about, it involves a lot of heat, and so what it's used for a lot is constructional building. So whenever you see them building new buildings, bridges, usually really big housing or stuff like that, and you see what's called I-beam, which is that metal beam that literally looks like, if you look at it from the side, it looks like the letter I. To make sure they get enough penetration and make sure that things are strong enough, they're welded together to make sure they stay. You know, you could bolt it, but there's no guarantee the bolts will, you know, slowly loosen over time, break over time. So welding is used to help secure the conjoint of two pieces of metal together permanently, and so welding's used on, you know, bike frames. The desk I have right now, the metal legs are welded. You know, so it's just welding's just a big thing in fabrication and construction that we do today.
Right.
So like I just welded a trailer together at my school with my team. We welded and built a 52-foot trailer. We welded and built rose arbors for the Oregon Rose Garden down the Whitaker area. So it's just welding is just one of the biggest things when it comes to construction and fabrication, to like permanently conjoin steel for construction and projects and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, like, it sounds like it's pretty important. Like, obviously, if it's used for such big processes and big like productions like that, you know. So yeah, for sure. So like, what made you want to pursue a career in that? Like, what made you interested in it?
So, I can't remember. I might have said something about this on TikTok before. I mean, TikTok. Chit Chats.
Not TikTok. Okay. Yeah.
And I think I've told you this story before, but when we were starting high school, I signed up for like every computer class that I could physically take because my father went to college for his computer tech and computer science. And I looked up to him. I still look up to him to this day, but like I really looked up to him, and so I was like, I'm gonna be just like my father. I'm gonna go into computer science.
Right.
I'm gonna do computer tech.
Very hard profession.
Yes. So I still did do about a year and a half worth of computer tech stuff. And if I would have completed another credit and a half, I would have started working. I would have been really close to completing my computer science pathway for high school. But my first term of high school, I filled out all my electives, and since I was trying to just do everything computer tech, I didn't pick enough electives. And so they're like, oh, you actually need one more elective. And I looked at all the electives, none of them really looked interesting, and so took a long shot, and I went, sign me up for metals.
Yeah.
And in
a class that I never took personally, but I wish I took it because it seemed interesting.
It was fun.
It seemed fun, yeah.
So with Lambert's metals class, it was like the super basics of the basics. We did some stick welding. We did some wire welding. We did some oxy-fuel welding, which is actually not really done much anymore. Because the TIG is kind of just the superior version to doing it. The only thing that's superior about oxy-fuel welding is you don't need a power source. You just need gas. You just need acetylene and oxygen.
Okay.
With the TIG, you need power.
Yeah.
But it's not really used much anymore. But still, we did that. We did basic weld joints, and then we did a lot of other things too. We did machining. So taking pieces of metal and grinding them down to pieces that would like we'd make bearings for cars or like swings and stuff like that. And so like we would carve metal down to those shapes and drill them out. We did some sheet metal work where we could make sheet metal boxes and sheet metal toolboxes and stuff like that. The biggest two things that our high school had that like no other high school I've really known has had it. I mean, I'm sure there's other out there, but none that I know of. We had a blacksmithing and foundry. And so we had a full-on forge that you could put metal in, and then you just beat the living shit out of it until you get the shape you want and how you want it. And so we built like fire pokers and spikes and stuff like that. And then we had a full-on sand forge where we could melt down aluminum and then make a sand cast and then pour it in and make whatever we wanted. I still have mine somewhere laying around, but I have like a solid aluminum skull that I made
Okay.
in the class.
Yeah,
So
that's
like I
cool.
said, it's around here somewhere. My room's a fucking mess.
So that's kind of like
Um,
you can kind of just shape it to however you want. You're not really
yeah,
confined to
there's
like
a pre-made
specific
like yeah.
shapes.
I mean, you can do it to whatever you want, but there's like pre-made shit that we had.
Yeah.
You put it in the sand, compact the sand around it really tight, and then since you compacted it so tight, you're able to take out the original piece and then put it back together. And then when you pour aluminum in, it will just solidify in that shape.
Yeah.
And then you have your own version of it. It's how like they mass produce a lot of things with aluminum.
Uh-huh.
So pretty much that was the basic for the welding class, and I mean for the metals class, and I honestly fell in love with it. I thought it was super fun, and I made friends with a lot of the older students that were in some of the more advanced classes, and I just fell in love with it. And then
And
we had parent,
you took this class freshman year, right?
yeah, first term
Uh-huh.
freshman year,
Mm-hmm.
and then parent teacher conference happened, and my mom met with the metals teacher at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, crazy old dude.
Yeah.
Dude was I don't know. This man had every right to be dead, and what I mean by that is some of the shit he survived
Did I
was
know him,
ridiculous.
or was he gone by like? Do you think I would have met him at any point, or
Probably not, since you didn't take any metal
okay?
classes.
Mm.
Because he was gone. He retired our sophomore year.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
but so my mom met him, and he was like, pretty much like, Brent's doing great. He really loves the class. If he wants to, I'd recommend him that he takes advanced metals next term.
Mm-hmm.
So then I took advanced metals next term, which is where we got into a lot more advanced versions of welding, which is where like you weld in like out of position, so you weld horizontal, vertical, overhead.
Mm-hmm.
We did a lot more complex structures and like measurements on how to do angles and placement and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I still just fell in love with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next year came around, my sophomore year, and the teacher was just like, "Hey, I need someone who can help me run the machines while I'm teaching the other students. Would you mind being my aide?"
Uh-huh.
So then since I couldn't take any more classes until junior year because you weren't allowed to take anymore, the next up class was locked until junior year.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a video game.
Yeah.
This class is locked until junior year.
You got to get the DLC. No.
Yeah, right. So I aided for him for my whole sophomore year. Just work. So I got to work more with the machines and more with the lathe machines and helping other people. I was good old Cody Worrell. I aided in his class and helped him with some stuff.
Yeah.
Cody was there the day that I took a chunk out of my finger.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But and then next year came around, junior year, and that class finally got opened for me. I unlocked it. I bought the DLC, and
Nice. Let's go.
It was called Industry and Engineering, and it's where we pretty much took everything we learned from basic and advanced metals, and we built electrothon cars that would run off motors and batteries, and we would measure them to our biggest and smallest drivers, and we'd go race them around racetracks.
I remember seeing that. I remember like hearing about that and seeing that.
All over Oregon. We went to Monroe, Portland, North Bend.
Yeah.
Portland was the best race. So that one was like a super long 2-day event.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a super fun class. And then I took it again. And by the time I took it my junior year, I was like, okay, I'm too far into this shit. Like this is where I'm going, you know?
Yeah.
And then I had done a couple like hands-on career days and actually had gone out to Lane a couple times, which is where I'm going to school now for my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And got to see their weld out there, shop out there, and do some welding out there. And I really liked it. And then I, of course, took the class again our senior year. I started building my car for senior year, but of course, we all know how that went. I sadly, the week before our first race where I was going to test it for the first time, spring break happened.
Yeah. Forever spring break.
Forever spring break.
Yeah.
The 3 year. Oh yeah, did you hear that spring break's finally over?
It's finally over.
It's
Yeah, I
finally
heard about
over,
that.
dude.
Yeah, wow, awesome,
Spring
incredible,
break. Yeah,
cool. We can have our graduation ceremony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so yeah, sadly the COVID happened.
Yeah.
And the week before my first race, and of course we never went back, and so none of the races ever happened. but I still had met my requirements, and so for my high school diploma, it shows that I completed the INE industrial engineering pathway. And once I was just ready to start doing school again, I was like, well, I've been doing this shit for 4 years now. Guess might as well keep on going. And so then I signed up, started taking my welding classes at Lane, and 3 years later, I will be almost done with my fabrication welding degree.
Here you are today. Yeah. So yeah, and so like, how has that experience been? Like, have you like? I mean, obviously, like you must have enjoyed it, but like in terms of like the experience in college as compared to high school, like
it's honestly it's amazing. This year, my second year. So I done college for 3 years. I did all my electives and my like math and writing and shit. Even though even when you're a welder, you still have to take your math, writing, and human relations and shit.
Yeah.
But I did all that in my first year, and then last year I started the main program of the course, Fabrication Welding 1.
Right.
And last year was really good. I met some amazing people, and I got to do some amazing projects and amazing things. But it was a lot of the similar stuff that we did back at Willamette. Other than, of course, well, so the first term was pretty much a lot of stuff that we did back at Willamette. But then second term, we started learning new things and new processes of welding, new stick welding rods, new things, and so it was different, but we were still doing like the same stuff, just with the new process.
Yeah.
So by the time of my third year, by my third term, I was like, okay, this is nice, but this is getting repetitive.
Yeah.
But then luckily this year, this is really the year that we're like, okay, you've done all these processes.
The training wheels are off.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And so that's why this term we've done all these things like the trailers and the rose arbors, and I'm building a boot repair rack for a boot company. And this year was definitely just a lot of fun with how much stuff, like how much big projects and stuff for like actual companies we got to make. And so my experience with welding in college has been crazy fun compared to just like some of the first term basic metals when I first started was one of the best things ever. First learning how to weld, and
because that was all like brand new, fresh.
Doing the blacksmithing and the aluminum casting and all that stuff. That was like something that I wish I could like repeat again. Like that was that first term was like heaven. But then like when it comes to actual experience, this second year in college for me has been amazing. Yeah, and I can't wait to like really get out there and get going with it,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I mean like, and like you said, earlier, like you guys, and like a team of people built or like essentially like, welded a whole trailer, right? Like,
yeah.
That's like, yeah. And I feel like I remember you telling me about how you were working on that. And like, I feel like this was like months ago, that you told me about like all this stuff, this really cool stuff that you were doing, and I was just like, wow, that's like big stuff, you know what I mean?
Picture of the trailer.
Yeah. That's yeah. Yeah, and it's like obviously you guys have a team, but like still like that's a pretty involved process, or like I can only imagine. So
it was probably my favorite project that we've done so far.
Yeah. And I remember you telling me that you got to go on like some cool trips, or at least one I remember specifically. But
oh yeah, we got to go out to companies and do tours around their shops and meet with some people, and yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a really good experience. So like what, overall, what was probably like the I don't know, like the best aspect of this whole this whole just like 3-year journey, or I guess more like 7-year, but like I'm assuming like what would you say, like what was like the standout part of it all, if you had
honestly
to pick
just
one?
Really the big two ones for me would be one, finding something that I really enjoy and wanting to really do it, like getting up, like even though it's school, getting up and going to school, knowing that I'm gonna go and weld, and oh my god, I have a weld test tomorrow. Oh well,
Oh,
I'm doing a
tomorrow,
weld.
like literally
Yeah,
tomorrow. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Look at
it's fine.
that.
It's for a company. They come out, they make us do our weld tests, but luckily
Okay.
I just remembered I have one tomorrow. Um, but
Well, consider this to be studying, kind of, because
studying.
because
Well,
it's on topic. It's on topic of it. So
they hand us a blueprint, and they're like, "Here's a blueprint. Show that you can accurately build it and weld it, stuff
I
like
see.
that."
Okay.
But so just finding something that I love, and like I said, even though it's school, waking up, and being like, "Okay, yeah, I'm ready. Let's do this. I'm gonna go weld." You
Yeah.
know, where it's like, I had a slight mental breakdown, like a month ago, I think, where I was getting picked up from work, and we had dealt with like just some. As people remember, I work for a grocery store right now.
Right. Mm-hmm.
We dealt with some just like really asshole people that day, and a couple tweakers. And I got in the car, and I just remember being like, I don't want to be here anymore. Like
Yeah.
I'm so done. I'm
Yeah.
so done.
Yeah. I feel like,
Um,
yeah, like I know what you mean. Yeah.
and so like the difference I feel like in my heart.
Like when you imagine, like I can tell, like when you imagine, like because it's really, because that's like not always guaranteed. Like not everyone like enjoys going to school. Like even if they're like passionate about what they're learning about, not everyone is like always like, oh yeah, I'm ready to go to school. So it's really cool to hear that, like that's how
Yeah,
you
it's just
felt.
because like I know that I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna be doing something that I still love. And the other part of this is the other part that one of my favorite things that came out of this is the people I've met.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I've met some amazing people. The three teachers I had back in high school were some of the best people ever. I had the main guy, the crazy old dude that somehow was alive. Again, not because of his age, because he survived some of the most ridiculous shit in the world.
Yeah.
He survived like 3 car crashes. He survived like a
Wow.
pin going just past his eye, like into his skull and shit. Like he
Wow.
survived.
Damn. Tough
So when
dude.
he retired, everyone was not surprised.
Yeah, everyone was probably like, "Okay, that makes sense. It's time for you. It's time for you to rest a little bit, man."
But so I met him, and like I said, thanks to him, I'm going down this pathway now. And the teacher that replaced him for about a year, while we were getting like in the middle of a like full teacher transition, and then the final teacher that came in was like my favorite one of all, and he's the one who really pushed me to keep going on through this. And then my 2 teachers in college, for the welding program, have just been absolutely amazing. Welding teachers and shop teachers are a lot different than what like some other teachers might be.
Yeah,
Like
right.
when it comes to strictness or shit like that. And like I'll never forget some high school teachers freshman year. You'd do something stupid or say something, and then they'd be like, oh, you think that would slide, and when you're growing up, or think that would slide in college or some shit like that. And
Yeah,
it's like, well, I'm a welder, and
yeah.
so like
And
when
so,
I'm doing a project and I think I get something wrong, but then I don't, my teacher looks at me and goes, "Don't fuck it up anymore." Like that's welding teachers.
yeah,
There's a
yeah,
difference here.
yeah. Different worlds.
And then of course just some of the people that I've worked with along the way. Some of the friends that I made back in high school with the car class, and some of the other instructors that were from other schools. They were just amazing people. And then of course I've made some of the best friends working in this class now that I'm in. That the classes have shrunk. So the class gets harder and harder as you go. And so my
Yeah.
class started with 33 people, and 13 will be graduating.
Wow. Yeah.
That's how many people have dropped out since the beginning of last
Yeah.
year to the end of this year.
That's I mean, and it's really cool to see that like you've stuck through it. You know what I mean? Because I think it shows like that that this is a really good career path for you, and like it resonates with you really well.
Yeah, and so just being able to stay with these guys through the whole thing, and Especially this year, a couple of them we were close last year, but finally being able, like, knowing that we're like the few that have made it
Yeah.
to like the next year
It
out
probably-
of from
yeah.
32 to 14, like the 14 not 14, sadly. We were at 14, but once someone had to go. Now we're down 13. The 13 of us that are left, even the other guy, we still talk to him all the time. It wasn't his choice to drop out. But so we still talk to him all the time.
That's
he's
cool.
he's still one of our close friends. But so just the fact that all of us made it that far really like we all got really close over these 2 years. And so definitely some of the best things is just finding something that I truly love to do and want to do every day. And then just the people that I've met along the way and
For
shit
sure.
like that.
Yeah. That's awesome. So what would you say is like one of the hardest parts or like one of the most challenging aspects of this whole career path or this, your time being in school learning about this subject? And I guess furthermore, how did you overcome it?
Probably the ability to understand blueprints and how blueprints are work. And I know that like sometimes blueprints seem pretty simple, but like if you ever seen like some of those like crazy movies where they show like a super detailed blueprint and it's like layers and it's like 5 pages and like you look at it and it just looks like a bunch of random shit. That's really what sometimes blueprints look like. Sometimes they can look super simple, like, oh, this piece goes here, this piece goes here, here's what it looks like together.
Like Lego instructions? No.
Yeah. But then there's other ones like...
That's about as much as I could read a blueprint, I think.
Right? Yeah. That's how I was when I started last year.
Yeah.
But then now, I get blueprints where it shows what the final design looks like, but then doesn't tell me anything else.
Oh, okay.
And so I have to it'll give me like what the final product looks like, and then maybe what it looks like from the side. But then it'll be like, okay, here's 3 measurements. You need 5 more. Figure them out on your own. So like where I'm at, I should be able to know the basics of blueprint work and know the math to completely figure out with the 3 measurements I have what the rest should be.
Right. But there's some challenging work with that, I imagine.
And so when I started last year, holy shit, was I confused as shit.
Yeah.
All this blueprint shit was super new, and luckily my teacher last year was really cool, and me and him actually had a talk because when I started Lane, it was still pretty high in the middle of the COVID.
Yeah.
And so schools and stuff were still trying to figure out like how exactly stuff would go and how things would work. And so I didn't know that my program was a set program. So what that means is you have to take number 1 in the fall, you have to take number 2 in winter, and you have to take number 3 in spring. And then 4 in fall, 5 in winter, 6 in spring. And so I tried joining winter term. And then he was like, you'd be joining a class that's already done 1 term full of knowledge. And we talked, and he's like, I told him everything I learned at Willamette. And he goes, when it comes to the welding and some of that stuff, I think you'd probably do okay, but you're going to know nothing about the blueprint work.
Okay, yeah.
And sure enough, once I finally took that class, goddamn, I'm glad he convinced me to do that.
Yeah,
holy shit.
Yeah.
And so, like, some of the things that I know how to do now with calculating weight and knowing how to do what's called a bill of materials and a material list and the symbols on a blueprint and what they mean and being able to do the math it's something that was when I first started was definitely, and sometimes still is. Sometimes you get a blueprint that you take one look at it and you have all this knowledge, but you can still take one look at it and be like, what in the fuck is this?
Right. Yeah.
What even is this?
Yeah.
And so it's like that's one thing that I'm still to where it's like, am I better than what I started off with last year? Absolutely. Do I still have way more to learn? Because sometimes I still get that one blueprint that just makes me want to throw it away. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing that I'm still really working on and trying to like fully become better at.
Yeah, for sure.
But it was also it was for one of the hardest. It was definitely the hardest challenge. That is still probably the hardest, but is working on its. I'm working on it not being the hardest anymore.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like, I think like that's just a matter of of experience. I think. I mean, like, I think the more and more that you do it, the easier it'll be. Like, generally, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, from what I can tell. But yeah, no, I mean, like, it definitely sounds like very involved. Like, I think if you showed me a blueprint, I'd probably be able to be like, that is a nice looking product there.
Nice looking thing you got there.
Yeah, nice look. I'm sure when it's built, it's gonna look pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, you know, we're like, I mean, obviously, when it comes to welding, I can tell like there's a lot of you know, it's a lot of I guess like it's heavy duty material that you're working with, right? And it's like generally speaking, and it's you know, it can lead to some, you know, maybe some harmful scenarios, you know what I mean? Because I mean, and what I mean by that is like I've seen like some of the burns that you've gotten and like stories you've told about, like, I mean, you literally mentioned earlier you lost part of a finger.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, like, what has like kind of been your like take on that, and like I don't know, like maybe like what's like the like craziest like instance of something like that happening, you know?
So there's a lot of different things that can happen.
Because I feel like that is an important thing to remember. Like if you're going into welding, like that is something that you're gonna have to deal with.
So one of the things is that you just gotta like accept is you're gonna get burned.
Yeah.
You're working with material and a process powerful enough to melt like inch thick metal.
Yeah.
You know. One time I remember I texted my mom. I came home and I was trying to make a sandwich, and I texted her and I was like, today I worked with an oxyacetylene torch that is, you know, hot enough to cut through 1/2 inch thick steel.
Yeah.
Worked with a wire welder that can heat the surface of metal to a liquid puddle. You know, like I worked with a machine hot, you know, like all these things. And then I'm like, oh, hey, by the way, I burnt myself on the toaster. And so we probably spent every term that I've done this for 6 terms, and 3 terms that I took welding as just an elective. So we weren't building anything. We were just doing small projects, but it was elective credits. So I was still welding with the different processes.
Yeah.
But it was just like small projects, and I took the class as an elective.
Yeah.
Those 3 classes, and then the 6 classes that I've taken, every term you have to take a safety test just to prove that you remember, because there is a lot of things that can hurt you, damage you, and in some cases even kill you if you're not safe.
Yeah.
My arms, I would show, but they probably wouldn't show up on camera. But until like San Antonio's scene, I have the most common thing that happens the most is burns.
Right.
You're working with, like I said, shit that can cut inch to 1/2 inch, and depending, we don't have, none of the equipment I have would be able to cut that deep, but there's torches out there that can cut like 2 feet thick steel. With just a flame. And but one of the most common things is burns, like I said, and it's because everything is super hot. So if you're not paying attention, if you accidentally grab something, if you try to move something and someone didn't like mark it, one of the things that they always say is if you're rolling on something hot and you walk away, take a piece of chalk, because chalk won't disappear on heat, and write "hot, do not touch." Because and like when you're in a metal shop, you should just suspect that things are going to be hot. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So if you're going to grab something that's just like laying there or left in a weld booth, you always kind of want to do like the little like hover your hand over it, see if you feel any heat coming off of it. You know, do like the quick little patch just to see if it would burn you for to hold on to it for too long.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that. But like one of the main ones that always gets me, which is the one that Antonio always sees, is what's called slag burns. And it's when you're welding, if something, hey, Emma, go. I'm dog.
She's just like, oh, are you talking about welding, dude?
Yeah,
I'm interested. Yeah.
Is that if something goes wrong, or let's say you get like the wrong angle on your weld, or just there's multiple things that can cause it, but there's these little thing called slag or BBs that will shoot off from your weld, and they're literally just like these little tiny balls of molten metal, and they will constantly burn through your jacket, fall down your sleeve, and so I have little tiny scars and cuts and stuff all over my body, where I've had that stuff happen. One of my favorites is, I don't know if it will show up on camera. You can kind of see it, my knuckle.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it a little bit, yeah.
There's a process in wire called spray arc, which is where it instead of the wire touching the metal and then it heating up the metal enough and then heating up the wire enough to where they'll melt together. It's called spray arc, and it's where the second it leaves the gun, it's already so hot that the wire will just like practically spontaneous combust into liquid metal and spray onto the metal. That's why it's called spray arc. Is you're literally just like spraying molten metal on on the material. And that's how they weld like inch thick stuff, because it's the only thing that's got enough power to really penetrate through an inch thick piece of material. But it gets so hot that one time I was welding and I got way too close, and my glove actually melted to my knuckle.
Oh wow. Yeah.
And then when I and I felt it get really hot, and when I went to take the glove off, it just went and took the top of my knuckle skin.
Oh my god! Wow. Graphic stuff.
And so now whenever I do spray arc, I use a thermal pad, which it's just a pad that goes in the back of your glove. That's it's thermal pad. It's that road silver kind of material that's used to reflect cold or heat, is whatever one, So it just goes in the back of my hand to help reflect heat whenever I'm doing spray arc, because it will get very hot.
Yeah.
And I have shirts. I always forget to button the top part of my jacket. And so like it'll be like my welding jacket, and so my shirt will show like this much right here. I have shirts that are like slightly different color in like a V shape up here, because it got so hot that it burned it burned the color out of the material right here where my jacket wasn't covering. But like multiple things can happen, not just burns, just like there's always the problem with gas catching on fire. Inhaling too much of a certain kind of gas can cause problems.
Right.
Things are fucking heavy. Metal is heavy. And it's constantly getting moved around, and so you can get hit with something. Just last week, we had someone who was plasma cutting, and their torch was too close to the material, and when he started the plasma, all the liquid metal went up and over, and it hit the tarp on the machine behind him, and it caught the tarp on fire.
Oh shit! Yeah.
And like our whole lab got filled with smoke, but luckily the kid who caught the fire and then my teachers were smart and they got everything taken care of, and no one was hurt. But I'm just saying, like, that's how fast things can, go south if like safe precautions aren't taken care of.
Right.
Yeah. Now I'm not saying this happens every day. That's why, like I said, we have to take a safety test at the beginning of every term.
Yeah.
So that's why we wear our gloves and our leather jackets for welding, and we have to wear safety glasses, and whenever we're like moving stuff with a crane, we have a spotter who will tell people like, hey, get out of the way, there's stuff coming through. And so there's always going to be safety rules and precaution, and the safety will always beat the non-safe stuff like 80 to 20. But there's always going to be something. I've had even with my jackets and my gloves on, I'll have be doing vertical, and there'll be like one little spot where my glove just isn't perfectly covering my sleeve, and one little drop will go right down there. Like it happens. It happens. And so,
but you're doing some tough work. You like it's admirable. Not everyone would want to kind of do this kind of stuff if they knew that there was a chance that they could get hurt. But I think it's obviously it's really important stuff. And I mean, I feel the more that you know what you're doing, obviously the less likely it's going to happen. So I think it's just something to look out for, is what it seems like. So yeah, I mean, I guess like the last I mean, like, yeah, I feel like I know a lot more about this whole like welding as a whole than I used to, so I'm really glad about that. And I guess like my last question is just like, if like, if you were kind of like telling someone that was interested in welding, that, was just starting out or like just going into the program, or maybe even if like you could go back in time and like tell yourself something that you wish that you knew when you first started, like what would that be? Like what would you say?
Don't be scared.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like that's good for anyone,
especially with like what I was just talking about. Is that yes, there is a lot of dangerous things and a lot of things that can look dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I still deal with other people, I've gotten used to it now, but like I was the same way when I first started. Is sparks. Sparks are different than slag. Sparks are just very, very tiny, like almost dust metal, which can still be dangerous, but it's a lot dangerous than some other things. As long as you're not like sitting there, as someone's grinding material and going, like, like you don't want it to all go into your mouth or anything like that.
Yeah.
But like, people will start grinding something and the sparks will fly over and like hit someone in the side of the leg and they'll like freak out and move. Like people used to do that back in high school all the time, and I used to do it back in basic metals all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are things that are going to seem terrifying when you first start, or even still to this day. But you have to remember that usually wherever you're going to work or whoever you're working with, hopefully they should know like how to be safe. Like you should know how to be safe, and you should know what is 100% safe, what has a chance, and then what's sketchy or not.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, so you just like, if someone was to start going to this, just like if they were to go to college and start going for like something like this, or they're going to start in high school, just like really do your research, really pay attention to what you're being told, and just follow what they say about safety guidelines and stuff like that. And because the other thing you have to be careful about when it comes to safety is when you're building these structures or big things, you have to remember that people are going to be using these things.
Mm-hmm.
Like the trailers I built, they're going to build a house on top of that trailer that someone is going to live in for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like you have to trust your abilities to do something right and make sure you do it right, and then not be scared and have the idea that you're going to fail. But you also don't want to be too cocky, because then that's when you start not paying attention, and that's when you do one thing wrong and something goes wrong. So you want to don't be scared, stay alert.
Mm-hmm.
Like don't look at it like everything's going to hurt you or going to kill you, but also look at it like, okay, I need to make sure that it stays that way.
Yeah. Strike a balance, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just don't be dumb.
Don't be dumb.
Yeah.
Don't be dumb.
Yeah. Don't be scared and don't be dumb. Those are the takeaways.
Don't be scared. Don't be dumb.
Yeah, I think that's just a good rule of thumb for life.
That's a good rule. Yeah, that's a good rule.
Yeah, I wish I was following that this whole time in my life, but now I will. Now, starting now, I will follow those rules.
Cuts to a cutaway. Antonio was found homeless 5 years later.
Oh yeah, well, who knows where I'll be then. But Brendan, I think that's where we're gonna cap things off. Thank you for talking to me today about this subject. It was very fun learning about the wondrous world of welding.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. And for any aspiring welders out there, I hope this was able to maybe shed some light on this whole career path, and just like everything involved in it. And for anyone who maybe didn't know as much about welding either, like I did, it's a cool thing. There's a lot to it. So, all right. So that's where we're gonna cap things off. Brendan, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. And Brendan, why don't you be the outro, or just I don't know, say goodbye or something.
Brother fist. No.
Yeah, brother fist. Quentin's not here. We're dishonoring him, but you know what? Brennan's here, so that's a good for me. No, this isn't brother fist. This is Brennan fist.
No, I don't like the way
All
that
right,
sounds.
fair enough. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
And my name is Paul. And let's have a chit chat.
All right, we did it. All right, cool. Welcome everybody to another episode of Chit Chats, and welcome Mr. Paul Stieber to the show. It's great to have you today.
Good to be here.
Yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, Paul here, I feel like I know that we're on a first name basis. You know what I mean? But I have this weird urge to say Mr. Stieber right now. You know, just because I'll at least to introduce you. You know, for anyone who doesn't know, this man here is my old English teacher, not old, previous English teacher. Let's say that. Let's use that wording. Back in high school, my junior year of high school. You know, you were a very big influence in my life, and you know, you left a really big impact on my life, and I just wanted to have you on the show to talk about you know, what your life as a teacher and different, just your thoughts on it. So thank you very much for being here.
You're welcome. Glad to.
Yeah, and so yeah, and you know, now that I'm out of high school, like obviously, like, you know, we like I call you Paul. It's still like I don't know why it feels natural, but it also is just like, you know, I think with just any teacher, it just feels like more respectful to say, you know, Mr. or Mrs. Blank, you know what I mean?
It does. And just so you know, like, I mean, I'm going to turn 51 this year, but whenever I go back to Michigan, where I was raised, and I encounter adults, I mean, like the parents of my childhood friends or friends of my parents, my default is always Mr. and Mrs. I can't get out of it myself.
Yeah.
So, I'm with you.
So it, like, you know, it transcends, like, even when you get a little older, I guess.
Yeah.
But, you know, for the sake of this, I will call you Paul, just so there's more of an intimate, like, sort of connection. You know what I mean? If that is all right with you.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we'll get started here. So first of all, yeah, I guess just to introduce, like, in terms of like your career as a teacher, your previous career as a teacher, like, how did that start? Like, what did you teach? You know, and like, what are you doing now, I guess?
Yes, I've been a teacher in Oregon Public Schools since fall of 2005, and so I think that makes this my 18th. Like, I'm finishing my 18th year this year.
Mm-hmm.
I started off as a Spanish teacher, and I taught Spanish and social studies at Willamette High School on Eugene's west side. And it feels like for those first 2 years I was a teacher that I almost taught every kid at Willamette. I taught 6 sections of Spanish, 5 sections of Spanish plus a section of social studies, and I must have had like 220 students. Wow. And it was great, crazy, like, fun start of my career. And I did that for a couple of years before I started to teach English language development. That's English to immigrant students or students who are new to our country. Not all of them are new to our country. Some of them are born here, but they grow up in monolingual households. And so I got to use my Spanish because most of my students there were Spanish speakers. And after a couple of years of teaching ELD, I also started to teach language arts. So I taught ELD and language arts concurrently for like 15 years or so. Yeah.
And that's how I got to know you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think you got to know me right at the tail end of that. Your
Mhm.
class would have been the last, like, I think the last full class that I saw through, like all of 11th grade.
Right.
And
Yeah.
then we graduated in spring of pandemic year of
Mhm.
2020. Yeah.
Yeah, and because you did, I remember, because I was in your IB English class, and you did teach that beginning of senior year, if I'm not mistaken, for at least a term, and then I think I don't think it was because of the pandemic. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like at the second term you stopped, or did you continue
I
in?
did. Yeah. It had nothing to do with the pandemic. It just
Right.
had to do
Yeah.
with the fact that, I was offered the opportunity to only teach ELD.
Right.
It was a weird time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I felt a little professionally like out of control. Like everything was hard. There were lots of things going on, and I couldn't balance things
Mm-hmm.
like I might normally have done. Um, and what was happening is that we had more English learner students at Willamette than we did at any other school in the district.
Mm-hmm.
But I was only doing that as a halftime ELD teacher.
Right.
And so it's no wonder that I was feeling under duress, maybe is how I'll put it. And so they gave me the opportunity at the end of first semester to either keep doing what I was doing and then hire a second teacher to teach ELD, or to only teach ELD full time. And I chose to teach ELD full time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it just so happened that you got to do that for like, what, a month?
Yeah, a month. And then the world shut down.
Yeah.
And I'm at the same kitchen table I was for all of the spring of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
The 2020-21 school year. Yeah, then everything shut down.
And I'm really curious, continuing, because I know that like a lot of teachers, when that happened, specifically for high school, they did continue. Some of them, like I imagine, because for me, like a lot of seniors were just kind of like exempt from like a lot of their classes at that point, and they're just like, oh yeah, as long as you're in like good standing, like we're gonna give you your diploma. But I know a lot of teachers still had to do like concurrent teaching like over Zoom and like remotely. And so like, were you also involved in that? Like
I was.
group of
I mean, I
teachers?
guess I had a few seniors in ELD, and but I found myself teaching, or like I'm going to put teaching in quotation marks, or trying to teach online. I mean, like, as you recall, maybe like as you experienced your first year at Oregon State, like it's a whole different deal to try to teach on the computer.
Oh yeah.
And many of the students that I work with in ELD didn't have I mean, I had Zoom classes, yes. And many kids just didn't have the capacity. Like they either, because they were home, they were taking care of children, like not their kids, but they were taking care of brothers and sisters, or they didn't have internet access at home. So ultimately, I did not do a lot of Zoom teaching that first spring of COVID.
Gotcha.
Technically,
Okay.
I did, but I was talking to lots of black screens.
Yeah. For sure. And so continuing on into like the last couple years, like how has that been, like what has that kind of been like for you, like in terms of your teaching career? Like
Yeah, the last couple of years have been different for me. I have taken a different job in the same school district, but out of the high school. So I'm no longer at Willamette, and I know we've talked about this a little bit, but when everybody came back to school in fall of 2021, there were about 100 new teachers district wide in our school district, many of whom were only trained to be a teacher via Zoom school. And in order to support, and that's problematic on lots of levels. And so to support those new teachers, the district hired a handful. They hired 4 people, and I was one of them, to serve as coaches and mentors to those new teachers. And so the last 2 years, this one that's ending now included, I've been working with new teachers in buildings across the school district, supporting them, coaching them, maybe co-planning with them, modeling a lesson, and then they watch me do the lesson. They then deliver the lesson in a later period, to help build their capacity as a new teacher.
Right.
So that's what I've been up to the last couple of years.
Yeah. And I think that's important. You know, I can imagine like, you know, like we've talked about, like teaching is so, I mean, like it had been different for that time period. I think now it's a little bit like potentially a little bit more kind of like back to normal in a sense. But I mean, I wouldn't know in terms of like for high schoolers, but at least for me as a college student, it feels like this is like I'm kind of going through what college would feel like if there was no pandemic.
Yeah, it's much more I mean, it is. We're back in we're back into it now, and and so it feels familiar again.
Right. But it took a little bit to get there.
It did, yeah. And the landscape is all kinds of different, I think.
That's very true.
But teaching day to day with a group of students, that's the same,
right.
Or at least that's familiar. So it's good to be back to that.
Yeah, and I'm really curious, like, you know, well, and like, okay, if you don't mind me asking, because I know that you have kids of your own who have like gone through like probably a change in like how their schooling is handled. Like, how has that been kind of like as a father to them, like to see that?
Yeah. I mean, it was funny. I mean, it was fun. It was fun. It was funny. It was unusual. Like the four of us, my wife, who's also a teacher, plus our two kids who, like, when pandemic happened, were 5th grade and 1st grade. And so, like, we're all four of us would start the day like here at this table, and you know, either doing paperwork for me or my wife. But then there were certain times of the day that like all four of us were Zooming with our classes. Our kids might have been doing. There were all kinds of elementary school online programs that kids did when they weren't Zooming with their teachers, but. There was lots of activity, lots of noise. It was, this is a privileged statement, I realize, but in many ways it was really fun and nice to all be home together.
Yeah, no, I could see that for sure. I do think that was sort of I get, you know, like for some people, like it was like really hard to like stay inside, but I do think that in a sense, like it weirdly, like, I don't know, it got some people like closer together, which I think is nice, you know? Cause like, you know, especially if everyone's so busy, you don't always have time to like spend together, in one place. So
in one place. Yeah. It's true.
Yeah, no. So just like in terms of, how you, want it, like how you decided that you wanted to teach at all, like what was that development for you, like, you know, growing up?
Yeah, that's a good question. And, you know, I have a slightly different path than many teachers, or at least than some teachers, as in I intended to become a teacher when I went to college, back in the day. You know, like the teachers that I had, particularly in high school, were, influential for me and impactful, and they cared about me, and I knew that, and they were smart and clever, and so they left an impression on me. And I knew I knew as a 16, 17-year-old that that's something that would be like, that I wanted to do that felt fun, like to work with people and teach them something, help them learn. And so I went to college thinking I was going to do that right away, but I didn't. I got to college and I ended up like getting into journalism and you know, this thing called a paper newspaper, which we still read in the 1990s physically. You get stains on your fingertips, you know.
That's crazy. I cannot imagine that.
It's kind of wacky thinking about. But I went to college and I got into that. I became a it's silly to say or it feels silly, but like I joined the staff of my university student newspaper and had a great time, like met my best pals in college that way. And enjoyed journalism. And so that when I left college in like the fall or the spring of 1996, that's what I did. I worked for 2 years at small newspapers in Michigan. And then I took a job. I wanted to get back to Detroit where my family was. I took a job as a medical writer at a big healthcare company called Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Okay.
And I did that for like 13 months, almost to the day. And then in the fall of 1998, I think it was, late summer of 1998, I moved to Oregon for a job in marketing and public relations, again, like a writing job with the University of Oregon and the alumni relations fundraising arm of the university, creating websites and writing for websites and print and digital magazines or and things along that line. And I did that for about 5 or 6 years. And then realized, or just like over time, I realized like that wasn't, it was like the same wash and repeat, rinse and repeat every single day. And it wasn't very, it was fun. And I got to meet lots of interesting people. And that's where I like ultimately, like I met my wife when I was working on campus. But it wasn't something that I wanted to do forever. And so in the fall of 2004, I went back to school. I think I had just turned like 30 maybe. And went back to school and spent like 12 months in a master's teacher license program at the University of Oregon.
Okay. Yeah. It's very very like roller coaster of a journey, I feel like.
I'm thankful
ways.
it was like, I mean, I'm glad.
No, like in a good way.
In a good way for me. Like I would not have, I mean, I was already a misfit as a teacher at age 31. Like teaching's just hard.
Yeah.
In lots of ways I did not expect. But had I done it when I was like 23 and right out of college, it would have been a fucking disaster. I'll just say, like, I was not mature enough in my 20s to do this job well. So yeah,
it was the right time. Like when it got to it, it was you felt like it was the right time.
When the time was right, it was the right time.
That's good. And so in terms of like the subject that you decided to teach, like, you know, obviously it seems like Spanish was a big part of like, you know, like of your like college career potentially, or like what you learned. Like, is that like what made you want to teach like English to Spanish learners, or,
you know,
or a Spanish teacher?
It's a good question, and I think there are two big reasons like why I wanted to teach Spanish, or then why I used Spanish to, like, I would use Spanish frequently as I taught English learners. Like my best teacher in high school was my Spanish teacher, my 11th and 12th grade Spanish teacher.
Okay.
And he was a really, really, really incredibly smart, trilingual guy who had a doctorate from the University of Michigan in German, of all things. But he also was a fluent Spanish speaker. And he just happened to be teaching at my high school because his wife was a doctor at a nearby hospital. And they relocated to that part of Detroit. And he was just a dynamic, cool guy. And I mean, like the kind of teacher that leaves an impression on you. And I was like, I want to do that. Like that was fun. And in terms of like why Spanish, this next anecdote, it didn't impact my brothers. I have two younger brothers, the way it impacted me, but it certainly impacted me. My mom and dad used to take 3 weeks every Michigan winter, like when I was like late elementary school, like maybe like from 5th grade to 9th grade. And my parents would go to Acapulco, Mexico for 2 or 3 weeks. My dad would like cobble together all of this vacation time. And my parents are like the whitest white people ever. They don't have any education beyond high school. But they wanted to get out of the cold. My dad was a firefighter, and so he just wanted to go somewhere warm. And my mom always liked laying in the sun. And so they would go to Mexico for 2 or 3 weeks, no Spanish, nothing. And they would come back, however, all of these, to me as a child, like these cool, crazy stories about communicating or trying to communicate with Mexicans in Acapulco. And it just like, it dawned on me, like, I mean, I don't remember this moment in particular, but the more times they went, the more it was cemented into my mind that learning another language was a way to have an interesting life. And to travel and to get the hell out of Michigan. And I was just like, I'm going to do that. And that's what I did. I mean, I went to college and I was I majored in Spanish and English. And I spent my 3rd year of college studying in Ecuador in South America. And that's how I stumbled into learning Spanish, because it just seemed fun. It seemed fun, and it seemed like a way to have an interesting life.
For sure. Yeah. No, I think that's awesome.
It has been.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. Yeah. No, you're like, you're one of the like few like teachers that I remember that like, wasn't like didn't teach Spanish, who like, actively like spoke Spanish pretty well. And I always thought that was really cool. And I remember, like, I'm sure you remember, like, I was a TA for you during like one of your like teaching English to like Spanish speakers classes. Or at least like I would come in when you would work with them. And it was always really cool to me to like see how you were able to like switch between them really well. And a lot of it seemed like a lot of students really liked you and for that, and you helped them out. So I always thought it was
pretty
really cool.
rare. I mean, it's really rare to like not be a Spanish teacher and speak Spanish. And it's like, it's totally I mean, I don't consider myself bilingual. That's a different kind of thing in my mind. But I'm a highly proficient, fluent Spanish speaker, and it's sort of like my secret weapon with kids. And it helps. It legitimizes me. It gives me some social currency. It helps me talk to their parents when they're being difficult in my class, or
for sure. Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, it's just like, it has made my life a more interesting life. And I'm thankful for that. Yeah,
no, that's awesome. And maybe on that topic, just because I was curious, on the topic of difficult students, like what has been your experience with that, and like dealing with students that can be difficult sometimes, and like what do you do in those scenarios?
Well, I mean, what I do now versus what I did like 15 years ago.
And if it differs, I
mean, it totally differs. Like 15 years ago, I mean, I might have yelled at them. I mean, like I don't know. I wasn't like the sensitive, thoughtful, more evolved Paul Stieber that you got to meet.
Fair, yeah.
But I was, part of this is informed by the fact that I didn't go to public school. And when I went to high school, I went to an all-boys Catholic school where your mom or your dad was paying for you to go. And so you didn't fuck around, like, because my dad was paying thousands of dollars for me and my 2 brothers to go to private school. And so, I mean, kids still messed around, but I didn't, because I knew that I shouldn't, but I knew that it wasn't good.
For sure.
And so when I became a teacher, in public school, and I mean, I began to learn like, oh, and this again, this is naive. I hear myself say this and I realize it's naive. I mean, I realized like, oh, not everybody wants to be in school. Not everybody actually likes to learn.
Yeah.
And that's like, that's, I understand why that, I mean, I have understanding now why that is, of course. But as a new teacher, I undoubtedly struggled with it. And so I was probably impatient. But I learned pretty quick that the key is this. And the key is to have, if I could make strong relationships with people, teenagers of all kinds, that they're less likely to be a dick for me. Or to be off task in class.
That's fair.
And it's not, it doesn't work all the time.
There's not 100% guarantee, but
right.
Yeah.
But you have much better, like when you have a relationship with someone, and you know their name, like knowing students' names is just the most crucial piece to managing and like existing in a classroom.
For sure.
You have a lot more, like, you just have a lot more space, so to speak, to work together. And there will, like, you got to give a little as the teacher, the student has to give a little, and you find a place where you can both work and learn, and coexist. I mean, I can remember, like, I don't remember the first time I had to do this for a student in Spanish class. Like call home if a student was like super difficult or not, where I couldn't find a way to help them,
right.
Be more focused. But I remember my first semester teaching English learners, and there was a kid who was 16 or 17, and he did not want to be in school. And I don't blame him. He wanted to work. And but he was really a pain in the ass, this boy, Miguel. And I still remember him very clearly. And I had to call home because like all of the talking that we did in class it didn't work. So I had to call home, but I had to call home and talk in Spanish over the phone. And that freaked me out because I'd never had to call home before for any kind of student, or I just never had. And I'm going to have this conversation in Spanish. And while I have good Spanish, talking Spanish over the phone is just trickier and harder.
Yeah.
As a non-native speaker.
Feel a lot more comfortable talking face to face with someone.
In person, totally.
Yeah, for sure.
But I so I rehearsed what I needed to say. I probably wrote some notes. Yeah. And I talked to Miguel's uncle, who he was living with, and everything worked fine. And Miguel is now living a good life here in Eugene. Weirdly, his wife ended up being one of the caretakers for my daughter at her daycare when she was an infant.
Oh, wait, when was this? Like
2007?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a while ago.
It's a long time ago. Fall of 2007 is when I would have first started teaching English learners. And Miguel didn't finish high school. And that's I know this is probably not the right thing to say, but it's okay that Miguel didn't finish high school. Like he learned enough English and was able to go on, and he has a meaningful life here in Eugene without a high school diploma. And a number of years later, it turned out that Miguel's wife was taking care of my daughter at daycare. So it's a small world.
Yeah.
Eugene is especially small.
Yeah, for sure. Wow, that's came full circle kind of on the topic of like, because I feel like that is kind of a point of contention, what you said about like, it's probably not the right thing to say, but it's okay that he didn't finish high school. I do think that like, some people would like really agree with that and some people would disagree with that. You know what I mean? And
totally.
I like, honestly, like it's been like something for me personally that I've like kind of like tossed and turned about, like in terms of not necessarily myself, but just like in general, like, if I were to have kids, like and they told me like, I don't want to go to school, like how would I sort of respond to that? So like, what is your kind of like thought about that? Like, do you think like it's more beneficial to go to school? Do you think like it's okay not to? Like what do you think?
Well, I mean,
Kind of a tricky, I guess,
I
from
think I mean
as
I
a
think
teacher, it's kind of tricky to answer that.
it's
But
tricky as a parent,
yeah.
as a teacher, and now as a parent.
Mhm.
I mean, but I mean, here's what I think. I think that your life, like the general you, just like the royal us, our lives are better when we have education.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
there's all kinds of data in the world that proves this, that like you have a better quality of life with more education, because theoretically you're earning more income and you have better health outcomes, and so on and so forth, with the more education that you have.
Yeah.
Um,
I think you develop social skills really well too, like going through school, like, or, you know, best case scenario, like I think like being physically in school can help with that, you know?
Totally. It's totally true. You learn how to be, you learn how to be in community with people, or coexist with people, or just like, I mean, as a dad, I hear my wife and I get, you know, our kids come back from school and they tell us about like jerks in their classes.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, we laugh and we try to coach them and support them and give them some advice and guidance. And we also say this, like, there are jerks in adulthood. There are teacher jerks. There are people at Willamette or any building who are difficult to work with as adults. And so, like, to go back to your comment, we learn how to be like social and how to like navigate the like all of those murky waters of adulthood and life when we're in school, or at least there's lessons in school that we can learn and use in our lives to help us navigate relationships with people. Not everybody is kind in the world, unfortunately. People can be jerks. People are dysfunctional. Some people don't communicate well, and that's one reason why we go to school. I mean, that's one reason why we go to high school. Like, we go to school from kindergarten to 12th grade. It's one reason why I think it's good to go to college. You learn more about, in a slightly more independent environment, but still structured. You learn how to live on your own. You learn how to navigate relationships, the whole thing. Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, graduating from high school is important. I can't deny that. And certainly, like, it's a no fucking brainer for my kids. I mean, like, they're going to go to high school. But I'm only speaking specifically about the kinds of students that I have worked with sometimes, who come to the United States from poverty in developing countries, and where they might have earned, for 10 hours of terrible physical labor, they might have earned the equivalent of $5, which was hardly enough for them or their families to live and exist on. And so they come to the United States, and suddenly here in Oregon, they can earn $12 for an hour.
Yeah.
Working as a dishwasher. And I know that's not like work that that many people might aspire to, but for students who come here from countries where they lived in poverty and they lived hand to mouth, working is paramount. It's so important.
Yeah.
And when they leave, if they leave school before getting a diploma, I don't blame them. All of those kids that I've worked with over the years, many of them have graduated, many have not, but they all support their families back in India or in Guatemala or in southern Mexico or wherever they're from. I would try to get them as much English as I could while I had them, and remind them that English is the key to a better existence and better life for them. And if they didn't graduate, I understood.
Yeah.
I understood why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think you just got to hope for the best for them, you know?
You do.
Yeah.
I was given some advice early on when I started teaching English learners, and that advice was um, maybe you're teaching to their children,
Mm-hmm.
to the children of those students that you currently have, and you're trying to keep them in school while they're being pulled by the lure of earning significant money.
Yeah.
You're actually teaching to their future children. So
Yeah.
everything that you say to them, they're hearing and they're putting away somewhere. And as you talk to them about the importance of education, that's something that even if they didn't finish school, that they're going to remember and take with them. And damn it, their kids are going to go to school because they're going to have kids who are here in the United States, here in Eugene, in our community. And those kids are going to go to school.
Yeah.
And their parents, who I once taught, are going to tell them that education is the key. So that's one way I learned, or one way that somebody suggested I think about it when I first started teaching English language.
No, I think that's a really good point. I think that that's something that we don't necessarily always think about, like, you know, the impact that this might have in future generations, and, you know, because it definitely does in a lot of cases. And yeah, I think that's important to take into account. So, yeah, we talked a lot about, you know, different things that you learned at, like, for being a teacher. And I'm really curious, like, what would you say if you had to like narrow it down? Like, what is like one of the most like gratifying aspects of being a teacher, like that you've gotten?
I mean, two quick things come to mind, and one of them, one of them might be obvious, but like in terms of gratifying, all the relationships that I've made with people, then teenagers, now adults, young adults. Some of them are older adults at this point. That's got to be the most gratifying thing for me. It's just, it's nice to. I'm relationship oriented in all ways, I suppose, in my life, and so it's gratifying, and it like gives me energy when I know that to get to know people, to get to know young people, and to help them learn something, and to give them some skills to carry out into the world. That's
something that you wouldn't.
I hope this doesn't sound naive. It's just that's gratifying for me.
Yeah, no, and it's something that you might have not really been able to get as much of if you weren't a teacher, right? You know.
Yeah, definitely not, or at least not doing what I was doing at the time. Yeah, you know, the other thing for me that comes to mind is just very practically. There's I get a lot of satisfaction out of helping kids learn language, and being able to see them progress. Frequently, I might like have a student who arrived in grade 9 with no English, but who graduates 4 years later speaking fluent English. Like, to humanize this, our mutual friend Elizabeth, her brother Francisco was a 9th grader in my classroom, fall of 2007, maybe fall of 2008. I mean, I met Elizabeth. That's the first time I met Elizabeth. She was a tiny little kid who wandered into that classroom I was teaching in. When I met her brother, and her brother spoke not a word of English, but he was clever and smart, like real sophisticated wordplay in Spanish. Very funny kid. Didn't speak a word of English. And senior year, he had was in a regular mainstream language arts class. He exited English language development. He was a fluent English speaker. And it's like, that's not that's not my victory, and it's not because of me, but I helped along the way, and just knowing that I helped and was like there to witness the growth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just it's a fabulous feeling.
For sure. Yeah.
And yeah, I love it. Like that's super gratifying.
Yeah. No, I definitely, because I feel like that's such a like, especially like when you get to like when you see like the sort of the ending of like a student's like high school journey, like I feel like kind of reflecting back, like you know, like especially if you were there, like from when they entered to when they exit, like it's a super like kind of like I don't know, like almost like mind blowing like thing to reflect on, you know, I can imagine.
Yeah, it totally is.
Yeah.
Yes, it's I feel really privileged to be able to have I hate the word journey, that people have fucking ruined that word.
That's fair. Yeah.
And so I caught myself before I said it.
Yeah. I just said it, but I couldn't think of a better word, but I'm sure there is a better word.
It's just like reality TV or something has ruined the word journey. But like, so just like to walk with those students, like to be in community with them, maybe that's how I'll put it. Like to be in community with them for 4 years, watching them learn a little bit every day and giving them the right sort of like opportunities to learn and test themselves and grow. And then to see what happens at the end of 4 years, like that's magic.
Yeah.
That's magic. And that makes me happy to be a teacher.
For sure. And I think like even, you know, even if you don't want to say like, oh, you defined that person's success, or, you know, like you were the reason why they succeeded, I do think like you still play like a integral part of it, more than like you might even realize, and more than they might even realize like later down the line. And, you know, it's kind of like, you know, I think it's like, you know, it's like a puzzle, like all these pieces like fitting together to make something. Like you were a piece of that puzzle, and that can't be understated. You know what I mean?
Yes, so, I do. Yeah. Thanks for putting it that way.
Yeah. And I guess like we kind of touched upon this in sort of different ways, but I guess like, I don't know, like furthermore, like if you have any other things to say, like what is like something that you learned from being a teacher that you wouldn't have necessarily learned, or you don't think you would have learned otherwise, you know, like that was unique to that experience? We have kind of touched upon aspects of that, I think.
The thing I'm like struggling to say is I'm struggling to say it because it's not a happy thing, but I'm going to, but I'll say it anyway. There's a lot of sadness in the world. Like right here in life, at your school. And as a teacher, at least as a teacher who gives a fuck,
yeah,
you see a lot of sadness, and I learned, like, so that's something that I learned. Like, I'm really lucky. I mean, both of my parents, they weren't highly educated. They didn't have like the most loving, functional marriage, but they raised but they were together, and they always worked, and they instilled me with values that have helped me in my life. And I'm really lucky. And I mean, like, being a teacher has taught me that. And again, I realize that this is a really this is a privilege. Maybe I don't want to appear out of touch, but it's not something I knew before I was a teacher. Like, so many people don't come from healthy places where there's functional parents, or a functional parent, singular, where education and literacy are valued, where there's a certainty of meals every day, 3 times plus snacks. There's a lot of sadness that I've seen as a teacher. And that's something that maybe that's something I didn't expect, but it's something that's just, it's made me a more sensitive human being, I suppose. And so I'm thankful for it. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
that's, yeah.
No, I mean, like, and I think that that's fair. I don't feel like, I don't think everything important that you gather from your life has to be like necessarily like the most positive thing. Like, I think that there's still value. It's kind of like a reality check. It's like, you know, I think even if we like to believe that we have a lot of sympathy for people that aren't as like well off as us, I think like it's kind of also from like a very kind of like behind closed doors, you know what I mean? Like, but I think like for you, like seeing it firsthand, or a lot of times, and like really like being involved with like people that come from not as like privileged backgrounds, I think that like that can really make you realize like I don't know, the world is kind of a fucked up place. And I think that, as like, I think that that can be important for people to realize, so.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, yes to all of that, what that you just said.
Mm-hmm.
And so then maybe like, maybe what's also been valuable for me as being a teacher is that, I mean, I do think that education, like education is the tool to a better life. I think I've said that
Yeah.
in some capacity during this conversation with you.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, I hope that I hope that my work as a teacher exemplifies that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you come to school and you learn, and you can make something of your life that maybe you don't have right now, and you meet people. Yeah, I just think that I hope, despite the sadness and the fucked up nature of the world, which I see a lot of as a teacher, I hope that being a teacher, like just like through my work and way of being, demonstrates to students who struggle that there's a way through.
Mm-hmm.
And education is one of those ways.
Yeah.
A quick anecdote. I've now been teaching long enough where former students of mine from early in my career are now teachers.
Wow. Yeah.
And I met one of them. She teaches in Bethel, and I won't say her name, but I had her when I taught English 12, like maybe 2010, 2009, 10, 11, somewhere around that era, right before I started teaching IB English. And this girl read every book that we read in class. So like, and I'm not dumb enough to think that every kid likes to read and reads.
Yeah.
I mean, like, but this girl, she read everything, and was present and engaging. And I didn't know this about her until she told me. We were on a trip together earlier this year to a literacy conference. And she told me that all of senior year, when she was in my class, that she was homeless.
Wow.
And I never knew that. Like, I didn't fucking know that. And I don't know a lot about this young woman's life, like what her family story is, what her background is. But I know that she ended up in college, and she ended up with a degree. And she's now a reading teacher in an elementary school in Bethel. And education has helped this young woman. And it has lifted her from a place to hopefully a better place.
Yeah.
Like if we're just thinking like socially, economically in the world that we live in. And man, when she shared that with me, I was just it brought me to tears that I didn't know it at the time. There's so much that goes on in people's lives that you just don't know about.
It's very true.
But here she is. She was homeless her senior year, and now she's a college graduate, and she's a reading teacher. And that's a really awesome story.
Yeah. That is a really cool story. Yeah, no, I think like, I don't know. Like I think it's really cool to hear stories like that, because I feel like, it is really easy, I think, like just even in general, but like, with problems people have going on in life, or getting through like really hard times, it's kind of like hard to imagine that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, I think. But I think hearing stories like that, and just trying to, I don't know, do anything you can to try to like stay motivated, keep a positive mind. I like to think of myself as an optimist, for better or for worse, depending on the scenario. I always try to believe like things are looking up, or things will look up eventually. And I'm really glad you shared that story, because I think that could speak to a lot of people,
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Well, overall, like, I think I have one more question for you, to close off this little interview. And I guess that's just like, there might be some people watching this who maybe some like former Willamette alumni, or just people in general that just want to hear the story of someone who, worked as a teacher. What advice, they might be interested in being a teacher themselves. And so like, what advice would you give to someone who is interested in being a teacher, whether that's, specifically like an English teacher or a Spanish teacher, or just a teacher in general? Like, what would you tell them?
Go find a job in a school as an educational assistant. That is my big advice to people.
Mm-hmm.
If you think you want to work with older kids, like get a job in a middle school or high school. If you know you want to work with younger kids, become an EA an educational assistant in an elementary school. But be in a school,
Mm-hmm.
and as your part-time job, or like as a volunteer or something, because you'll pick up lots of skills that way. In retrospect, like if I could do things like we all, if I could like live this part of my life over again anyway,
Mm-hmm.
I definitely would have gotten a job in a school as an educational assistant of some kind before I became a teacher, because it would have prepared me in a way that my teacher licensure program at the University of Oregon did not, and maybe could not. So I'd say like work in a school or volunteer in a school, like be in a classroom with students and a teacher, and see if you like it. Like see if it's something you can imagine yourself doing. You'll learn things that way, and it's sort of like it adjusts, or it's just like it like. I think a lot of people become teachers like with these dumbass Disney-fied versions of like what an educator does and is, and it's not fucking Disney. Let me say.
I like that word, Disney-fied.
Yeah,
I like that.
Damn Disney.
Disney's teaching our kids wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's like real life in school is different than we see in media. And so the more that you can understand what it is and the challenges of it and the joys of it, before you actually like enter a teacher preparation program, I think that's the best advice ever.
For sure.
Be a coach. Like I met a former student. I saw a former student a couple of weeks ago, and he coaches soccer. I don't know if this guy's ever going to be a teacher, but coaching soccer is a really smart way to like get involved with school or just young people or teenagers.
Yeah.
And so that's my big advice. Like work with students, either like get a job in a school or volunteer in a school. Sometimes at universities, you can take like 1 or 2 credit classes that like actually put you into a volunteer opportunity in a school. And so I would say do that. And you got to like kids, and you have to be okay feeling humbled, because Jesus, like it's hard. When I was growing up, there was always this commercial on the radio or the TV and it was from the Peace Corps, the volunteer organization that sends Americans overseas.
Yeah.
And this Peace Corps slogan was like at the end of the commercial, it would always end with Peace Corps, the toughest job you'll ever love.
Mm.
And I think that applies to teaching.
Yeah.
It's a really like, geez, it's hard. It's like not just mentally hard, it's emotionally hard, it's physically hard. Like working with people all day long is hard. It's just it's demanding.
Yeah.
And I love it. And there are days I don't love it, and that's okay.
It's gonna be like that with any job, I feel like,
There's not a perfect job.
Yeah.
There's not a perfect job. That's something I would say, like, get that out of your mind.
Yeah.
Unless you win the lottery and don't have to work, there's not a perfect job.
Yeah. But don't bet on it.
Yeah. Exactly. We all have to eat some amount of shit in our work, whatever that work is. So that's what I'd say. Like, get into school, like make sure that you want to work with students. That's my advice.
No, I like that. That's a very, very good advice. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Well, I think that that's it. Thank you very much for doing this. This was awesome. This was a great experience. I hope that you had a good time, just kind of sharing your stories and talking about what it's been like to be a teacher.
I have. Thank you. It's nice to have the opportunity to reflect.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've ever really been a part of something like this, like a video interview sort of thing. I don't know, with a student.
Totally, never have. And it occurs to me, this is a really geeky thing I'm about to say.
Yeah.
Like this sort of thing, this would have been a perfect FOA exercise back in the day. Like this would have been like, it's a great sort of structure for one of those IB oral assessments that we used to do.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, for sure. No, that's I mean, consider this to be my new updated FOA project as a college student.
Okay.
Sure.
Sounds good, Tony.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, that's where we're gonna end things off. So yeah, one more time, thank you for doing this, and thank you to anyone who watched this, and hopefully you enjoyed and got some more insight on like what it's like to be a teacher and the ins and outs of it. So yeah, with that, we're gonna end things off. So thank you for watching, and see you in the next episode of Chit Chats. Peace. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
And my name is Parker, and let's have a chit chat.
Perfect. You did it.
Oh,
good job. I'm
nailed it.
Yeah, you nailed it. Like, I'm impressed. Some people, believe it or not, some people mess that up. And by some people, I mean a lot of people.
Really?
It's a lot of pressure,
It is.
to say that sometimes for people. So, like you did good. I'm very pleased. So,
well, I'm glad that I could deliver.
Yeah, we're off to a good start here.
Yeah.
So welcome everyone to another episode of Chit Chats. Welcome, Parker, to the show for the first time.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about some interesting stuff today.
Sweet.
Because Parker, little known fact about me and Parker is that we both go to the same college, Oregon State University.
The best.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And we both I think like the interesting thing is like we both like we're both obviously friends, like we like bond over a lot of stuff, but we've had like pretty, I'd say, fairly different experiences, in like different ways, and I kind of want to explore that today, so that's what we're gonna do. So, and I might expose Parker along the way. We might
I might get exposed a little bit.
There might be some dirty secrets revealed. That'll be the title, actually.
Yeah.
Parker's secrets revealed or something. Yeah.
That's gotta be. You've got to do that.
I got to do that now. I got to get the people enticed. You know what I mean?
So, you got to clickbait a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how you got to do it. So I guess first, right off the bat, we break the ice. Parker, you are in a fraternity. Is that correct? Yes.
That is correct.
And what is the name of that fraternity, if you don't mind?
The fraternity is Phi Gamma Delta, or like it's commonly known as just Fiji.
Right.
That's just its nickname, which is kind of funny. It doesn't really I don't really know how it derives from that, but yeah,
Right.
it's
It's just
Fiji,
that,
like the island.
yeah, it's just like a cool name. Like that's what I remembered your frat was named.
Hmm.
Um and you've been in this frat like pretty much like like right when you entered college, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I joined when I was the fall term freshman year, just because I was going to campus and I was it was COVID too.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
the opportunities to meet people were pretty low. Like when we got to the dorms,
Right.
like you couldn't keep your doors open. Usually, I heard like when you move into dorms on a college campus,
Mm-hmm.
the doors like everyone opens their doors and they all go talk to each other and meet each other, and like there's a lot of friendships that form in that time. But
Right.
because it was COVID, like we were all forced to keep our doors closed and like
Yeah.
we couldn't have everybody over, and
Mm-hmm.
so I was feeling like, okay, I don't want to sit in my room and like having zero outside people in Corvallis
Mm-hmm.
at all. Like it felt kind of lonely. So um, I was like, I got to join a fraternity because my dad also was in a fraternity when he
Right.
went to Oregon State, and he was in the same fraternity.
Right. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, and so he really pushed me to join. Honestly, like I was pretty skeptical of it. But I went and talked to some of the guys. We did a Zoom rush, because rush is like it's recruitment basically.
Okay.
So there's a week where there's all these events. Each day is an event, and you show up and you
Mm-hmm.
keep showing up, and they'll eventually give you what's called a bid card.
And is that
And if you sign
normally
the bid card,
Oh, sorry. Um I was just
uh,
going to ask, is that normally like something that you would do in person, or is that like
yes, yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah,
I
it
was
is
just
something you do in
curious.
person.
Uh-huh.
So you do rush in person, and it would usually be like some event, like for example, like a basketball tournament. You go to the Fiji house,
Mhm.
because the fraternity houses are pretty big, and ours has a basketball court in the backyard, which is pretty sweet.
Mm.
And so we do like like basketball tournaments, dodgeball tournaments, stuff like that.
Oh,
Usually,
okay.
if the weather's nice,
Yeah.
then so yeah. But because I did it on Zoom, I just like met a bunch of people on Zoom, and I was like, okay, these people seem pretty cool, and they gave me a bid card. And if you sign the bid card, then you're like what's known as like a new member,
Mhm.
which means that like you go through this process called well, we call it pledge ed, but it's formally supposed to be called new member education, to be like more like less pledgy, because that has really bad like there's been a
Oh,
lot of like
yeah.
hazing stuff that gets associated with that. So like
Right.
usually like it's called new member education,
Gotcha. Mhm.
and there's like no hazing or anything. Like I didn't get hazed or anything like that,
Yeah.
which was good. I was nervous about
Is
that,
that the
but
first
that didn't
secret? Is
happen.
that the first Parker secret that
Yeah,
you got
yeah,
hazed? No.
but I got hella hazed. No,
Yeah.
yeah, but I was they're not a hazing fraternity, which is cool, and
Mm.
that I never experienced any of it. And so, but when you're like a new member, you kind of go through it, and you go through this education process, and they give you this thing, like this book that you read from, that like has the history of the fraternity and like the values of the fraternity and all that. You kind of learn it, and yeah, and
Mhm.
you're a new member, and you do your thing, and then eventually you just become a member.
Right.
Um, yeah, and so
Cool.
that's basically how it started. But anyway, sorry, I got off track there.
No, you're good.
I joined because I wanted to meet some people, and I just said, screw it, I'll join a fraternity, even though because with COVID and the opportunities were pretty low, and
Mhm.
I don't regret it. It's been pretty fun.
Yeah, no, it definitely seems like as an outsider, it seems like it's been a really fun experience. Definitely
Yeah,
a unique experience from just like because I feel like probably not the majority of people that go to college are in a fraternity or sorority. So like
yeah,
it is like I think it's a really cool like opportunity to have for people. Because I mean like for the most part, I know like not all or I'm sure like not all fraternities are created equal. You know.
yeah, yeah. That's definitely there are yeah. There's definitely kind of there's a lot of different houses with different like personalities and stuff, and it kind of
Yeah.
comes down to who you are as a person.
Right. Yeah. For sure. But
Yeah,
it
and that's what
seems
the
like
rush
for you, it's
process
been
is
really
for
good.
too. Yeah, yeah, it
Hmm.
has. It's been good.
That's good. And so like, yeah, and so you kind of mentioned how your dad was in a fraternity. Is that also like a big reason why you wanted to join one for yourself?
Yeah. So growing up, my dad like has had these friends that he made while he was in college and in the fraternity. And he has friends outside of the fraternity that he made in college too, that have always kind of been around me
Yeah.
growing up. And so that was kind of a template for me, that I kind of realized was like, I want to have friends like these that are lifelong. And like I feel like when you join a fraternity, you're kind of forced to be around these people a lot,
Yeah.
which sounds bad, but like it's good in a sense because you have like being around people a lot. Kind of, you learn a lot of things about living with people.
Yes.
And B, just like a lot of social, like you socially develop a lot because you're just around. It's a very uncomfortable because like going from living in your own room and like, you know, you go from the house with your parents to living in a house just full of guys that
Yeah.
are your age, and like you have to have a roommate, and like
Right.
it's kind of uncomfortable. Like the showers, there's like communal showers. You have to be comfortable with that, and
Mm-hmm.
there's just a lot of like getting out of your comfort zone with it.
Yeah.
And it kind of creates an environment where people are able to become really good friends, I feel like. And I've made some good friends through it. And my dad, he did the same. And so I was like, that sounds great.
Mhm.
That was a very big motivator for me joining, along with, you know, like the situation on campus with COVID. And yeah, and it's been cool to talk to him about it because his experiences have been different from mine. And we exchange stories and stuff, which is cool.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. It's like it's another way that you get to share experiences with your dad or share like a commonality with
Yeah,
him, right? Which I think is really cool.
totally,
Yeah, and
totally.
I think like overall the thing that I really seem to like about fraternities. Well, I guess this kind of ties into the next question I was going to ask you, but like well, okay. Like it seems like a really big aspect of it is like the community aspect, right? Like getting like really well acquainted with this
Yeah.
specific group of people. And would you say
Mhm.
like for the most part it sounds like that's been like a pretty like in terms of like after you were in it and like being in it for like as long as you have been like that's
Yeah.
been a really successful part of it is like that community building aspect.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, totally. Totally. And you do a lot of things. There's this thing called Greek Week each year, I think. I think it's winter term each year.
Mhm.
Where you get like paired up with a sorority, and you and your fraternity and the sorority, they like compete in like challenges. And sometimes not a lot of people do it, sometimes they do it. It's fun. And there's also philanthropies where you can participate in like a sorority, like usually like fraternities participate in other sororities philanthropies. And there are different, like for example, Kappa Delta, one of the sororities across the street, we just did this thing called Mock Rock,
Mhm.
where you like assemble like a team of people to like do like a sing and dance routine together
Oh, okay. Yeah.
for this like competition.
Mhm.
And so they do this, and it's a way to make money for whatever cause they're supporting, and all the fraternities compete, and you know that you want to be the champion or whatever. But you know,
Yeah.
in doing that kind of stuff, you get to do these things with your friends that is also outside of your comfort zone. And I feel like it kind of builds that like pride and like, okay, we want to represent our house pretty well, so we want to do this well. And I feel like it definitely creates a better sense of like community in that sense. And then
Yeah.
also just living together and talking, and just, you know, you get home from class and there's people on the landing upstairs, and you just kind of sit and BS with them for a little bit.
Mhm.
You know, all the meals every day, you usually all eat together because it's all at the same time. So
Mhm.
there's a lot of time that you spend hanging out doing that. And then just like you can just pop into people's rooms and just see what they're doing. There would be people playing like Smash Bros and stuff, which is cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's just like there's all sorts of stuff going on, and it's cool in the sense that, you know, you do get to have that like sense of it's your house, like, you know, a lot of the people in it, and you run into them on campus and say hi to them and stuff, which is cool.
Yeah. No, for sure. And I feel like it sounds like it really not only does it get you well acquainted with these people, but it also like gets you more involved in like, you know, in these activities and potentially like events around campus or like the school itself, right? You know?
Yeah, yes, totally, totally. And it definitely, I feel like it connects you pretty well at the school because there's a lot of on-campus events that a lot of fraternities and sororities are encouraged to go do.
Mhm.
Which is cool in the sense that, you know, you go, it gives you an excuse to go on campus and do something.
Yeah.
Along with we have, so every fall and spring, so we have fall formal recruitment, which is like rush week, like I was telling you,
Mhm.
and there's spring formal recruitment, so there's spring rush as well. And at the end of each of those weeks, there's this thing called jump day, where all of the people who like signed to your house, and every other house, we all go to the quad at the MU,
Mhm.
and then they like say your name, and then you run and jump into a crowd of whatever house you join, and then they catch you.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it's kind of fun. It's something that it happens like twice a year, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. I like that. I feel like
Yeah.
that sounds like a fun, like, sort of like just exhilarating thing to do, right? Like gets you kind of
Yeah.
hyped, right? That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. And I guess like kind of just like on the topic of like exhilarating stuff, like, you know, there's sort of like this like very stereotypical viewpoint of like being in a fraternity, right? Like it's like, oh, there's like parties every day or every week, or and you know, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, there's kind of like I feel like there's like this sort of like perception of what like a person in a frat is like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like I don't know, like what is that kind of like kind of like having that stigma around it, like kind of like what are your thoughts on
Yeah.
that, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and there's a lot of people that are like that, like that fall into that stereotype, especially nowadays because fraternities are, like you said, like there's a lot of stigma around them, and so people are very averse to joining them. But something that I really like about my house specifically is that there's a lot of different types of people. Like it's not just that like stereotypical like frat bro dude, you know.
Yeah.
And I like to think of myself as not necessarily like that either.
Yeah.
But and there are houses that kind of is a diverse group of people that isn't like, you know, let's go party. But there are people that are like, oh, let's go party and do stuff.
Yeah.
And
but
yeah,
you don't have to be in a frat to have that mindset either. You know what I mean? Like,
yes. Yeah, exactly. But what I've because I had that stigma before I joined, and it honestly has changed quite a bit because I initially viewed it as like a way for guys or girls to get together and just go to parties. That's how I viewed it coming out of high school.
For sure, yeah.
And since joining, I kind of have realized that it's more of a fraternities and sororities are meant as like a social club. Like if you get down to like the bare minimum of what they're trying to do, like they're just trying to get people together and kind of just create, like you said, like a community.
Yeah.
And because those houses have thrown parties and stuff over the years, it's kind of developed into this stigma of like just like a thing you join to go to parties. And I think that's good because I like having my perception change has honestly been kind of nice because I'm able to kind of see both sides.
Yeah.
In the sense like, and I think that like my house specifically is like really into like making sure that all of our parties are safe and making sure we're doing things right so that people don't feel like, you know, they're unsafe, because that does happen at fraternity parties, which is really not good.
Yeah.
And so that's something I really value about my house is like we are very, very on top of like making sure like at each party we have these like people that have to be sober so that like if something were to happen then like nobody's like absolutely hammered and can't like take care of the situation, which is nice because then like if you know whatever happens, we have like a safety net if need be, God forbid. You know, so
for sure.
I don't know. I feel like Greek life in general has definitely pivoted toward kind of trying to break that stigma because it really harms Greek life to have that stigma because then people don't want to join it, which is fair because I just had that same exact thought process, but I'm glad that my perception of it has kind of changed and it's helped me. I feel like it's rounded me better, which has been good.
Yeah. And I feel like, and yeah, that's the thing is I feel like, you know, I guess it's not for everyone, but I do think like it's cool to see that like, you know, there's more to meets the eye than like of like joining a frat, right? Like it's not all like the stereotypical belief that everyone thinks it is, or like how it's kind of like played in movies or whatever, or popular media as a whole. And I will say like, you know, I've met like, you know, a lot of frat people like yourself included who like, they don't seem like they're the typical frat person. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, you show like, oh, like, yeah, no, like just because you're in a frat doesn't mean you fit into like this specific mold of a person. Right.
Right.
So,
right. Totally.
That's definitely true. So this is kind of an unrelated question, but I was just curious because like, you know, in the time that I've gone to college, like I haven't gone to a lot of sports events, and I feel, and I know like you've gone to like a good amount, if not like most of them, if you're able to, right? And so like what has that experience been like? How would you rate those experiences?
So football games are the best. They're
that's
like,
the main one
to me. Yeah, that is like I'm always looking forward because I'm also just really invested in like actual game because I mean, I don't know. In high school, we'd go to the we'd go to the Willamette
Yeah,
games, and
but we didn't go to
it'd
watch
be
the
like,
game.
no, we
Yeah.
didn't care about the games. But like,
Yeah.
because like when I was growing up, I watched a lot of college football,
Hmm.
and so I kind of have more of an interest in the teams and like what's going on because I just
Right.
know more
There's
about it
higher
and I grew up around
stakes.
it.
There's higher stakes with
Yeah,
college
there's higher
football. Yeah.
stakes.
Hmm.
And and so when I'm actually going to the games, like I'm actually watching it and like I'm interested in what's happening.
Yeah.
And also it's like it's a great social event.
For sure. Yeah.
And so football games, I try to go to every single home football game I possibly can.
Hmm.
And I think last year I don't think I did it the year before, but last year I managed to do it, which I was stoked about.
Hmm.
And I love it because you tailgate beforehand, you go to like a little pregame party or whatever with your friends, and then you all go to the game
Yeah.
and you watch the game, and it's fun. You root for the Beavers because it's your school. It's like
Yeah.
it's a I don't know, for me especially, like it's kind of a pride thing because I go to school here, so it's like I want to see my I don't know, it's
Yeah.
obvious.
No,
Like,
I get it. I get it for sure. Yeah. Hmm.
and so because I'm so interested in football, it's just I don't know, I love it and I'm pretty passionate about it.
Yeah.
And it's such a fun time. You get to see all your friends. You go save seats for them, and you usually like the way that Oregon State has it is that the student section is right behind the players, and so the players will like turn around and interact with the students behind them and like take pictures with them and stuff,
Hmm.
which is pretty cool. And then basketball games, I don't go to as often because they're just not as big of a deal because there's so many of them
Yeah. Hmm.
compared to football. Because football is typically like one game a weekend.
Yeah.
Uh, and like only half of those games are at home. And so basketball though, there can be like 2 games a week that are at home, and so
Hmm.
it's not as big of a deal. And there's not a lot of people that go, but usually I find a friend or two and go with them, and it's also fun because I like basketball as well.
Yeah.
The Beavs haven't been that good this last year, which
yeah.
kind of sucked, but
We'll get them next
they're
year.
fun in that regard. Yeah, we'll get them next year.
Yeah. Hmm.
And then the third primary sporting event that I go to is baseball. And that is great when the weather is good.
Okay, yeah.
In Oregon, it's kind of a roll of the dice. Like right
Yeah.
now, because especially because baseball season starts, I want to say in like late February, and the
Yeah, I have
weather
no idea.
is not good.
You
in
could be
Oregon
lying
right
and I wouldn't
now.
know, but I believe you.
That's true. But the weather in Oregon in February is terrible. So going to a baseball game in February is no fun. But like once you get to like late April to May, they're pretty fun because the weather's good and you go with your friends, and it's definitely way more social because baseball is a very slow
right.
game.
Right.
But, but they're fun in that regard, and I enjoy it because I have a lot of passion for the team and stuff. It's just an extracurricular fun thing to go do.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's something like, we can go, I guess, to like games like later on, but I feel like there's like later on in life, when we're older, but I feel like there's something more like, there's more of a rush you get when you go to a college sports game when you're in college. I feel like it's like, it means more, especially if it's your own team that you're rooting for. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
definitely. So overall, like just talking about like college as a whole, like, being in a fraternity, like sports games, parties, like I want to know, like, what are some like standout memories that you specifically have? It could be like one specific one. It could be a couple if you want. Like, what are some like really like memories that you feel like, they could be funny. They could be like really like, I don't know, heartwarming, I guess. Just stuff that you feel like you're going to remember, like when you get out of college,
So right now, off the top of my head, I'm thinking of 2, and both of them, ironically enough, kind of go around going to a football game.
Okay.
But
yeah.
The first one was the Beavers were playing the Washington Huskies up in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And my buddy Wyatt and I drove up to Seattle and stayed at my grandma's house and actually like went to the game.
Uh-huh.
And it was we got there and I saw my grandma. That was great, of course. But we got there and then my dad's friend called me. His friend from college called me and was like, "Hey, I'm also at this game. I'm gonna get us tickets like right behind the football team." And I was like, "Oh my god, okay,
nice.
That's pretty awesome."
Yeah.
And so Wyatt and I went and we went to the game and just the road trip up there was great. We got stuck. We got stuck on the bus because there's a huge bridge in Seattle that goes across Lake Washington, and it's pretty long. And so we were in like really bad traffic because there was a football game, and I had to pee so bad. Like I was struggling. Like
Yeah.
it was like
That's
it was
the
like life or
worst,
death.
dude. Yeah.
Yeah, and we were in the middle of the bridge, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh my god, I don't know if I'm gonna make it." And I
Yeah.
I managed, but
Oh, let's
oh
go.
my god, it was
Let's
brutal.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it was, and then we saw my dad's friend, which was great, and he got us these awesome tickets, and he was great to me, and it was just, I don't know, it was a really good night. And then other guys that go to Oregon State that were going with like separately from us, they came down and hung out with us,
Mhm.
and it was just like kind of cool because we were all like from a different school, like all together, because we were in like this foreign place, you know.
Yeah.
And so that was great. That was a really really good time. That's like really the first trip I think I've taken, like a long trip that I've taken on my own with friends in college.
Yeah. And when
that I
when
can
exactly
remember
was
off the top
this?
of my head. This was early November of this year.
Oh,
of
this year.
junior
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So
Yeah.
fairly recent.
Yeah, so
Fairly
that was
recent.
this year. Yeah, it was pretty recent. And then
Cool.
the second memory that I can think of was another football game with, so it was the Civil War where we played the Ducks
Oh, okay.
down in Eugene.
Yeah.
And the night before, Ellie and I, a good friend of mine.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's been on the show before. Shout out to Ellie.
Yeah. Ellie,
Yeah.
Ellie and I, we were getting ready to go, and so there was this block party that happened on the street right in front of my fraternity house.
Yeah.
And so they blocked off, like we contacted the city and like had them block off the street.
Mm-hmm.
And so all these people were going to be out, but the game was at like noon, and so this block party started at like 7 in the morning. And so Ellie and I were in Eugene because of Thanksgiving, because it was the Thanksgiving weekend.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so we had to get up like ridiculously early, like probably like 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
To drive back to Corvallis. And then like you get there and it's 7 in the morning, and you know you're drinking alcohol because that's what people do at the block party.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, oh my god,
At
it was
7
just so
in the
fun
morning.
because, like 7 in the morning, and it was
yeah.
like super. It was super foggy.
Damn.
And like there was just something about it that was just kind of fun because we had all of our friends up super early,
Right.
and then
yeah.
the game was awesome because we all went and we ended up beating the Ducks, which was awesome.
Nice, yeah.
And yeah, it was a really, really good experience. I will always look back on that fondly. I got some good pictures of it too.
Right. Yeah.
Which is just, it's been good. And then I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, another memory came to mind.
Oh, another one. Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Another one just came to mind.
Yeah.
Which was literally like 2 weeks ago. We went to Lake Shasta in California.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we got a houseboat. And basically the whole university, like most Greek life in the university went.
Mm-hmm.
And you all take your boats to this one island, and you all hang out. And at night there's a big party on the mainland, and it was just super fun. It was like literally all my friends from college like were there, and and I saw. I mean, we were just kind of in paradise because the weather was amazing, and you know you can just jump in the lake whenever you were feeling hot or whatever. It's just, you have a huge lake right there.
Yeah.
And you're just hanging out with all your friends, and it was super duper fun. It was definitely like, I was telling Ellie, like it's like probably one of the best memories I've had in college was just that, and it was so recent, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
No, yeah.
And I can tell, like, I mean, like, you know, I think the common theme between these stories is like, you know, they're very like tied to the fact that you're in a frat, or you know, like this like sort of like it's kind of like a common thing, and I feel like that's like a really cool way of like, you know, it shows like being in a frat, like it can lead to some like really cool experiences and memories, you know.
Yeah.
I think that's awesome.
Totally.
Yeah. Cool. It was great it's great to hear that. I have one more question, sort of
Give
in
me.
like to kind of cap this off, this little interview here. If you were like I don't know, I phrased this in, you can phrase this in multiple ways, but I guess like if you were talking to like someone that was going into college, or maybe they're interested in being in a frat, or maybe like even, you know, like yourself, like before you were in college, like what is like advice that you would give them, you know, now that given where you are right now?
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. I would say, because my younger sister's actually coming into
Oh yeah,
college
there we go. Yeah,
next year. So
yeah.
so I have had some reflection on this kind of stuff, and I would say you've got to you got to take everything that happens kind of in stride, in terms of, you know, you got to just kind of take it in. You can't. I feel like sometimes I had this expectation that I need to be doing more, or I might be like wasting the time because it felt so finite to me.
Yeah.
You gotta kind of enjoy the ride and enjoy the moments that you have day by day, and whatever you end up doing, as long as you're enjoying yourself and you're getting your stuff done in college. That's another thing. Be on top of your school.
Right.
Be
Yeah.
on top of your school. Everything kind of falls into place.
Yeah.
Just be on top of your academics and take all of the other experiences. You know, just let it happen, and also do things that you wouldn't really see yourself doing. Like if you get invited to go do something that sounds kind of weird, or I don't know, if there's something that you can go do that your friends are doing that you're like, I don't know. I mean, obviously within reason. If like people are wanting you to do hard drugs, I probably wouldn't advise you to go do that.
Maybe
like,
that's maybe an exception. Yeah.
well, I'd say that's an exception.
Yeah.
But like, you know, something that gets you outside of your comfort zone within reason. You gotta. I feel like it's something to go do, and it kind of rounds you better. And that's something I've kind of been trying to get myself to do more so recently, of just like doing things, because I don't think it's going to be as opportune when I'm out of college.
Yeah, for sure.
So going into college, you know, take care of your stuff. Maybe check out Greek life if you want. If you're feeling like, you know, you want to try and make some more friends. If I don't know, in any situation that interests you, give it a whirl. If you don't like it, you don't like it, and that's totally fine. It's definitely not for everybody.
Yeah.
In a sense that, you know, it's a very unique deal, and it's if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I definitely think it's cool. It'd be cool to give it a shot. And that's something that I've kind of told my sister as well. But yeah, I think that's probably the best advice I could give.
No, yeah, that's good.
Off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, that's good. No, this was overall, like, this was good. Like, considering this was all like very off the cuff, you voiced yourself very well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So overall, yeah, like, thank you for doing this interview with me. This was a fun time.
Totally.
It was really cool getting to hear, because some of these stories, like, I'd never heard some of these stories, so it was cool to like hear them for the first time.
Yeah, and I'm glad to finally do it.
Yeah.
So I've heard of the Chit Chats, and I've been wanting to do one. So
the legend of Chit Chats, yeah.
The legend of Chit Chats, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to do it.
The legend of Chit Chats, Tears of the Chit Chat.
Yeah, Tears of the Chit Chat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, I hope to have you on again for another episode sometime.
Totally.
Perhaps with a few other guests potentially.
That would be sweet.
Yeah, for sure.
We should totally do that.
Cool. All right. Well, that is where we will end off this episode then. Thank you, Parker, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and thank you all for watching. Hope this was a fun like to hear these experiences and this, you know, what it's a little insight into what it's like to be in a frat, to be a frat boy, if you will. Yeah, you're a frat boy. You're a frat boy, Parker. Yeah, by definition, but that doesn't mean that, like, you know, like, you can take that multiple ways. I don't know. Either way, that's gonna end off this episode. We'll see you guys in the next episode of Chit Chats. Peace.
Later.
Welcome back to. Oh, wait. All right, just a little visual thing I had to fix. Okay. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
And I'm Ellie. Let's have a chit chat.
Yeah. All right. That was good. That was good. Yeah, we'll take that. Actually, do it again. Do it again. You can do better.
I was a little worried that I forgot like a word or something as I was saying it.
Do it again. Do it just for good measure. Do it one more time.
Have a chit chat.
All right. There we go. All right. Cool. So, welcome everybody to Chit Chats, and Ellie, welcome to your second official episode. I hope you're ready to have a good time, you know?
I am.
Not only is this your second episode, this is your first, like, solo episode, you know?
I know, kind of my debut, if you will.
Yeah, right? Because
the last one was super fun.
Yeah, no, and that's good. But I don't always do like solo ones with people. So you're, you know,
this is a special kind of episode. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Mm-hmm. And you know, last episode, like we had you on, you played like a little game with us or like a little quiz with us. But this episode, you know, we're gonna kind of try to get to know you a little bit more personally. You know, so we're not gonna ask super deep questions. So I mean, if any questions I ask, if you don't feel comfortable asking them or answering them, answer them anyway. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna ask any. Basically, I want to talk to you because you are, recently we did an episode with Parker. I did an episode with Parker about what it was like being in a fraternity. And, I know that you are in a sorority, and I thought this would be a nice little compliment to that episode. And we can talk about, what it's like. We maybe like discuss the differences. I don't know, like probably just more keep it individual, but yeah. So yeah. All right. So just to start off, like what, like, kind of describe like what a sorority is, I guess, in case like anyone doesn't know.
So sororities, usually at a university, are like a Greek affiliated organization specifically for people identifying as women. Typically, there is a house, like a physical house, that the sorority members at some point live in throughout their college experience. Usually, like freshman year in the dorms, sophomore, junior year in the house, the sorority house, and then senior year you do your own thing. But a sorority, basically, on a broader level, is an organization for people identifying as women to support a philanthropy of their, like, that is affiliated, like, so my sorority, we're affiliated with Make-A-Wish, and we have been since like 2002, I think.
Okay.
And yeah, so we have a bunch of events that we all work together to put on to support Make-A-Wish, but in a less philanthropic level. Sorority is just kind of like a way to find a community within a way bigger community that is the university.
A quite large community, yeah.
Yeah, so at least that's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah.
And that's how it worked me. So that's how I would describe it.
For sure, yeah, no, and that's I like, from my general perception, that's pretty much what I would think. I actually didn't know that your sorority specifically was associated with Make-A-Wish, so that's actually really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, each sorority usually has their own specific cause that they support, and ours just happens to be Make-A-Wish.
Mm-hmm. And what is the name of yours, if you don't mind?
Chi Omega.
Phi Omega?
Chi Omega, so like
Chi
C-Chi and
right.
Omega. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I get mixed up with the Greek letters, but yeah.
No, it's okay. There's also another sorority called Alpha Chi Omega, so some people also get confused there.
I
My
see.
grandma, for Christmas last year, she wanted to give me like a sorority Christmas ornament, and it was the Alpha Chi Omega.
Oh,
no. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of names that repeat, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, what exactly made you want to join a sorority? Like, what was your thought process like going into college?
Well, going into college, I just was really struggling, like feeling like I didn't have a group of gals that like I was friends with, because we both wanted to be friends with each other, and like specifically other women. Throughout high school, I'd had a really hard time finding girlfriends that friendships with girls that just lasted. I didn't feel like I connected well with other girls that I went to high school or, saw at like a summer camp. Nothing ever stuck, and it frustrated me beyond belief, and it made me just, I don't know, it took me to a low where I just was like, man, like, what is wrong with me that's like why is this not happening for me? Like, I feel like something is wrong here, and I'm not sure why. and so that on top of going into college during a pandemic, and I was supposed to have a roommate, and she decided to stay home. So I was in a room by myself, and so that just kind of further snowballed me, and like, wow, now I'm going to college and I'm going to be even more alone. I had Parker there, but I don't know, I just wanted my own friends too. I didn't want to like rely on Parker solely
For sure.
for like a social life. I just didn't feel like that was going to be healthy for me. And so actually one of my like childhood friends, we hadn't spoken since probably elementary school, but our moms are still friends. And so we both seemed to be struggling in the friend department. So she reached out to me and was like, oh my gosh, hey, like, how's it going? We're both in Corvallis and no one else is like it's pandemic o'clock, nothing is happening.
Right, yeah.
And she told me that she had decided they called it rush at that point. We don't call it rush anymore, it's like recruitment, but she told me that she decided to rush, and I honestly hadn't thought about the fact that there were probably sororities and fraternities in college. Like all I could think of prior to being in one was like the Monsters University sororities and fraternities. Like
yes.
Something that I would never, like, they were just kind of fake.
The scare games.
They're not real.
Dude, can we talk, like, I just want to say, like, I wish we had, like, a scare games in our university.
Yes.
Like, just a slight tangent there, but that would be so cool. But anyway.
Yeah. So we have, anyway, I'll
We'll go into all of it. We'll go into all of it if you have something to comment about.
But yeah, she told me that she was going to rush, and I was like, oh my gosh, I guess that's an option. And I felt like, I could either try it and it could go horribly and I would still be on the hunt for like some really close gal friends, or I could try it and could find other people that really wanted to meet me and other people going through Rush. In this moment in time where we were all trying out college during a pandemic. And so I just kind of thought through it and felt like, if there are other people going through this right now, then I feel like we probably have the same intentions. I mean, not all of us, but like there are probably other people there that have the intention of finding friends.
For sure.
So
yeah.
That was kind of my mindset. Is like there's probably other people that feel the same way as I do in this group. And even if it doesn't work out for us, I will have met some people and have some kind of outlet.
For sure, yeah.
So yeah, that's why I decided to do it. Sorry, I went on a long, because I really didn't think about it until probably like a week before it started. And people sign up like months and months in advance, so.
Right. It was a little bit more on a whim for you, but overall, like, what would you say your, like, now that, because, it's been 3 years, right, since you first joined, like, what do you think, like, do you think it was a good decision overall? Like,
oh yeah, I try and think of where I would be without it, which like sounds sad, but it really has been like the basis of my college experience thus far. Like, there are people that I've met outside of it, and like way great memories that I've made outside of it, but it really like formed the basis of what I wanted my college experience to look like, like social wise, and like the people I wanted to surround myself with, and I don't know, it really helped me develop as a young adult, I feel like. And on top of that, also, like, I did end up meeting those friends that also felt very alone during the pandemic and wanted to find other people that wanted to form those close connections. So, thinking about where I would be had I not decided to rush, I probably would have met friends eventually. I think that it would have been a much longer, drawn out process. So I don't know, for me, I just think it was the right decision because it was a decision that was going to get me some progress then and there. And that was kind of what I was needing. And I'm still friends with all of those people that I met that first year, like very closely with today. I'm living with a few of them next year. It really has like become a major part of my college experience. And I'm very grateful for it. I don't think I would have developed as a human quite as much without it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, and I think like regardless of like, when you decide to join or why, like I feel like that is like a commonality that I think like
everyone going into sorority or fraternity might have, is just like wanting to make friends. Like I do think that that's like a big part of it. So
Yeah.
I think like in that sense, like it definitely was like, it seems like it was a big success like in that regard. And
Yeah, it definitely is.
that's good. Yeah, for sure. And so I guess like, what are the kinds of things, because you know like you're joining the sorority, like you're part of this like big community now, like what are the sorts of things that you guys do? I mean, you kind of talked about it a little bit, but like overall, like what are the kinds of things that you guys do, and I guess more specifically, what are the things that you do that kind of bring you guys closer together?
So like just like timeline wise, like in the fall we had fall formal recruitment, which is like the formal recruitment I went through. And we have like a work week beforehand where recruitment, it sounds like I don't know, it's very odd because it sounds like a very like, you know, people can come by and if they want to join, they can join. But with fall formal recruitment, there's like a lot of details that go into it that not everyone is aware of. And so we have this work week where everyone trains and gets ready and like we get our house ready. And that brings people really, really close together, especially when you start living in. Like when I went into my first year living in, I hadn't met anyone that was going to be living in, or I hadn't met most people that would be living in since they would communicate virtually our first year. So that brought us close together, is living together and getting to know each other during that like 40-hour work week of like getting ready.
That'll do it.
Yeah, we also have like a 5K color run that we all do together that we do in like our sorority fams. So we have like, if you've heard like Big Little. Yeah. So with each class of people that join, there's like a big, like when I was a sophomore, I had a freshman that was my little. And it's supposed to be like a big little sis, like mentor.
Okay, gotcha.
Join. So that you're not like completely confused about what's going on.
Right, I imagine like when you're first joining, like as a freshman, it's probably maybe a little intimidating, right?
Oh yeah, I had no idea what was happening. There were a bunch of things that happened that I was like, I don't know what that is, but I'm a part of it, I guess. So yeah, I had a big when I joined, and the fams like really bring you close together too. Even if you aren't necessarily best, like closest friends with people in your fam, there's still people that you like can rely on and go to for like whatever. And so yeah, we have our Big Little, and during our philanthropy events, we'll have teams of people doing different jobs, and it's usually like you do it with your fam to bring you closer to. So yeah, we also have like sisterhood events. Like my roommate Megan and I'm the recruitment chair, and also we're sharing we're both doing recruitment and sisterhood together, which typically you just do one job. But Megan and I have kind of been running the sorority lately.
All right, go off.
2 to 1. But yeah, we've been throwing like sisterhood events. We had like a field day. We just used the budget and bought a bunch of games. We had like badminton out at Chintimity.
Nice.
And like a bunch of snacks, and it was just like sisterhood events, philanthropy events.
And so do you guys get to like as like with having those positions, do you guys get to like actually like choose what kind of events you do, or is it more like facilitated?
It's a total free for all. You get to choose. I mean, you like run it by another person on like the executive board first to make sure you're not like absolutely blowing your budget.
That's fair.
But other than that, you pretty much get to come up with whatever event you want to do. Like me and I just decided we would be having a field day a random Saturday. Hey, 12 to 3, come out. We're gonna have games, snacks, all this, and each position has like a budget that they get to use throughout the year. And as long as you don't go over budget, you're pretty much solid. You get to come up with whatever events you want to, and you think will like empower the sisterhood.
Yeah, that's awesome. I feel like I feel like you guys probably like are good people to do that. I mean, I don't know Megan as well, but like I feel like you guys have a good like energy, and like you guys like I feel like you guys probably bounce off of each other well. That's the vibe.
We really do. I appreciate that. Yeah, we both just really want to have a good time. Like, I don't know, sometimes we felt like, you know, people don't fully take advantage of those budgets, and like that like when else in your life are you going to be able to throw whatever event you want with like a certain amount of money? Like like a pretty solid amount of money to just do whatever you want with all of your friends.
For sure, yeah.
And so, yeah, we try and take as much of an advantage as possible because we've only got a year left, and our positions, we finish our jobs in after fall term. So we really only have one term left to do it. And not that other people can't do it well, but it's just fun to be able to do it yourself.
Right. Yeah, and I guess that is something that like I guess we didn't like mention, but like this is your last term or last year as a like in your sorority, right?
Yeah.
And so you do have like so I don't know if you already mentioned it, but like when did you kind of take on this this like position?
So the recruitment position, that's like an executive board position. I almost said decision. And you get the whole house like makes in a way like votes and makes that decision of who's going to be in that position in at the end of fall term. So we have like a full day where we all just there's like a certain process. It's very long and drawn out. It would take all day to explain it. It's very weird, but
gotcha.
But basically a process where we like put people in certain positions and they like accept. And so I accepted the recruitment executive board position, and Megan, it's technically Megan is the sisterhood director, and that's a cardinal cabinet position. And so that's a lower level position. So the entire executive board decides who's on cardinal cabinet.
Okay.
So I was put into my position by the entire sorority, and Megan was put in her position by the executive board that I'm part of.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. I think I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sorry if that was confusing.
No, I think I got it. I just didn't Yeah,
but we all those decisions are made at the end of fall term, and then so once we come back from winter break, everyone is trained over winter break, and you come back and you are in your position.
Gotcha.
And responsible for all your duties.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because I knew that you had like some sort of like higher position in your sorority, or at least like something where you like were part of a like you got to like make decisions kind of for the sorority, but I didn't know like the specifics of it. So that is interesting.
I'm recruitment.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have fall formal recruitment, and then we just started spring informal recruitment. So those are two events that are about a week long each. And so I'm in charge of facilitating the like 70 people in the sorority to recruit, and a lot goes into it. So yeah, definitely a little bit of a harder job, but so I'm excited to be done with it for my last year. But again, it's helped me develop into a better person, I think, organization and all those stupid job skills.
Definitely, yeah, definitely important. Stupid job skills. But that's cool though, because I do think like like you probably would have developed skills like that anyway. But I think like this is definitely a cool way to, just kind of, I don't know, solidify. Or,
it's kind of like practicing them in like a obviously a non-job way.
Yeah. It prepares you for like later on instances where you'd have to do that later on. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well. So I guess like in a more general sense in like college specifically, like this doesn't necessarily have to do like specifically with a sorority, but just like what are some just like standout college memories that you have? And they could relate to like stuff that you did with your sorority, but they don't necessarily have to.
Oh man. Okay.
If you feel like sharing it. I'm curious.
One of them, the most recent. Okay, I've got two.
Okay.
And I'm gonna backtrack. Not the most recent. So one of my friends that I made freshman year, Molly, she rushed along with me and said that she was like, I could see you on like the little Zoom call, but I just didn't know who you were.
Oh yeah.
We went to a lot of the same houses, but I did not notice. Anyway, so Molly and I ended up in the same sorority, luckily, and we became like such close friends, and I got the opportunity to go to Disneyland with her last summer. And,
that's right. Yeah, I think I heard about that.
Yeah. I met her family there. She was like, if you can fly yourself out, then, you know, we'll pick you up and you can come along. And I was like, absolutely.
That's sick.
And we had 2 days in Disneyland. First day was Disney, and then second day was
California Adventure.
That one. Yeah. And so I mean we were there like from open to close because in Molly's world she needed to ride every single ride. And I was down to do that. I was just excited to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I had never tried the churros there, but Molly loved the churros. We probably ate like 5 churros that day.
Holy crap.
It was so good. I would do it again.
Oh my goodness.
So we grabbed one last churro for the road, and we were walking back to the hotel.
Oh no.
And Molly, I mean, it's so hot. We've been sweating all day, and Molly just absolutely eats it as we're crossing the street. She just like face plants on the road, and
like literally eats it.
I'm on the phone. You gotta go. Great. I'll see you later. Oh my goodness. Like we're going on a bike ride.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's a little cameo.
Yeah, the Cam Dio.
Cam Dio.
Yeah.
That's awesome. All right.
Anyway, so Molly, we're crossing the street to get back to the hotel, and she absolutely eats it. And she was so frustrated. She got up, and her churros like in pieces on the ground, and she just kicked the churro like probably 20 feet, and she's just like, shit.
I thought that you meant that she like just demolished the churro, but no, you meant like she like face planted on the street.
As I said it, I realized that might have been interpreted as she literally ate it, but no, she was just so pissed.
I would be too, man. I mean, I would be too. I mean, like I've never had the churros at Disneyland, but I imagine they're pretty good. Yeah.
I haven't had churros until then. Yeah, I don't know. Very rid. I don't know. That one just sticks out to me.
That's a core memory.
On it all the time. She's like, remember when I just got so angry at that churro, and I just kicked the crap out of it. Oh gosh, another memory, or my second one. I think it was freshman year. I had kind of met like my core group of friends, and or I mean, not that I wanted to make as many friends as possible, but I had
everyone kind of has like a
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I had been consistently hanging out with this group of gals that I like really had connected with. And so for my birthday, Molly, her birthday is like 2 weeks after mine. So we're like, let's just do like a joint birthday that's like a little bigger than a normal birthday party. Mm-hmm. And Parker, his mom has a beach house.
Right.
And so I was like, let me hook us up with a beach house right now. Like not like for free, but we were gonna. I knew somebody.
You had the opportunity. You had to take the opportunity.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
And so I was like, Michelle, please let us use the beach house for this weekend. We'll pay you whatever money it takes. And so we went to this beach house all weekend, and I mean, it was so. We just sat at the beach, went like finding shells. It was just super fun, just being able to relax. And I mean, I'm not going to say we were underage drinking, but we were very relaxed while we were there.
All right.
Yeah,
we don't need to dox anyone today. We don't need to dox anybody today. Yeah.
No. But yeah, I just remember like on that trip, I was so stressed out because it was my boyfriend's mother's beach house, and so I didn't want us to like mess anything up. But I also was like feeling so at peace because I would just like look around and I'd be like all that sadness and frustration that I had felt in the past couple years, not having that core group of friends that like really just wanted to be my friend because of who I am. Mm-hmm. I was like, it is here. Like I have waited it out, and I am here with those friends now. And so yeah, I look back on that trip super fondly because it only brought us closer. And so I was just really, it was blissful. Mm-hmm. I just felt like I really made it.
Yeah, like that, like you feel like that was maybe like a sort of a pivotal moment. Like you kind of, like when you kind of realize like, oh, this is like I've kind of achieved what I set out to. Yeah. Exactly.
I do corny shit like that all the time. I just look up and I'm like, oh, my
dude,
people.
You got, I mean, like, you know, it may be corny, but it's like if it makes you feel good, it's like there's no harm in that, you know. I support that.
Thanks. So yeah, that was another good memory. There are lots of like weird, funny memories with them, but yeah, I just felt really good that I had like gotten the chance to meet them.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I want to go back. You mentioned, or like when we brought up the scare games thing, you were gonna say something, and I'm curious what you were going to say.
Yes, we have Greek Week, and so this year it was Mario themed, and it's not like as intense as scare games.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
And so we have like a bunch of competitions throughout the week, and each house there's like a team. Like we were paired with a fraternity and another sorority. It was like an academic sorority, so not like a Panhellenic sorority. There's like different councils. It doesn't matter. We were with another fraternity and another sorority.
Okay.
And we were Team Peach. We didn't win, but there were just a bunch of fun games throughout the week. There was like a Mario trivia night. We got dead last. I was on that team. It was painful.
Damn.
There was a race. Like you had to make a cart. You had to make Peach themed. I wanted it to be a cart. It was like a cardboard box. You had to make completely Peach themed, and it was like a foot race, and you had to like hand it. It was like a relay.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, I forget what the other. There were a bunch of little events, but like there's a whole week where it's just like competition between the entire Greek community, and it was Mario themed. It was pretty fun.
That's sick, dude. I wish I was in the Mario trivia. I would kill in the Mario trivia.
There were some people there who had like seriously done their research. Like there were some seriously detailed questions, like the names of like side characters that I had never even seen. Luckily, one of the guys, or I mean, I guess not luckily because we got dead last, but one of the guys that was on our team said that he found like a Quizlet that had all the same questions as the actual trivia. Apparently, he did not, but whatever.
Damn, that's pretty. That's pretty cool. You what? Oh, you kind of had a scare games, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. And so, is Greek Week? Is this a thing that you guys do like every year or every term, or
It's every year. I think it's just once a year. I honestly can't remember if we also did it in the fall. It's either once a year in the spring or fall and spring. I'm pretty sure it's just spring. I don't know why. It just feels like the last Greek Week that we had was so recent.
Right.
But I think it's just once a year. Sorry, I keep going back and forth.
No, I was just curious because I do remember hearing about. Like I like now that I think about it, I think I remember Parker mentioning, I think he mentioned Greek Week and he said that there was like Mario competitions and I was like, dude, that's so awesome. That's cool though.
Awesome. I was stoked to be Team Peach.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. We stand Peach. All right, in this house.
Peach.
Fun fact: she's getting a new game soon on Switch.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, well. Consider my money already gone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That sounds awesome. Mm-hmm. Is it called like a Super Mario Bros. Like game or like what?
I think so. Well, okay. This is like far removed from like sororities in college, but I will bring it. No. Like I don't mind bringing it up. They announced a new Mario game where Peach is playable. And then so that is like just like a Mario game. But then they have this game that they didn't really talk about a lot. Like they announced it and they didn't really talk about it a whole lot. But it looks like it's like a Mario-esque game. Like it's like a platforming game, but you play as Peach and you get like power-ups as Peach. And it looks like it's like, I don't know, almost like it's like a stage play setting. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm interested to see what it is.
Yeah, that sounds good.
But either way, it has Peach, and that means it's guaranteed to be a little bit quality, at least, I think.
I was gonna say it has Peach, so I'll probably buy it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I guess I just have like one more question for you for this interview. Okay. So like you talked about how like you went into college, like you had like these goals in mind, and you grew a lot, and you developed a lot of like important life skills and skills being an adult. What is something that you like what's like a really big takeaway now that college is like kind of like in its last leg, right? What's like a really big takeaway or something that maybe like you would tell somebody going into college, or like maybe even like going into your sorority potentially, like just some like words of advice.
Oh man.
It's a
I
big
would
one.
say be open to all kinds of relationships, friendships, kind of not super close friends. I don't know. I feel like I went in really wanting just the close friends that I may have missed out on some friendships that could have also been of value to me. Or I mean, I guess that sounds kind of odd, like you were of value to me. But I would tell myself and other people to be open to all kinds of friendships and relationships. And just like not like constantly like pining after them, but be open and want them. I don't know. I would consider myself much more open to all kinds of like friendships and relationships now. And like I think that has created a version of me that's surrounded by a lot more love than I would be if I was closed off to only super close friends.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, and I feel like, yeah, and I feel like you could say that about just like experiences in general, right? Like be open to like trying new things, having experiences maybe you didn't plan, right?
Yeah, exactly. I would not say a majority of my college experience has been planned. I mean, that coffee shop job that I had, I did not want to work at a coffee shop, and it ended up being the best job I've had so far. I worked there for 2
Let's
years,
go.
and it was great. Yeah, I would feel like be open to what you aren't expecting.
Right, yeah. And yeah, I mean, you never know what life is going to throw at you. And you know, I don't know, speaking of someone who is a little like I can be kind of like closed off, at least initially, to like trying new things. I do think like there is a lot of value in kind of like going through those experiences, like kind of just like, even if you kind of have to like, you know, what's the phrase, like bite the bullet? Is that the phrase?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And just kind of like go for it, and you probably will. Like it may not always work out, but I do think like when it does, it's like a really nice thing.
Yeah, and doing new or trying new things with your friends too. I feel like
Yes.
only brings you closer. I don't know.
Yes, that's
I
for
have a lot
sure.
of great memories trying random stuff with friends that I'm closer or not as close with, and it's I don't know. It's just like fun memories. Like remember when we were like dumb idiots in sophomore year of college and we tried that weird Greek week event. Something. Like, I don't know.
For sure.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think college is like a really good time to do stuff like that.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. Cool. Well, that is going to conclude this interview and this video. So thank you so much for talking to me today and telling me about your experiences and all of that. Very fun.
Dude, thanks for having me. I enjoyed rambling on about them.
I enjoy, I don't think of it as rambling. I think of it as like, just talking, just vibing,
Yeah.
as a rambler myself. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. But with that, yeah, that'll conclude this video. So thank you guys for watching, and we will see you guys in the next episode of Chit Chats.
Later.
Peace.
Hi. So I made a little bit of an oopsie daisies, and long story short, the episode of Chit Chats that you are about to watch is completely without visuals. I just simply forgot to capture them while I recorded this episode. My bad. Fortunately, I don't really think this detracts from the episode itself. These videos are kind of designed to be viewable either through literally watching them or through listening to them. So I don't think there's a lot of moments where we, really heavily rely on the visual component that we're talking about, especially considering this is mostly an auditory episode. So I don't think it'll matter too much, but I'm going to throw up a, just a static image for the entire episode that hopefully will supplement the lack of moving visuals. So you get to use your imagination on this one. But yeah, stay tuned for next week when we will get back to not fucking up. It's going to be great.
So we get to.
This is special.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you a nice little, a cool special intro for you. All right. Well, okay.
Wait, Anthony doesn't know how to do that.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so the way that we start Chit Chats is we go around. So I start off by saying, "Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio," and then we go around and say, "And my name is blank," and then the last person that says it, which would be you, because you're the special guest. They would say, "And my name is blank, and let's have a chit chat." So
Is that how that works?
Yeah. So you would say, "And my name is Anthony, and let's have a chit chat."
Okay.
Do you think you can handle that?
Yeah. Let me clear my throat here.
Yeah. It's okay. Just take a deep breath. Don't feel too nervous.
All right.
You got this, Anthony.
You got this.
Hey, I'm Anthony. Let's wait. Did I fuck it up already?
A little bit.
And my name is Anthony, and let's have.
And my name is Anthony. Let's have a chit chat.
Yep.
There you go.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Now who's going second? Actually, Skylar, you go second.
Oh, you okay? Yeah, Skylar, you can go second, and Quentin, you go third.
Yep. My name is Skylar. Let's have a chit chat.
No, you don't say. You don't have to say we're having a chit chat.
I think we should all say and let's have a chit chat.
My name is Quentin, and let's have a chit chat. My name is Skylar, and let's have a chit chat.
Wait, actually,
let's have a chit chat.
Let's just do that for some reason. Okay. All right. So forget everything I just said. We're all gonna say and let's have a chit chat.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay.
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 It's so stupid.
Okay. Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio, and let's have a chit chat. I thought we were all gonna go.
Skylar,
I thought it was Skylar first.
Maybe we shouldn't do that.
I thought it was Skylar first.
You know what? Because this is Anthony's first episode, let's not overcomplicate it. Let's just do a normal intro. We can do the scuffed one and another one. Okay.
Sure.
So Anthony, you were the only one that's gonna say and let's have a chit chat, okay?
Like at the end, or
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. So it'll be me, Skylar, Quentin, and then you, Anthony.
Okay.
Welcome back to Chit Chats, everybody. My name is Antonio.
My name is Skylar.
My name is Quentin.
My name is Anthony. Let's have a chit chat.
All right, we did it.
We did it.
All right,
yeah,
cool. Flawlessly, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was
Flawless, yeah.
good. That was
That
definitely
was so seamless.
in the top 5 Chit Chats intros of all time. So
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can cut out the silence. It's okay. I'm not going to cut out the silence.
Don't cut out the silence.
No, it makes it more authentic. I don't want to lose authenticity. All right. So, welcome back to another episode of Chit Chats, everybody. We have 2 guests on the show today who have been in episodes before. We have Mr. Quentin Gonzalez. Thank you for returning. And we have Skylar Toohey also returning. Thank you for being here, Skylar. But for the first time ever, we have Mr. Anthony. Can I say your last name? Do you give me permission to say your last name?
Yeah, sure.
Anthony Camacho in the episode today. Welcome. It's actually Anthony Johnson.
I want Anthony Camacho to watch this video and be like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, what? I should have not even clarified that it was something else. I should have just played it off like it was Anthony Camacho and just not
Anthony
just
Camacho.
just completely straight faced. Yeah. Well, we'll refer
Yeah.
to you as Anthony Camacho for the rest of the episode. So, anyway,
All right, sounds good.
Yeah.
Or Padilla. I don't care.
or
Padilla, yeah.
Padilla. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Padilla, I mean.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's Padilla. Sure. All right. All right, all right. So, guys, I called you here today because I want to talk about a little game you may know as Dungeons and Dragons, a tabletop game that you may be acquainted with in some capacity. Um,
Remind me.
it's just a little game, kind of niche. Not many people know about it. It's a tabletop RPG where you role play as characters in a very mystical world, and there's combat, there's different characters, and honestly, I feel like if anything, you should explain this, Quentin, because we've actually done an episode in the past where I interviewed you about D&D. So why don't you kind of like give like your best explanation as to what D&D is, if you don't mind?
Sure. Okay. Dungeons and Dragons is a tabletop RPG, which means that most of the time it's going to be played in a physical format or more of I should say, an imaginative space where there isn't really any like video game or movie or like any sort of like media space that you play. It's mostly in the realm of imagination. Sometimes people use mats or whatever, but it is a RPG where people will create characters with intriguing backstories and other sort of things, and they have a game master or dungeon master sort of lead them through an adventure or story of some sort that either is a adventure or story that the game master made themselves, or maybe they're reading off of a module. Where Dungeons and Dragons specifically tends to be in a more medieval fantasy space, where there are a lot of other TTRPGs that have like more sci-fi and stuff like that. But Dungeons and Dragons typically have, hence the name, Dungeons and Dragons, and you'll be dungeon delving, fighting dragons, fighting all sorts of monsters, and role playing together. And it's all very fun. It's supposed to be a collaborative experience where the dungeon master tends to throw obstacles in front of the player's way, and the players have to work together to find a solution through it.
Yes. And specifically, Quentin, you are very well versed. Well, you've been, both a player and a dungeon master in the past. So you can kind of speak from both of those experiences. And Skylar and Anthony, you guys, I don't know specifically how much experience you guys have in terms of being a dungeon master, but I know that you have both been players in many a campaign before. And I basically just wanted to talk to all of you guys about like what just kind of like what that experience has been, because at the time that we're recording this, I think it's been about 3 years maybe since, like, I know that like Quentin and Skylar and I actually played for a little bit with you guys. It's been about 3 years since I remember we started. But Anthony, how long has like specifically like how long have you played now, would you say?
I'd say it'd been around like 3 years.
Oh, it's been about 3 years for you too?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so similar amount of experience. And Quentin, when I first like interviewed you a couple years ago, it had been about a year, I think. But I kind of wanted to talk about like maybe what with you, like what has kind of like changed, what things you've learned in that time period since the last time that we talked about it, and overall like just different sort of experiences that you guys want to share. So I guess like right off the bat, let's just start like what got you interested in playing D&D. So Quentin, why don't you start? Like what made you interested in it?
Yeah, so for the longest time, especially when I was growing up, D&D was considered like the nerdy thing. Like that's like the bottom of the barrel, sort of like, sure, you can play video games, you could read books or whatever. You could be into Star Wars, that's nerdy or whatever. But once you hit Dungeons and Dragons level, that's when you're the dweebazoid kind of guy.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it's like on another level, right? Or it's
yeah, because the way a lot of times like media convey it is that it's like this super rules heavy, like nerd calculating event, and like I think the biggest example that I can think off the top of my head is how Big Bang Theory kind of conveys Dungeons and Dragons. In fact, there's even like a SpongeBob episode that conveys Dungeons and Dragons as well. So I remember for the longest time I was not into D&D because I just remember it was just this nerdy thing that I want to stay away from. Sure, I play video games. Sure, I like reading books, but like I'm not Dungeons and Dragons level of nerdy. That's just nerdy. And eventually, as I grew up, I was like, I want to try it. I want to see what it's like. I remember, funny enough, I think my first introduction to it was Overwatch 1, sort of, where the voice actor of Jesse McCree, now known as Cole Cassidy, was like a very prominent voice. Is what everyone loved Matt Mercer's voice, and I was like, oh, Matt Mercer seems like a cool guy. And then I remember he was a part of a Dungeons and Dragons group known as Critical Role, and I was like, okay, so he's that kind of nerd. And I remember watching one of the episodes, and I was like, it looks like they're having a lot of fun. And then I was like, well, I want to try it with my friends, see if we can get some fun out of it. And I remember going into it, I was like, I do not want to be rules heavy whatsoever. I really want to just be like, let's just try it. I am going to try not to read the rules too much and just go through with it. So I got the gang together to play Dungeons and Dragons. It seemed like no one really had too much interest in being the DM, so I kind of picked up that role, which is fine. I like being the DM a lot, but so I picked up DM. And we Dungeons and Dragons. That's a verb now, and that's kind of how it started.
Right. Yeah. And so
it was very long.
No, and that's okay. Well, I mean, like, and you know, it is interesting because like you did kind of like take up that role, you know, as the DM, and so like you've had like a lot of time to get that experience that not as many people might have. Skylar and Anthony, like you guys have definitely. I think like, would you say it's not a stretch for me to say that you've had a lot more experience being a player than a DM between the both of you?
For sure. I've only been a player pretty much.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, what about you, Anthony?
I think there's just like different perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
Being a DM is a lot different than just being a player. Mm-hmm. And being a player, like there's less to manage, basically. But that's just how it is as a player.
Well, and
but you still take notes though.
Right. Yeah, and I think what's interesting is that, you know, no matter what side of the coin you're on, like there is like different types of work that goes into it, you know, like, you know, Quentin, we'll talk in a minute, you know, we'll talk kind of like what kinds of things you have to do as a DM, but Skylar, why don't you, for you, like what kind of things do you kind of have to provide as a player? Like what's your sort of role, or how do you see it?
So the player is supposed to provide like a perspective in the DM's world, because like without the players, like there's no way to progress, there's no way to storytell unless if you're just writing a book. There's they're just meant, I mean, and also like the perspective or the role of the player kind of depends, because like they could be heroes, they could be like they could be villains, it's just so on and so forth. That's,
and
I think that really sums it up.
Yeah, well, and you know, there's different aspects of like players, right? Like there's, you know, there's different classes, there's different races, you know, there's the whole concept of a character sheet, which kind of like makes each character distinct from one another, right? And so like that's, you know, from my perspective, as you know, I would say I have a more limited viewpoint of D&D from you guys, but from what I can see, like there is a lot of that like individual you know, kind of taste that you put into your own character that kind of, you know, it could be based off of the DM's world, but it kind of like adds a new sort of spin on it. Would you say that's fairly true? Yeah.
Which most DMs usually tend to work into their world into their worlds, which it's really cool. Like just for the player and for the DM to just have like just that sort of connection. I guess it's just fun. It's really fun to just it's storytelling together. That's basically it.
It's collaborative. Definitely.
And yeah.
And so Anthony, like what is like how has being a player been for you? Like what have you kind of like thought about it in your time being players in different campaigns overall?
Well, I've mostly been in Quentin's campaigns, so I've had a lot of fun as a player because I could just like go somewhere and and just like talk to a random NPC, and they're like, "Oh, hey, I'm Random Joe over here," and I really enjoy that because it's just so random.
I'm glad you didn't just say, "Yeah, I've been in a lot of Quentin's campaigns, and they've all been pretty bad." You know, no. It seems like you guys like, because like you guys play a lot at our place, and I see that a lot, and it seems like pretty much all the time, like you guys are either in like a kind of like a serious mindset, like you're very focused in, or you guys are just like laughing a bunch and just like having a lot of fun.
There's like a
And-
lot of that like serious moments, and then there's a lot of like silly moments in the campaign.
Right.
And I like that mix.
Yeah, well, it's cool to like see the serious moments that you guys have, because it kind of, to me, just like communicates that you guys are very invested in what's happening, and you guys are like trying to like really think through like the scenario that you're in. And I think that's like it's cool to like kind of find yourself immersed in this sort of like, you know, in this game that you guys are playing, you know, almost like it crosses the boundary of a game into like, you know, like you're envisioning as if it was happening for real, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and he really knows how to like paint a picture too in his campaigns, and I like that, like the way he describes stuff. Like most DMs should like do that, and it makes it a lot more immersive, so we can have those serious moments.
For sure. And Quentin, from your perspective, like being a DM, like you've taken up that role like for, you know, multiple campaigns, you know, like for campaigns that have run on for such a long time. Like what, you know, kind of starting out, what was that like, and how does that compare to like now after you've done it for so long?
Starting out was very chaotic. I think the first campaign I ran was a lot of everything. I don't regret it at all, but it was hard because I was still trying to get my bearings on what I wanted out of D&D. I couldn't really tell if I really wanted a more serious atmosphere. So I remember the first campaign going very chaotic, and it was very jumbled
experimental,
everywhere.
for sure.
Yeah, it was very that's a good word, experimental, because I didn't have a good grasp on the rules. No matter how much I read the player's handbook or the dungeon master's guide, the rules still felt confusing to me, and it felt like I just really needed to like see it in action to really know how the rules actually work. And eventually, I think throughout that campaign, I tried getting my players to, because I remember in the beginning we kind of had our session 0 and we made our characters, and it was kind of just like, oh, this class hasn't been picked yet, so I'm going to pick this class, or oh, this race hasn't been picked yet, so I'm going to pick this race. And it felt like a lot of us were kind of just picking things that felt like we not what we wanted, but what we needed for the whole composition of the party, which is fine if that's how we want to play. But
I can see how that throughout. I was like, that might have felt a little less like personal, or a little less.
It felt like there was no nothing being drawn, nothing being connected from the player and their character. Because it just felt like they were all just kind of, it was like when I was imagining them playing, it was just themselves. They were playing themselves, but maybe like in wizard robes, or they're playing themselves, but they were shirtless because they were barbarian or something. And it just felt like I had a hard time disconnecting the player from the character. And I remember going, how can I try to help my players create characters that like feel like they're in there, feel immersive and stuff like that. And eventually I learned these tools and techniques on how to like help people create backstories, help people create like characters, giving examples. And I think not just my players, but myself, we've all grown a lot ever since that first experimental campaign on how we create characters, how they can tie into the world. Because originally I was just reading off a book, a module for the campaign. So I had a harder time sort of feeling like the work was mine. Like I tried putting my own twist on it, and sure, it was fun, but it just didn't feel like it was my work. It didn't feel like I could tie my players' stuff into the story. And I still think modules are very fun. They're very interesting. They're created to sort of just like dive into something and feel the story out. And but what I wanted when I started my second campaign, that campaign was completely written by me, completely homebrew. and my sole objective was I wanted to make a story that my characters had most of their, like, they were the reason why the story was happening. That's what I wanted. I wanted this story to be about them. So I tried my best to do that. And I still think I still have a lot to learn, but I really enjoy being a DM. Like, I think one of my favorite things about being a dungeon master is creating a story for people to enjoy. I think that's always been sort of something I've really enjoyed, is creating pieces of work for others to sort of consume. And I've been able to do that pretty well as a dungeon master, and I've been really enjoying it. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, and that's what I think is like so cool about like having that role as a DM, is that it is kind of like you kind of get to guide the scenarios, but also like there is like obviously a lot of player involvement in how those play out, and I see that with you. Like, you will obviously have like things in mind, but you will kind of like take what the decisions that like your players will make, or like their characters, and you'll kind of like mold your vision into something that fits more with like what they're thinking.
Mhm.
And so like Skylar, for you, like what is that kind of experience like when you are like involved in a campaign that's made by Quentin? Like, what is it like for you to kind of adjust or potentially like make a character, or adjust your character to kind of like fit in that role, or like what is that kind of like experience like?
So, so going from campaign 1 to campaign 2, it was a bit of an adjustment because that was the first time I ever had to actually create a character with a backstory that actually like fit in the world, and so it's kind of hard because I mean, looking back on it, I'm not very proud of my backstory too much, but like but at the time I was proud of it. It adjusting into campaign 2 was just a doozy, but as soon as, and also like for a while actually I had a lot of I maybe still have character identity issues with him, so it's because I kind of like had that same philosophy of I was kind of just playing myself a bit, but just learning to adjust. And I feel like I'm not or what was the question again? Because I feel like
you're answering the question. I basically was just kind of like asking like how has it been like like making a character in Quentin's world, and like how has that like sort of just what has that experience been at the end of it. And it sounds like it sounds like it's definitely hard, like it's like maybe in the beginning, or even like going to now, like there is kind of like a challenge in finding that that sort of division between playing kind of like a character that's similar to yourself, and or like more so trying to get into a character that's separate, like role playing essentially, right? Would you say like you're definitely like have improved over time?
Oh, I feel like I've gotten so much better. Like even now, I come up with character ideas and concepts, and I constantly think about new characters that I could play or want to play. Like like everybody's got to start somewhere. Like how campaign 1 was. Like Quentin's start was brand new to DMing. Everybody like didn't know how to play Dungeons and Dragons. Like my first campaign character was literally like a mess. Like I was kind of.
I don't think you were alone. I don't think you were alone in that. I think we all like. It was experimental, like I said. Like we had characters that were just named kind of after ourselves. We had characters that were named after memes. Like there was some growing pains.
And I just want to say that that's completely okay. Like, don't something I don't want people to take off of this is that creating a character should be difficult, and you need to put so much energy and effort into it. You can there's several tools that you can use to create a character as well as just like working with the DM. If the DM is like well versed enough with DMing, they might be able to already have like a backstory for you, and you just have to sort of fill in the lines. I do love the struggle. I barely play as a player, unfortunately, and I've always been wanting to, but I do kind of like the struggle of trying to create a perfect character, but that's completely not needed. You can, a lot of times I hear a lot of people say, oh, I want to try D&D, but I just don't know if I can really invest my time into it. But there are a lot of like ways that you could just jump into D&D, especially with modules, character creations. There's pre-made character sheets that you could either use or just like take inspiration from. D&D gives back as much energy as you put in. So like you could, you know, spend hours working on this character or spend days working on this character, or you can just jump right in the day of, say, hey, I want to play this very angry barbarian man, and he just gets angry when everyone calls him small because he's a gnome or something. And boom, there's your character right there. You have, you have a personality, you have a character right off the bat. Or you could think of like a character with a tragic backstory and stuff like that. It's really the great thing about D&D is it's exactly what you want it to be, since there's no like coding or rule or like big rules on like how you make your character. It's exactly how you want it to be. I do think my group definitely likes more like role play intensive, so we do tend to want to make characters that have more oomph in their backstory. But yeah, D&D can be whatever you want it to be, and I think it's just as easy or as difficult as you want it to be.
Yeah, I do think like for a while I kind of felt like for myself personally like there was more of a barrier to entry than I was like kind of comfortable with, but I just thought that that was kind of like for me. But even like looking back and like kind of looking at it now, like it's exactly like you said, like D&D is such an expansive and like sort of flexible game. Like you really can like kind of play by your own sort of rules. And I think what's cool is like you guys have, you know, like you can obviously play by your own rules, but you guys have kind of like found your sort of like specific play style that's kind of unique to your group, or in just general, just like how you guys like to play. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And that's like, and that's okay, and that's like that's part of the fun, is that you all kind of like find the way that fits for your group. Um, so I wanted to ask Anthony, like what has the experience been like for you being a player? Like I know that a big aspect of like making a character is like writing the backstory, kind of like Skylar mentioned and like Quentin talked about a little bit. Like what like for you like what is writing a backstory like for you? Like what is like, and how does that kind of add to your character?
Remember my first backstory was very bad. I don't know if I sent it to Quentin.
Did Quentin, did you work on it with him?
I remember him asking me quite a few questions, which is always appreciated. Is asking questions like, "Hey, does this fit for your world?" and stuff like that. So he did.
Right.
I remember him asking me a bunch of questions. Once again, he did send me a backstory for his first character, Isaac, but I don't know if this is the backstory he was talking about.
No, I meant like before
Isaac.
Isaac.
No, I don't think I ever seen that one.
No, that one is very bad.
The rejected.
But I that was like my first one with him.
Mm-hmm.
It was online.
Oh,
yeah. But I improved since then, and I always like to involve my character in the world, like his backstory and the character in general. Like to me, that's like very fun to do because it creates opportunities for the DM to like throw some stuff from his backstory at him.
And that's why you like talking to. That's why, like in this case, like you wanted to talk to Quentin because you wanted to get his input about his world, so you could write your backstory kind of with that in mind, right?
Yeah, just to be more involved with that character in certain like aspects.
Is it hard like creatively to come up with them, or is it kind of like once you kind of get the ball rolling, like it kind of comes sort of naturally?
It's kind of
what is that like?
Yeah, it's kind of both. I need like it just takes a little bit of time to get the ball rolling, and then once that goes, it gets easier. Yeah, but I find it very fun to like make a backstory. But what sucks is that when I'm into the campaign now, I'm thinking, oh man, I have all these other character concepts now.
Oh yeah,
you know?
Exactly, dude. I want to play them all.
That's the hard part about D&D, I think.
So it's kind of like it sounds like you find yourself, you have this character that you're kind of committed to, but you kind of want to like there's all these other ones that you want to like almost start on the side or alongside that one. Yeah. That makes sense. Skylar, would you say that's kind of you've had a similar experience with that?
Yeah, that's.
It's funny because even as a DM, well, I've always talked about how much I wanted to be a player because I have so many of these character concepts. But even as a DM, I always just like want to dish out a new character that I want to play so bad. Like even I love being a DM so much, but there is something different between being a player and like being able to be a character. Whereas a DM, I'm more of the overarching story and not really like a character that I can be a personal character too. So sometimes I think it's funny. This is kind of my coping for not being a player is I'll make a character and then I will throw it at the party as like an enemy.
Yeah. And I noticed that you do that because I always notice it's interesting just like from
Master Fighters.
it's interesting from a I guess audience perspective because I watching you guys kind of like get more and more into role play. Like, I hear you guys like put on like voices and kind of like demeanors that are different from like your own. And with Quentin, I notice you will like specifically like change your voice or the pitch of your voice a lot to like match whatever character you're trying to go for. Specifically, there's one character in particular that I hear you do quite often, and I always recognize him when he comes up.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's like in every campaign that we do now. Like there's
he's a reoccurring character.
Yeah.
Is that like? Do you guys find that is that hard? Is that like? Has it gotten easier to do that kind of thing? Like Quentin, for you, like because you probably have to do it the most because you're like playing all these different people because you're the DM. You're like playing all these NPCs. Like, is it kind of hard to shift between them all the time?
To be completely honest, well, yeah, something I've always had difficulty in is talking. I call it talking to myself when in reality it's like two different characters, but they're trying to talk to each other. And it just feels so weird to me. It's like being like, hi, stuff like that. Or like, you murdered my sister. I didn't do anything, something like that. That's something that's still a huge obstacle in front of me that I really need to beat. But so far I've been purposely trying to create, try to weave past those scenarios where I don't need to have two NPCs talking to each other like that because it just feels so weird to me. But it's definitely a big obstacle in my way that I need to get in front of it or need to get past. And another obstacle is role playing in general. I think as much as like I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone and talk, and I think I do a somewhat good job. I still really want to do more voices. Like I think voices make characters seem so interesting and it really makes them stand out. And sure, I have that one go-to character that maybe I do well. But I still want to be able to just like swap between voices just like that. And even if, as Anthony said, Anthony wants to go talk to random Joe guy across the street, I want to be able to like prepare a voice for him right off the bat and make him be as interesting as a random Joe guy could be.
Yeah, he's not just any old Joe. He's random Joe.
Yeah, he's random Joe.
Random Joe.
Yeah, he's special. Yeah. So like, all right, let's go down the line. I want to hear like what your guys' like favorite aspect of D&D is, and maybe that might be similar between more one or more of you guys. But I want to like if you had to pick like one reason for like someone else to join to like try out D&D, like what would you say? Like Sky, let's start with you. I want to hear from you first.
So I feel like the character customization and options are so like vast like you could create whatever you want. If you want to be a nerd, you could be a wizard. If you wanted to be a big strong guy, you could be a barbarian. There's literally like there's so much. Like the classes and races provide like this mold that you can easily put within the world, and it's there's just so much variety. That's I like it, especially when I keep coming back to character concepts, like I said earlier, like with like oh, what if I played this wizard, or oh, I just thought of a cool sorcerer, or like a fighter. It's like there's in. I also so we talked about how it's a little hard to start building characters. Like a little piece of advice that I've found that's helpful really quick is that it's easier if you just make the character like make the class or pick the class subclass and just map out what the race and stuff is before you even think about the backstory. So. Mm-hmm. It just makes it so much easier. So, yeah, that's my advice.
So would you say overall the customizability of like your D&D experience is like what you would say is like your favorite aspect?
Yes, and also just being able to show off your character, show off what you've written for your backstory. It's just it's cool to like I'm excited whenever I get to show off my backstory for their campaign. So it's exciting. It's really cool to have an impact on what people play. Like I'm sorry, I'm going off a little tangent, but I really do appreciate how like our group is more role play intensive, because then it allows more like delving into each character, and I feel like we've taken the critical role pill, like where we are very role play intensive, like maybe not to the to the quality of the voice actors, but it's still really fun.
For sure. Anthony, what would you say is your favorite aspect of the D&D experience?
I'm similar to like Skylar's view, like just making whatever character you want and just throwing it out there if the DM allows it. It's just is very fun, and just the story, like the role playing aspect. That's what also makes D&D like very like fun. Mm-hmm. And combat can be fun. Some of us aren't too into it, but a lot of us are into D&D combat. I'm kind of like all three. I like all of those things. Mm-hmm. Just
so you're kind of just like all around, like the whole experience just makes
everything. Mm-hmm. Just I like eating everything there is to offer.
Gotcha. You get one of everything at the buffet. That's the Anthony way. Okay.
That's what D&D is like. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
That good old tavern perpetual stew. It's just you just keep going. Get that.
Yep. Made by the DM.
Yeah. And Mr. DM, what would you say is like your favorite aspect of D&D?
Or do you There's a lot. I like a lot of it, but I'm kind of tied between, as a DM, it's creating a story for people to enjoy. But I think my favorite part, like the thing that I think would sell, I could tell to someone who only wants to be a player or only wants to be DM or both, is the collaboration. I think just like there's so many things that you can do as like a group of friends, sure. But I think the collaboration of D&D makes it fun. You're all working together for a collective goal, and you all just have a great time. It's like your characters can have a great time, your players can have a great time. Normally, like if the dungeon master is, in my opinion, having like what I think, if the players are having a good time, the dungeon master should be having a good time. And that's something that I think maybe a lot of people could take for granted, is that just being able to find a collective event that everyone could have a good time on. Like, sure, you can have those parties and get-togethers and ruin friendships over Mario Party and stuff like that. But like, I think the collaboration of D&D, it's just all working together and having a great time. And I think that's my favorite part about D&D is the collaboration, just the working together, all talking, all having a great time, all telling each other's jokes, bouncing off each other. It's all just, I think that's what makes D&D the greatest for me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I would personally rather ruin friendships in Mario. But
Over
that's just
Mario
me,
Party.
though. Yeah. But no, D&D sounds I guess kind of cool. No. Okay, so now I want to just hear, like, what has been the biggest challenge for you personally, for each of the three of you, and like how have you overcame it, or like how are you kind of working to overcome it? So like Skylar, what has been the biggest challenge for you,
So
if there is any?
So it was honestly learning the game, because it's just like there's a lot to learn. There's so many systems. We didn't even learn until like a year or two in that you can only cast one spell per turn, which like and then there's the spell rules it can be very complex for a new player. It's just but once you get past the learning curve and you start to understand the systems in the game and why they're there, like you can then or I feel like I've gotten to a point where I can think of like really great ways to use the rules to my advantage, or like come up with cool class combinations that that just work they work really good in conjunction with each other. So it's the learning curve is there, but it's if you just push through it, if you have a group of people who are also learning with you too, or people who can teach you, that's even better. So it's just I mean, you're playing D&D with a bunch of people. Like, I mean, hopefully they help you out. It's not like a free for all. It shouldn't be a free for all.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and that's, I think, what's cool about like the collaborative effort is that, you know, whether or not you're new or you're all learning or only like one of you is learning, like you're not alone, because obviously like you have a group of people that you're going through with. But I think it's cool. So that's cool. Yeah. Anthony, what would you say is your biggest kind of challenge in D&D?
I think voice acting, or actually role playing your character as well. It's been kind of hard to do that with, especially if it's a new character you made. You're like just feeling it out with that character. For me personally, I feel like druids are probably the hardest to roleplay as.
Is there a reason specifically for that?
Because I don't know how I could see them with like certain parties, you know, like certain parties like to kill a lot of things, and
they're just
I don't think
nature hippie people.
Yeah. They sometimes mesh well, but sometimes it's like, why are you here?
Okay, so
I do. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I do want to add on that another thing that's a little hard at first is like it can feel like kind of cringe to like try and voice act too, or get into your character at first, especially when you don't know the people, or it just feel weird. But with the right group of people, you shouldn't have to feel like that. So yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
That's just my hard part, role playing.
Right. And how, like, do you kind of like practice, like what do you kind of do to kind of like you know, role play better? Like, do you have any like techniques, or do you just kind of like practice?
I practice like the voices. And
that could be like on your own time, or that could be just when you're playing, you know.
Kind of both, yeah. But mostly like you just kind of gotta play as the character, like think what they would do. And that makes it easier, especially with what the DM throws at you. You can kind of just adjust that character,
right,
to kind of fit in that role.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah,
makes it easier.
And so Quentin, maybe you can kind of speak from both your perspective as a player and a DM. Like, what has your biggest challenge been?
I think it's sort of it's kind of tied in with role playing and voice acting. I think it's keeping things immersive, because I personally I want things to feel kind of like it's weird to want fantasy to be realistic, but I want things to kind of make sense. Like you don't want, like, at level 1, you don't want a party to be like average Joe 1, average Joe 2, random Joe 3, and then a literal god. You know what I mean? Like that kind of breaks the immersion when you have a literal god with you at level 1. It just feels a little weird to have that there. And I think mine is like trying to create a story and trying to create characters and NPCs that all kind of feel like they feel like they're there. And it's the same thing with role playing. I want the role playing and immersion to feel like they're what they would say in that moment. Like they're not going to be, even if I am trying to create a bright and cheery character, if they're a loved relative just recently died, they're probably not going to be bright and cheery at the moment and stuff like that. And I think it's, trying to find that balance between trying to create very interesting characters, trying to create really interesting stories, but still also trying to make it make sense. I think that's been my biggest challenge so far.
Yeah, I think, well, and I think that is like, I definitely see that. Like, you want, because it is, obviously, some people might kind of see it as like, oh, it's a fantasy world, like you should be able to do whatever you want. But I do think like it is kind of important to have like somewhat of a ground, like you kind of ground yourself a little bit, because that kind of, I think, adds to the enjoyment. Because if it's like if there's no rules, then like what's the point? You know what I mean? And so like, yeah, I can definitely see how that would be like an important thing to keep in mind. And so is that kind of goes for you on both the DM spectrum and on the player spectrum? Because you have been a player, like some in some ways, you know what I mean? In some, like, you have been a player at some points, right?
I've been a player, albeit not very long. But I will say that is mostly my DM that's talking. But as a player too, I also want my character to not be, if we're starting at level 1, I don't want my character to be like the god of all creation and be the most powerful person in the world and only have like 5 hit points.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I for whatever reason just now is when I noticed the capybara background, and it kind of like caught me off guard.
That's been there the whole time.
So you
that's funny.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't like focus in on it until just now. And so you were talking about gods, and I just saw a capybara.
The capybara.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway,
He pulls up.
All right. Well, I think with that, I don't know. Like, I think that might be a good stopping point to just kind of tie things in here. But I guess like in general, like, are you got like what kind of things you guys got going on, like, because you guys all have a D&D campaign together. Like, what things do you got going on that you're excited for? If you want to kind of like briefly talk about that.
Yeah. Recently, this is a little unfortunate. Recently, I've actually kind of postponed the campaign for a little bit,
right?
Just because I've kind of had a DM burnout. But I am seeing some other people step up to the plate and try their hand at being a DM, Mr. Anthony Camacho. So that's very exciting to see what it's like to be to see one of my players be a DM. Yeah. And also there have been a few little hints I've been dropping recently that might be foreshadowing for something in the future. But I'm just excited for what the future holds.
Yeah. Well, and like I hope to see, regardless of who is like taking the DM mantle at the time, like, all of you guys continue to get together and have fun and improve your D&D experience. You know what I mean? Like that's going to be exciting and maybe even I could join, Yeah.
Lokavir.
Yeah, Lokavir could return. Yeah, that you never know. You never know what could happen with that. Yeah.
The return of
Lokavir.
Yeah.
It's jump scare.
This is a teaser for that. Yeah. All right. Well, with that though, we're gonna end off this episode. So thank you guys for joining and talking about your D&D experiences. This has been fun. And Anthony, thank you for joining for your first ever episode. But yeah, with that, we'll see you guys on the next episode of Chit Chats.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right.
Make sure you like, subscribe, ring that bell, and as always, brother fist.
Now we do Brother Fist.
Brother fist.
Like for Anthony.
Yes.
Yeah.
What?